der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
It's day two of the Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, the festival on the Nordschleife in early autumn. 2 6-hour NLS races combined effectively into the same weekend, although they are judged to be entirely separate races this year, unlike the running of the equivalent event in 2022. So we had the 63rd edition of one race yesterday, which was the ADAC ACAS Cup. We're actually going sort of back in time today because it's only the 62nd edition today of the ADAC Reinoldus Langstrecken Rennen. But nevertheless, with the thick end of, over half a century of history for both of these races, NLS 6 and NLS 7 are combining to produce 12 hours worth of racing for something like 23 different classes up and down the order. There have been one or two changes in the entry that we will delve into in more detail in a second. But first of all, I'm being very rude. The introductions. I'm Johnny Palmer. Over this side of the commentary booth is Peter Snowden. If you were tuned in yesterday, you will recognise our voices. And are you suitably refreshed, Snowy? Because it was quite a late finish last night, 9:30 to see the checkered flag. And we're going to be starting again midday local time. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Fresh as a daisy, ready to go. We said 6 hours of exciting racing on the canvas that is the Nordschleife. Could it be repeated? Yes, I absolutely guarantee it can be today. It was an extraordinary race yesterday. This circuit, these teams, the organisers, the whole collective never ceases to amaze me, Johnny. It has all the capacity to... How is 6 hours of racing going to be exciting all the way through? But they seem to do it every time. Whoever writes their script, give them a pay rise.
That's just clever regulations, but it's also encouraging entrants that want to take part in these races month in and month out. There are, in fact, 9 of them through the course of the year, and they're spaced not quite evenly because we've had something like a 2-month gap since we were last racing. Also, for a 6-hour race, this extended distance in NLS racing could catch on, you know. I'm almost forgetting that the standard length is 4 hours, but teams, I think, do enjoy the extra challenge. Yes, this is billed as a 12-hour race. Last year, it was a true 12-hour race in that the cars went into Parc Fermé on Saturday night. The gaps, theoretically, were retained into Sunday morning. This one is slightly different. So if you had a mare on Saturday, as long as your team are prepared to put in a very late night, you can fix a car up. I'm thinking actually the number 5 Audi that we never exactly got to the bottom of Vincent Kolb's incident, but he had a whack with one of the BMW M240i's, which seemed to pop the rear screen on the Audi and also did massive damage to the rear left suspension. And well after the checkered flag last night, the team were still working on that car, so goodness knows what time they were done.
Yeah, a surprising incident, as you say, Johnny. We didn't really get to the bottom. We just saw the aftermath, i.e. the car stopped at the side of the track with relatively little damage. As the rear wing, everything was all straight, but you were the first to spot the rear window was missing, so obviously something had flexed in the bodywork there, taking some kind of whack. Then we could see the reference on the left rear suspension had significantly more toe out than the engineers would prefer on that car, put it that way. So it would have turned. All the left-handers would have been brilliant. The right-handers would have been slightly more challenging, I suspect. But it's, in fact, right on screen there it is now, the number 5 Audi with Christian Kolb and Frank Stippler sharing that car. Great to see it out again. Sad not to see the Falcon cars out again, the 2 Porsches that you said yesterday, quite rightly in our pre-show this very time yesterday, that the Porsches didn't seem to be that far up the grid as you would have expected, but it was a very unrepresentative qualifying yesterday morning because they were full of code 6. You know, this morning's was less so I think it is a little bit more representative. But Falcon that were 2nd and 3rd yesterday, not taking part in today, and again haven't got to the the bottom of that. David Pittard was second in the number 3 car, or one of the drivers in the number 3 car. I did message him last night, and he very rudely hasn't replied yet. So Pittard,
Terrible.
Up your game and get on the blower, my friend. Find out why. Want to know why Falcon aren't taking part today?
I cannot believe that Falcon would not have been up for it. They're 2 very smart cars, got a really good result. But is it driver availability? Do their drivers need to be somewhere else? Do they need to be travelling to another part of the world, perhaps? We earlier on in the season, that was at the start of the year, the Rover team only had 2 drivers across 2 cars, if you remember, and we had a sort of slightly bizarre NLS1, I think it was NLS1, where they actually parked their sister BMW after the first stint because they didn't have enough drivers to do 2 driver changes, and completely focused in on the other car for the majority of the race before at the end we saw both cars come out again to finish things off. But it may be as simple as the two drivers in one car class, Backler and David Pittard, as you've mentioned. We also had Dennis Fetzer and Martin Raginger. Are they required in another location and therefore could only commit to Saturday? I am speculating, so perhaps we should move on there. But there should be something like 91 cars taking part in today's race. So there has been a bit of a drop-off. Only 1 car has not managed to qualify. That doesn't mean we won't see it in the race, but the 500 BMW F30 for the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing team, their car didn't even get out for qualifying, or it had a drama on its out lap effectively because there were no times recorded whatsoever for car 500. We saw 5 cars not able to qualify yesterday, and most of them, I think, did actually feature in the race in the end. So it's not necessarily that's your end of day.
No, very, very much so. And we had, perhaps the most extraordinary story of yesterday in terms of cars not qualifying was the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW with Kuba Gamaziak at the wheel in qualifying. He went off of his own admission, his mistake.
Yep.
But Arenberg, I think it was, we're 4 minutes into the qualifying session, and the car rotated and ended up in the gravel, unable to recover it and take part in the session. So he did not qualify. He did not set a time. But the rules here do allow that if a driver, and it is the driver, I'm sure that a team manager will actually write the letter for him, so to speak, because they'll want it worded a certain way.
Okay.
But the driver can apply in extenuating circumstances to the clerk of the course, the race officials, and say, can we take part? Now that comes down to the ring permit, how experienced you are, what level the team is, etc., etc. I'm quite sure. I would suspect if it were your first attempt, you popped in the gravel 4 minutes into a race, you probably wouldn't have got your ring permit in the first place. Somebody like Kuba Gamaziak, they're going to want that car out there. They know they're not going to be silly. So what was permitted was you've applied in writing, permission's been granted, you haven't set a time, therefore you start at the back of the grid effectively. Even more so, you start at the back of that starting group. And by explaining that, here at the Nürburgring, we have 3 starting groups, 1, 2 and 3, different colours, red, yellow and black of the German flag. And the first group, red, has multi-classes in it. So not only do you start at the back of your peer group, you actually go to the back of that grid. So the GT Cup cars in there that you mentioned yesterday was a bit like Porsche Carrera Deutschland at one point.
Yeah.
Now some of those cars we observed were really, really quick yesterday, and up there mixing among the SB9 GT3 cars. What they were able to do was, which I thoroughly approve of the organisers sanctioning this, they were able to keep their times. What I mean is, they didn't just put all the SB9 cars that set their times at the front. If you set a time quicker than an SB9 car, that means you're quicker.
Yes.
So take your slot, you've earned it. And I think that's absolutely right. In past, that didn't happen. It used to be category by category.
It did, yeah.
And so for Kuba Gamaziak, what they did was they started at the very back of that group. So you're in all that group of 5, 6 classes. I think there were 2, I think SB9 and the GT Cup cars, they had 13 each. So there's 26 cars straight off, plus others. So you're 30-odd cars in that first group. They're at the back. They had to come through. What do? They came through. What do? They won it.
Yeah.
So it can be done. Also, the Schnitzelauer Mercedes, number 11, that car didn't take part. That started from the pit lane. That car was being worked on by engineers as the race started. and still had a great result.
Yeah, well, I really do think a couple of great stints from Colin Carasani, and he battling with Dennis Fetzer in the closing stages was a delight. Actually, Carasani just ran out of steam in the very last few laps, but otherwise Carasani had held back Dennis Fetzer, then he built a gap of 6 or 7 seconds, but then the next time they came round, and this typically happens around such a long lap, it's all changed again, and Fetzer was actually ahead of the Dayglow yellow and black Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. But I think those two guys could be ones to watch in the future. We will be getting stints today from Phil Ellis in the number 11 car, who may well start that car, and some more from the 19-year-old Dutchman Colin Carasani. He won't have the Porsches from Falcon, though, to fight with today. Probably there'll be somebody else, another car at a similar speed, though, that those cars will be door handle to door handle with pretty much throughout the duration, because as you say, 6 hours, you would expect maybe the fight to just drift away, but Pro-Am yesterday in SP9 was still pretty much being decided on the final lap between Luca Ludwig in the Ferrari and Christoph Breuer in the Mercedes.
Which leads me nicely to the grid for today. Front row is the car that was out of that race yesterday. The Shearer Sport PHX Audi is on the front row with Frank Schliffler and Vincent Kolb. Alongside it is a Pro-Am car on the front row, not because it's an Aston, because it's a Pro-Am car.
Yes.
More to the point there.
And that is the Christoph Breuer car, by the way. I just called it a Mercedes. It's not a Mercedes. It's an Aston Martin.
Maxime Dumouriez and Marek Borkman in that car. Yesterday's pole position car is also a Pro-Am. That's the Ferrari 296 of Racing One, with Christian Kohlhaas, Stefan Aust and Jakob Schell, which is in hyphen, so we know that's not his real name. Does sound quite interesting. Jakob Schell. Sounds good. That's third.
You've got Shell and Ferrari. I mean, long-time partners.
Indeed. Alongside that is yet another Pro-Am car. So the first 4 cars, we've got a Pro car on the very front, but the next 3 cars are Pro-Am. Mercedes for CP Racing, Charles Putnam, Charles Espinaub, Shane Lewis, and of course Adam Christodoulou in that car. That car was third on the grid yesterday, if I remember, but
yes,
just faded a little bit. Charles Espinaub started that car yesterday, and I was reminded, I thought it was Charles Putnam, the man, as you say quite right, has his name above the door, CP Racing. I thought he normally started the car. Actually, it's Charles Espinaub that normally starts, certainly in the Preventing Hankook 24-hour series, which I'm guessing they're going to. There's certainly the finale next weekend, all live on RSL at Barcelona, and that car will be out there. I'll be amazed if they're not. So 2 back-to-back European races. This is an American-based team. The car is kept here, but they're all Americans. So that's another good showing for that car. And I never really felt that Adam Christodoulou got much of a shot in that car yesterday.
I don't actually remember him being in it.
Exactly. I'm just saying that. I'm thinking, did he actually drive it yesterday?
Yeah, I'm sure he did, but unfortunately they probably had 1 or 2 dramas along the way, and because it wasn't up in and around the top 6, in fact, it wasn't. Was it in the top 3 Pro-Am? It may have just finished third, but third in Pro-Am represented something like 12th overall, and we may have rather lost track of it. Adam Christodoulou, an adopted American, I suppose, within that team. He has raced with CP Racing before.
Oh, they'll give him a passport, or there'll be something. He'll get a baseball or a cap or something. There'll have to be some kind of identifier.
Yes.
Such a sense of humour about that.
That's true. They may have struggled to understand him in the early days, just considering he's from Lichfield, mate. But yes, they know that Adam's talent, particularly when it comes to this place, and the Mercedes 6.2 litre V8 AMG. I mean, Adam is he's raced for Black Falcon before. He's raced for a lot of key teams. In fact, effectively pseudo-factory teams for Mercedes. Plus, a few years ago, I mean, how long are we talking? When did he become a Nürburgring specialist? It's probably the thick end of a decade now.
Yeah. I've forgotten he's from Lichfield originally.
Yeah, I think that's right. And
I cut my competition teeth. Here you go. This is one for the UK listeners. First ever official competition was a sprint. So you're going to guess where this is.
Nürburgring, yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if Adam Christodoulou has ever done a sprint at Kerbra. That'll be something to ask him next time.
Let's open that book and make the offer to him. Yeah.
Yes. He would be very, very quick should he get the opportunity there as well.
That's of no doubt, is it? Yes.
The other classes that we will be keeping a close eye on are the heavily populated Cup 2 Cup 3 and the BMW 240i's. And again, if a Cup 2 car has performed well in qualifying, and it looks like the highest one today is actually in 10th place, whereas we had one in 4th yesterday, and it was able to start from 4th, as Snowy's just detailed. But the one that will start in 10th overall is the 123 Mühlner Motorsport car. That's the Nick Zalewski, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Marcel Hopper and Peter Terting car, which was going really strongly, particularly in the hands of Terting yesterday. Alongside it will be the 100 Max Cruiser racing car of Nico Otto and Ben Leuchter. And then you've got Team Mattol's 107 Cup car for Arne Hofmeister and Reinhold Koffler, and the Treble 4 Fricadelli racing car for Klaus Aberlan, Jules and Felipe Fernandez Larza. So you've got at least one of the winners of the 4-driver lineup for the 24 hours back in May, when a famous victory for Fricadelli and the Ferrari 296 took place. So it's Klaus's team, Klaus Aberland's team, of course, Felipe Fernandez Larza on driving duties in the number 111. And we must remember that is a Porsche, because historically Fricadelli have always raced Porsches. They had a couple of SP9s until very recently of the 911 variety, but moved to Ferrari in 2023, and that result in May really backs up their decision to do that. Cup 3 is exclusively for the Porsche Cayman and the Cayman GT4 CS Club Sport, to be specific. The Avia WNS Motorsport 960 car took pole position earlier today. Marius Rauer and Moritz Oberheim from the Smerlis Racing 952 of Chris Rink, Francesco Merlini and Josh Bednarski. Then you've got a Team Sorg Rennsport car at 949. Again, all of these are Caymans, and the 950 car that will start from 4th position for Schmickler Performance. And the BMW 240i's will be topped by the 651 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec car. Treble 6 clearly has been repaired. There was a point last night where the BMW 240i battle went totally awry. First of all, the second place car in that
half an hour to go as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's literally 30 minutes of a 6-hour race, and we lost the second place car, and then we lost the leader in that class. It was the 650. I'm trying to remember which. Yeah, I think it was the 650.
No, 660 first, and then
yes.
666.
Yes, you're totally right. And 660 doesn't appear on my list, so too badly damaged.
Barrel rolled twice, so it's not likely to be rebuilt overnight.
Yeah,
you know, they're good, but miracles take a bit longer.
Right, no, that one was on Hatzenbach, wasn't it? I'm trying to think of there was definitely one involved in the Vincent Kolb incident. You know, the Audi collected another car, and that was a 240i, but it wasn't the second place car. No. So that was the 650, just to clear that one up in my mind. That was into the foxhole.
Yep.
Then later on, the 660 had a double roll.
Double roll, yeah,
for Anton Ruff.
That's it.
And it took a while to actually get Anton out, and there were big concerns for him, but he was talking to the medics and out of the car, thankfully. But yeah, in the complete darkness on Hatzenbach, you're flipping the car not once but twice, and that was the second place 240i car at the time. And then 5 minutes later, if that,
yeah,
the treble six
666 lead car had another incident. So happy days for the third place car, but not to get the lead that way, of course. And obviously, most importantly, that Anton Ruff was okay and out of that car.
Yeah,
and no issues at all. The integrity and strength of that roll cage on a 240i being stress tested to the ultimate and passing with flying colours, mercifully. I tell you what, I'm just looking at just going back to the first bit of the grid, Johnny. What impressed me there yesterday, and yourself, was the strength of not only the Cup cars, but the Pro-Am side.
Yes.
I mean, we've got one on the front row, as it happens today, but they're dominating the top part of qualifying. That they're nearly on pole. It's Frank Stippler or Christian Kolb that have done that in the rebuilt Audi. They have massive experience around here, but it's so good to see Pro-Ams right up in the order. Hugely impressive. I am reminded, by the way, we're joined in our collective, as ever, by the usual suspects. The first on air today is Ian brackets Chris McCarthy. Morning, Chris.
I called Ian Chris yesterday to fill everybody in, much to the hilarity of Ian himself, and
who has
Snowy.
now tweeted in whatever you want to call it.
Has he changed his X handle to now include the name Chris? No, that'd be far too complicated.
You're listening, yeah? Well, that wouldn't surprise me. He's got 6 hours to do that, so we'll let him do that. But he has just tweeted in to us saying that that's at RSL_studio, for those that wish to. Adam Christodoulis certainly drove the CP Merc in the dark yesterday, perhaps even to the end. So, he was in the car at the end.
Right.
So thank you for that, Ian,
well,
and
I
your
also
support
think
mechanism, your researcher, Chris. Thank you.
I also think he qualified that car to put it up into third position as well. And, they were then holding back their secret weapon. The problem for the other three drivers in CP Racing, it was something had not quite gone right along the way, whether they had a pit stop that didn't quite go to plan, or they caught the Code 60s on the wrong side. But I also think the car may have had an incident somewhere along the way, because it was unusual to see that so far down in the lower reaches of the top 10 and just creeping into the teens. In fact, they'll be hoping for definitely an improved result on yesterday today, and like you say, Pro-Ams are the majority in that top four. We've got second, third and fourth on the grid that are all Pro-Am cars. Charles Espenlaub likely to start again today, and they'll want to try and stay in touch with the Ferrari from Racing 1 and also the 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin to try and continue that Pro-Am battle that was so enthralling yesterday. It involved two cars yesterday. If we can get three or maybe even four involved heading on to the final lap, that would be superb. It is the Red Bull Formula Nürburgring weekend. Isn't it useful to be able to actually say the venue that we're at? I'll practice that through the course of the day. I said it a number of times yesterday.
We'll have plenty of opportunity.
The Nordschleife. There we go. A number of Formula 1 cars that have been on display, but also heading out onto track as well, to the delight of something like 30,000 fans that have bought tickets to be at this particular event. An NLS race is a draw anyway, but when you extend a 4-hour race to a 6-hour race and then do it again on day 2, then throw in a load of Formula 1 cars for your entertainment. You were raging about Matthias Lauda being out in one of his father's cars, and a number of other historic F1 machines, probably mainly on the Grand Prix track. I'd be surprised if any of them are let out to Hats and back, but nevertheless, I mean, a wonderful motorsport festival this weekend.
There is on various streaming platforms you can see, but there is footage from in the cockpit of Sebastian Vettel in his old RB. I think it's a 7. I'm going to get corrected and slated for that, I know, but I think it's an RB7. One of his championship-winning Red Bulls, of him driving around the Nordschleife yesterday. I think it's either Friday practice lap or a Saturday run, but it's kind of academic. It's a fairly contemporary Formula 1 car. I say fairly in the perspective of they haven't run Formula 1 cars here at the Nordschleife since 1976. That year, the 1st of August 76, the year that Niki Lauda had his horrendous crash that he shouldn't have survived and did, and came back 6 weeks later. I mean, a sporting comeback. I know no one greater, to be honest. Quite incredible. And his son Matthias driving that car today. He was my schoolboy here. That's why I would love, just love to see that car go around. Just fabulous. It doesn't even need to be driven at a pace. That's not the point.
Yeah.
It just needs to see son of Niki Lauda driving that car around here of all places is quite extraordinary. We had Daniel Ricciardo down today, or Danny Rick, which I find it easier to say. He's obviously broken his hand or wrist in Dutch Grand Prix qualifying a few weeks ago. So his super sub was no less than David Coulthard, 13-time Grand Prix winner and Formula 1 champion runner-up. A couple of occasions actually. I think he was runner-up twice at least, Coulthard. We've had Max Verstappen's father, Jos, out in the car as well. Yuki Tsunoda is out. So there's been a lot of, when we say Red Bull Formula Weekend, there's been an awful lot of other activity outside of the bit we're just covering, which is selfishly just the 12 hours of racing. But there's been an awful lot of other stuff going on as well. We've seen some of the Falcon drifting. In fact, we just saw some camera shots. Kerry, our producer, was getting very excited a few minutes ago about them drifting BMWs the wrong way up the pit straight. I think it's a ruse to lay down more rubber. But then again, the Falcon cars aren't taking part today. So
that's true.
That hasn't worked for them. But,
no. And generally, it's the Falcon Drift Show, isn't it? So it would be laying down the right rubber for those two Porsches. There is an RB7. I think Coulthard was out in that, though. RB8, more likely to be the Vettel car. You said either 7 or 8. Hey, you covered both bases.
What's 1 year out between friends?
Precisely.
It's like
Ralf Schumacher,
Popmaster,
Gerhard
1 year out.
Berger. Gerhard Berger, we didn't mention.
Forgot to mention that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's been a wonderful weekend, and this is sort of the finale to it, because this will take us all the way through till 6 o'clock tonight, and we're set for a midday start, bearing in mind the rolling lap will take the best part of 20 minutes. Have we mentioned yet, I know you're laughing, but it does, have we mentioned yet it's a slightly different track today compared to yesterday? We're not doing the full Grand Prix circuit.
No, we're not. This time it's reverting to standard NLS layout that we use in the 4-hour races. Just very quickly, the grid is starting to clear, Johnny, so I'm just going to very quickly do the start group. I mentioned this earlier, how it worked in relation to the car number 34, Kuba Gamaziak, Valkenhorst BMW, that did not qualify yesterday but started at the back of this grid. It's 34 cars today, and it is SP9 have 11 cars, Cup 2 have 13 cars, and then we have in there as well SP6 with 1, SP7 with 2, SP10 to GT4 cars with 4, SP4T turbocharged, and A2T 2 and 1 respectively. 34 cars on that first grid. Yesterday it was 2 minutes 30 seconds between the starting grids. I think it's the same today, start groups. Second group is the yellow one, that has 48 cars in it, so by far and away the largest number. Again, VT2 front wheel drive and Cup 3 have 12 and 16 respectively, and VT2 rear and four-wheel drive have 11, so they're split very much there, front wheel drive, and then there's another category of rear and four-wheel drive. And our final start group is the black coloured group, and say it's all the colours of the German flag, so red, yellow and black. And start group 3 is 22 cars, the highest number there being that class of BMW M240i's, all 10 of them taking part in that. The rest have virtually single numbers, apart from V4, which has 4 in. So that's our start groups that will be underway very shortly. I wasn't laughing at you then, Johnny. You caught me on this yesterday quite rightly. It still surprises me that no matter how much we cover on this and how much, and crikey, I've done 24-hour race here. I should know. I'm a slow learner. Keep up with me. Give me a break. But we're so used to venues and circuits of being of the order of 2.5, say 3.5 miles, roughly, as a sort of generalisation. Lap time, therefore, being, just under a minute, just over a minute, 2.5 minutes. It kind of gets ingrained into us as racing people, never mind commentators. Mm-hmm. And we come here and we say, this is 25 kilometres, 170 corners, whatever it is exactly. You still don't kind of process it until you say something like that of, just bear in mind the formation lap will take 20 minutes. And I still look at you and just go, sorry? I'm like, yes, of course, we're on the Nordschleife rock. It doesn't matter how many times we cover it. It still surprises you the magnitude and scale of this canvas through the Eiffel Mountains. It is utterly incredible. And a racing lap is, the target time from ADAC with their balance of performance is around about the 8-minute mark. That's what they want. They don't really want cars breaking 8 minutes. Nicky Team, as ever, doesn't like that rule and does a 7:53 on the last lap of the race just to prove the point. Why did Nicky Team do that? Because he could.
Because he's Nicky Team.
Because he's Nicky Team, exactly. But that's what they do. These, for the SP9 cars, these GT3 cars, they're not quite to GT3 spec of the rest of the world that you'll see in other series across the world, so certainly SRO type events. They're not quite that. They're kind of a Nordschleife car, but they're not far off. It's nothing that can't be double changed. There's a slightly unique car for the Nordschleife, so that they're slightly detuned a little bit power-wise to fit that 8-minute mark is the idea.
Slightly unique. I like that phrase. Yeah. Okay, I'll work on that in my mind. 25.877 kilometres was yesterday's track length. So the thick end of 26k. Today we're doing 24.358 kilometres. So the lower end of 24 kilometres. So we've lost one and a half kilometres pretty much, and that is the route all the way down to the bottom of the Goodyear Carer, the hairpin around the scoring tower, and then back up through the Michael Schumacher S. And rejoining the bit of track that we're using today. Remember, there is a cut through, so you come out of the Mercedes arena and just a short blast of the accelerator down that straight before you're then hard on the brakes and having to go through. It's a hairpin bend, but also the track drops away in the middle of that corner and it becomes slightly off camber, and then you rejoin the Grand Prix circuit. It's a great overtaking opportunity. It is also very easy to run wide though if you're a bit too hopeful on the brakes, particularly on the first lap when things are not quite up to temperature by that point. I have to say, the end of the Grand Prix track looks glorious. That must have been relaid
I was just about to say, it looks almost like it's digital racing. In fact, you can see there's a line coming into the Vidal chicane there. We've got a long shot from the Sabine Schmidt curve there, going back down towards the Vidal chicane, so the car's coming towards us and then over into the valley behind. And one of the things I absolutely love about this series, Johnny, is variety. And what have we got there at the front? You've got an Audi, an Aston Martin, a Ferrari, a Mercedes, 4 different brands up there. One of the other things about variety into this is it's not a single tyre series, it's an open tyre formula. So obviously Falcon, Porsche, they bring theirs, they're long associated with them and their colour scheme that we know only too well, that sort of blue and turquoise that they have, and unfortunately not here today, but second and third yesterday. But you can run the tyres you wish. You can. And I love that and yet they still, the Olga managed to keep it so tight and competitive, and that's part of the draw. That's part of the interest for these people wanting to come do it, because it is, to paraphrase now a new phrase we've got, it is slightly unique.
Yesterday's winners, Kuba Gamaziak and Christian Krognes, in their number 34 BMW. Kuba, one of the first things he said was to credit Yokohama for producing such an amazing tyre, both in terms of its durability across the stint, but also that they could lean on it in qualifying as well. The Beamers from Valkenhorst have been on Yokos for a few years now, a number of years, so that they know that tyre very well. Whereas the Audis and the Porsches, predominantly in SP9, will be on Michelin tyres. Aston, Pro Sport Aston, probably on Michelin's as well. Or does that run on Goodyear's? I'll have to check the badges on. Often, well, the problem is that a lot of these sort of events are actually Falcon sponsored. So I remember a number of times going at the Nürburgring 24 hours up to a car and going, oh, it's got to be on Falcons, because the brand is displayed on the top of the wheel arch. But actually that's an event sponsor. Yeah. So you have to look either, of course, at the tyres, or if the car has not got any wheels or tyres on it when you're checking it out, often there are decals on the very front of the car telling you which brand they've decided to go with. That can sometimes change in a season, race to race, but generally speaking, they decide in February, March, and stick with that then all the way through to October. The Caymans, which will start at the front of Group 2, these are all of the Cup 3 cars then heading towards the end of the lap. And then you've got the BMW 240i's. Now they have to run on a control tyre, which is provided by Goodyear, because it's effectively a one-make class. So you're not going to get BMW 240i teams going, wow, what fancy doing this race on Michelin's or Pirelli's? You're not allowed to. Goodyear is the given tyre for the 240i division, and some of the other classes through the field are like that as well. Thankfully, SP9, SP9 Pro-Am and SP9 Am remains an entirely open tyre category, and long may that continue. 6 hours are on the clock. The third starting group is now working its way around the Mercedes arena, and I've given you the order within the BMWs. So 240i's pole position, the 651 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec car of Aaron Venish, Marvin Marino, Alex Hart and Michelangelo Comazzi of Switzerland. And then you've got the treble 6 car that was damaged yesterday, but they've clearly been able to fix that at Schnitzelalm Racing. Jamo Hartling, Michael Sander, Tim Neuser, who was at the wheel of the car when it had its incident at Arenberg, and Marcel Johannes Markovits. Then you've got the Smerlis Racing 662 on the second row, joined by another Schnitzelalm entry, the 665 car. And all the other entered machines in starting Group 3 are heading now through the initial corners of the Grand Prix track, or not the full Grand Prix track, half of it, and we'll head towards the Vidal chicane fairly shortly. You always generally see cars at top speed going through the Vidal chicane with no real problems at all, but I was reminded that can be quite a corner to test your mettle. Clearly David Pittard was looking to try and buy a bit of time back as he was trying to catch the car in front. Didn't take too much curb, I felt, but nevertheless that spat the car over onto the left and onto the grass after the Vidal chicane, and it was neatly controlled by the British driver in Porsche number 3. But it just goes to show that after hours of watching cars that appear to be on rails around this place, it is very easy to make a mistake, and then it's only when a car leaves the track you realise quite what speed it is doing. There were a number of nasty incidents yesterday. Hatzenbach we've mentioned with the double roll for a BMW 240i. There was also that one into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein at the end of the lap where a Cayman hit the barrier both left and right and did not look very happy at all, the car at least, but the driver thankfully was out fairly swiftly. But
That was Marquez, wasn't it?
It was Marcos
Marquez.
Adolfo Marquez of Argentina, yes, thank you. I had
Einmal im
momentarily
Rennwagen
forgotten
über die
which driver
Nordschleife.
was at the wheel of that.
Ein
But,
Traum
it's
vieler
amazing you mentioned
Rennfans,
one name and all
der für
three
die
then suddenly come
allermeisten
flooding
die
back.
Realität
Yeah,
Proves you're twice as good as me.
again,
That's the whole point.
again, just a really nasty accident, and it takes something like that, as I say, to remind me at least. These cars are going really at an unbelievable speed between bits of metal wall, effectively. Not for the faint-hearted.
I think all of us in motorsport and drivers are just as guilty as anybody else in motorsport. We become kind of immune to it because in reality, to the layman, if you like, for want of a better term, the risk is phenomenal. You know, if it goes wrong, it can be plane crash territory. We've seen that. But the averages of that happening in the incidents are very few and far between as a ratio in relation to the amount of laps covered, amount of racing done, overtakes, etc. It's a very, very small percentage. The problem is that, I think Martin Brundle on coverage of Formula One, he often uses the phrase that on board, when it's got to that point, it's when the driver can no longer have any input to it. It's straight to the scene of the accident, he puts it.
Yes.
And that's it. You are no more a part of that. One thing that does happen, and you've never been in this situation, mercifully, when you do have an incident in a car, the most assaulting sense is the noise. It is unbelievable. Whether you crunch the back of a truck in the paddock, and yes, that's been done, and you think, oh, and you get out, actually it's not as bad as you think. But a major shunt, the noise is stupendous. And I have a very good friend who's long gone now, but sadly a few years ago, who used to race in VLN, and he was at Zolder in an incident when something failed and the car barrel rolled in a VLN race. And there's this fabulous footage of where it's rolling. I think it's something like 7-8 rolls, and he's done the crossed arms.
verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
The start of NLS 7 is about to begin, and the cars in a moment or two will be given the instruction from race direction to get two abreast. They're 2x2 formation for a rolling start across the start and finish line. I was mentioning a moment or two ago about the fantastic weather that we have. There doesn't appear to be a cloud in the sky actually over the Eifel region right now. The second concrete section of the Kleiner Carousel, the Schwabenschwanz, in the distance, and then the cars partway down the Dottinger Hub, pretty much when they get to Antonius Bucher, will be given the instruction to start to form up. It's the 62nd edition of the ADAC Reinoldus Langstreckenrennen, and we were laughing earlier on in the weekend that we have the 62nd edition of one race the day after the 63rd edition of another race, but you kind of know where we're coming from in that respect. And last year,
It's a series of organisers, isn't it?
is it?
So it's their 63rd running.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know the
event. Yes,
I know
yes.
the reason, really.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
It's
That's
just
fine.
funnier to pretend I don't.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Johnny. You and funny. It's Sunday. It's too early. I wasn't expecting that so early in the show.
Well,
My apologies.
Yeah, no.
I'll get back under my rock.
I have rather gone before the starting gun there. Jokes, generally speaking, only creep in the final 10 minutes when I'm properly warmed up. But yeah, we've got 6 hours today, and bearing in mind, of course, some of these cars will have received some work overnight, but we shouldn't forget that these are fairly tired workhorses already. They're capable of doing a 24-hour race before then a significant rebuild. But yeah, 6 hours on the clock, and although they haven't been in Parc Fermé conditions, there might be the odd stress of a component that maybe hasn't been spotted by the teams, which might only manifest itself today. Those cars that were involved in big incidents and have subsequently been repaired, how reliable are those cars going to be today? So I wonder whether there is the chance of some more mechanical failures on Sunday compared to part one of the weekend. Plenty of weaving taking place for the number 5 Audi. Frank Stippler started that yesterday. We will get you starting drivers just as soon as the cars head across the line and into the Grand Prix section, but it seems likely that Frank Stippler will be put at the wheel of that car again today, and then Maxime Dumouriez maybe in the number 17 car. But what Phoenix will be hoping for here in their share of sport car will be, if it is Frank Stippler, if he can tear away and get a nice big gap before that first round of pit stops in about an hour, Peter.
Absolutely. So I'm just watching the amount of weaving going on. They're getting the heat into those sidewalls, using the incline of the Tiergarten as well, just going uphill and just accelerating and braking. And it's getting the heat into all the various components, not just the sidewalls of the tyres, but the brakes, the hubs, the gearbox, everything. And you want to do that and get the engine up. So what you'll just almost left foot brake and accelerate against it, so you're getting lots of heat into those brake discs. all just to maximise it going into that first corner, because it's a long run part, it's a rolling start, which we'll see any second now. Johnny will take us through, but down to that first turn, which is a tight right, that's where one of the best opportunities to overtake is. But you need warm brakes to make that efficient, and that's exactly what those drivers have just been doing.
Yeah. Love this part of the day where the cars are filtering their way through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, able to make space for one another just about, but how closely bunched are they, working their way out of the chicane on the Hohenrhein and now across that bridge to be greeted by 5 red lights on the gantry that will very quickly turn to green. He says they do now, and it's a good getaway for Frank Stippler, although I have to say not as great as I was expecting. It is Stippler, it's Adam Christodoulou in the number 45 CP Racing Mercedes, and can Christodoulou take the race lead? The Ferrari is briefly ahead, but only has the outside line for the Mercedes arena. Stippler is going to just try and live with the Ferrari's pace, but he can't hold back Luca Ludwig, who slots up the inside as everyone swings now through the left-hander for the first time of asking. Aston Martin's been started by Marcel Markovits in the, by Marek Bachmann in the number 17 car. Markovits is in there in the number 11 Schnitzelarm Mercedes as well. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, and it's side by side again between Luca Ludwig and Frank Stippler, who's trying to be later on the brakes and to the high side of the cut-through that we're using today. Stippler, oh, and a big squirm from the Ferrari, whether that was contact or just low tyre temp on the 296, difficult to tell.
No, and just tyre temp, no contact from Christodoulou behind.
Well, no, between the Ferrari and the Audi, I was wondering, door handle to door handle. I'd like to see that again to be sure, but it was well controlled by Luca Ludwig nevertheless. Stippler's back to the lead, even though Luca Ludwig led for the first few corners, and Christodoulou, who's clearly no mug at all, we knew that anyway, already into 3rd position in the 45, so he's gained a spot from where they started.
I just love the driver's mentality. Adam Christodoulou there, fighting all the way through. He nearly took the lead, had to back out of it through the big left-hander of the second turn. But when Ludwig in the Ferrari was trying to get alongside Christodoulou, immediately in the CP Racing, Adam Christodoulou took that opportunity, took the right-hand side of the track. Well, if you're going to go around the high side, I'll take the inside, because you're going to lose out at the end of this. I'm going to gain a place, which he did. And it's just that, just seeing those opportunities of see it unfold in front of you, like, well, you go there, you take your risk, I'm taking that slot, and when it disappears, well, it's because it's going to be full of a CP Racing Mercedes, which it was. I did think that for a minute there that Christodoulou in that CP Mercedes was going to take the lead. Really very, very close to doing that. Second group is just starting. So this is our Cup 2s are in the, so this Cup 3's in this group, isn't it?
Yeah, leading the Cup 3. So the 960 car for Avia W&S Motorsport already lost the lead. One of the alternatively fueled Porsches is in this group as well. That's the 320. It's 3 abreast for second position, though, within the starting group. And the front row of the Caymans are those cars that were side by side. So 952 and the 949, and Team Zorg Rennsport car there as well. Bright yellow Cayman trying to slot up the inside will get the position, and that is the 952 car. So the entry for Smerlis Racing of either Chris Rink, Francesco Merlini or Josh Bednarski. And if I scroll down on my timing screen, I might be able to get you some starting drivers in a moment for these Caymans, but let's enjoy the battle nevertheless. We can almost disregard the 320 Porsche, which is in a different class, the alternatively fueled division in this second class, and that is the Boleslev 4 Motors Bio concept car. So it has a bit more ponies than the Porsches, the Caymans in behind, effectively. But the 960 car in the Avia colours, so white with red and black, took pole position and does lead in the early corners on the Grand Prix track as they all head up towards the Vidal chicane now. 952, the yellow car, has lost 2 places, so started second and is now down in 4th position within its class. There's also a Toyota Supra in there as well, which may be part of the... That's also an alternatively fueled car, in fact, for Griesemann, so the Toyota Supra GT4. You can run, of course, Supras in SP10, but the 10s started in the leading group with the SP9 Pros. Going to be really busy on the Hatzenbach now and heading towards Hoek Eichen for the first time for this second starting group. And interestingly, there's now a message on our screen to say that the starting order for the first group is under investigation. Now, in certain championships, that's just a standard message, but I don't think we get that ordinarily during NLS races. So maybe there's a worry that somebody wasn't quite in their correct position when those cars headed over the line. You cannot overtake before you cross the start line for obvious reasons.
I think it is standard practice,
okay,
to be honest. But if there were any element of doubt, I would say it'd be the Racing One Ferrari that was the one that probably gained the most before it got to the line. Not saying anything inappropriate. On that point, Luca Ludwig in that Racing One Ferrari 296 is right up with Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi Shearer Sport by PHX car as well, pulling away already slightly from third place man Adam Christodoulou in the number 45 AMG CP Racing entry. Not quite converted that amazing first couple of corners for Adam Christodoulou, but it's a 6-hour race.
And if 2 race starts weren't enough for you, here's the third, because BMW 240i's galore, and there's also a little Porsche involved as well, looking to try and cause a bit of a nuisance for those 240i's. But from pole position, 651, the Team Motec Adrenaline Motorsport car looks to have had the best getaway. The Aaron Venish, Marvin Marino, Alex Hart and Michelangelo Camazzi. So 4 drivers in 651 today. Schnitzel Arms Racing's repaired treble 6 car was in second position, and I don't think lost a great deal of ground heading through the Mercedes arena for the opening run. Everybody else taking it relatively easily, although there's 2 abreast a bit further back. It's important to just keep up to speed with those cars in your class as much as possible without necessarily any heroics, because it's the first few corners of a 6-hour race. What you don't want to be doing is spinning the car on cold tyres and losing an awful lot of time that you just simply cannot make up again in the remaining 5 hours and 53 minutes. So up the hill they go to the Vidal chicane, but also keeping tabs on what's going on at the sharp end of the order, and Adam Christodoulou very much enjoying himself. Now, has he gained any more places? He still looks like he's in third position.
Following my tracker, Johnny, it's actually the number 19 Racing One Ferrari of Luca Ludwig that's in the lead. If the track is correct, that's got a few car lengths ahead of the number 5 Audi of Frank Stippler. If the track is correct. I have not got eyes on that and seen TV yet, but I'll be surprised if it's the wrong way round.
There's confirmation of it.
Yeah.
Ludwig ahead of the blue and white Audi of Frank Stippler, and Luca Ludwig's 296 GT3 car, the car produced brand new by Ferrari in season 2023, and already has taken some key victories, including here during the annual 24-hour race, and Ludwig just about the quickest driver within it. So this is how he took the race lead. Looks like it may be the real quick stuff at Klostertal and Kesselchen. I think it's later on in the lap, actually. They're coming out of Brünchen and Flansgarten, and he got a really good run on the Audi underneath the rear wing of the number 5 car, and just got the extra horsepower, the extra kilometres per hour necessary to dart up the inside. But you don't actually see a great deal of overtaking taking place there prior to the Schwalbenschwanz. It
looks very, very simple on our Rover Royals helicopter shot, but trust me, that takes a certain amount of equipment to do that, and I don't mean the 296 under his feet.
Bravery. To the Tiergarten at the end of the first lap, and Frank Stippler won't have liked that one bit, so he's going to try now to make sure the Ferrari doesn't get too far in front. Christodoulou under some pressure, I noticed, as well.
Was that from Dumoulin in the Aston?
Yeah, either Dumoulin or Markovic. I couldn't tell. It was a sort of greeny yellow car. You're right, it is the Aston though. And yes, the Aston right with Adam Christodoulou now, and in the background BMW has made strides for Kuba Gimasiak, yesterday's race winner with Christian Krognes. Now, what happened at the race start? Our TV directors think there might be a worry about perhaps a car going too early. It was the BMW maybe. Over the start line they go. No, I can't see anything immediately obvious there, so maybe the message we do get every time, it goes under investigation, and we'll see whether there is a problem with this start. But there's nothing screamingly obvious there anyway. It's been a cracking getaway for Luca Ludwig initially. Frank Stippler, despite having the inside line for turn 1, couldn't hold the Ferrari off. 2 cars running very wide through the Mercedes arena with the number 11 Mercedes and the number 24 Aston Martin, which has been started by either Phil or Ben Dürr in the Dürr Motorsport Vantage. And then that car absolutely level pegging the blue and white Mühlner Motorsport Porsche from Cup 2, who has Peter Terting at the wheel. More side-by-side action at the cut-through hairpin. There was contact. I thought there might have been. So side-to-side between Stippler and Luca Ludwig. That's what made the Ferrari squirm so much, Snowy.
Yeah, you're good spot there. I hadn't seen that. I was too busy looking at the car behind to see if it had been touched by Adam Christodoulou, but it was the one ahead, so other way round. 103 has a drive-through penalty for a jump start, and 103 is Mies in the Cup 2 Porsche that's in 11th position at the moment, so they've got a drive-through penalty straight away, so they need to get that served and get that soaked up as well as they can. There's 5 hours 50 of this race still to run, so it's not academic, but it's get it done and get it served, and as we said yesterday, move on.
Yeah.
Otherwise it plays on your mind and it becomes a demon, and you don't need that.
Yeah. Well, you can't afford to get too angry about it. It's more a question of, well, that's the decision. I'll take my medicine nice and early, and at least you've got the majority of the race to put things right again. And all manner of things can happen in 6 hours around this place.
Yeah, you're far better focusing the energy on redressing the issue than fighting it.
Yeah, and you never know. You keep your nose clean from that point on. You can easily buy back, well, sometimes 10 seconds on a single lap if a code 60 and a section of yellow flags go in your favour. Wonderful footage from the Rover live helicopter of the cars at top speed heading through the left-hander at Schwedenkreuz, and now they slow for the right-hander at Arenberg, that massive gravel trap, almost drawing you in if you do make a slight error underneath the bridge, and then the shadows cover the whole track from left to right. This is why it's called the foxhole, because you disappear down into the forest and re-emerge at Adenau. Adenau forced to give it its full name, where there is a clearing, there's a bit of runoff as well, and the track rather zigzags to the left and then to the right. You have to shave off a significant amount of speed though that you've built up on that run all the way downhill, but a very rewarding part of the track if you do get it right. Meantime, the next starting group will flood across the line to tick off their second lap of the race. So it is the first lap of the race, rather. It's a couple of minutes between each of the starting groups, as we've already said. So Frank Stippler, although he led across the line last time around, the Ferrari led across the line last time around, Stippler is right with Luca Ludwig and looking to force an error, if at all possible. The Cup 2 first lap was led by Peter Terting in the Mühlner Motorsport 911 GT3 Cup car, so in its sky blue and white. Then Reinhold Koffler in his Team Matol 107 car, and Felipe Fernandez-Larza for Fricadelli Racing complete the top three in the one-make Cup 2 part of the race. SP9 AM, as long as the Equipe Vitesse Audi continues to run, then it will win its class, because it's the only SP9 AM entered car. Remember, there are no technical differences between any of the SP9 entries. The Pro-Am and the AM suffixes refer to the driver makeup, so you can either have it made of platinums and golds, as the Pro lineups generally have. There's a few silvers in there as well, I appreciate. Pro-Am's a mixture of gold and silver and bronze, generally speaking, but in the Equipe Vitesse crew, that will be generally bronzes with maybe the odd silver in the 50 lineup. So that's the reason at the moment why they are down in 13th position. It's definitely the chance for that car to make a bit more ground over the next few hours. The two front-engined GT cars, i.e. in fact, three of them now, Mercedes, Aston, and a second Mercedes for Marcel Markovits, rounding the right-hander where the style Strecker goes straight on and very steeply uphill. We instead these days turn right and in towards the Caracciolo Carousel, with Christodoulou a bit more breathing space between the back of his Mercedes and the front of the Aston of Marek Bachmann.
Yeah, we mentioned before, didn't we, John, that the Pro-Am lineup was strong at this. Well, they're first, third and fourth at the moment, which is pretty impressive. Now, a car that's going slowly on the ticker that's caught my eye is the 660 entry, which is the Smurlis Racing M240i from that category. But of course, that's driven by Anton Roof, Roland Presser and Jakob Riegel. That's a car that had that barrel roll at the end of the race yesterday. So either they've repaired that, which I'd be stunned if they have. They've had overnight, I'll grant if they do. round of applause for that, backslaps all round, or they've got a spare car or something else. But I'm quite impressed that that's even on the ticker, let alone how slow it's going round. But I'll be amazed if it's the same car as finished the race last night. If it is, all credit due.
Or didn't finish the race last night, in fact.
Well, yes.
So you're talking about the 660?
Yes.
The double barrel rolling BMW.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
on the roof.
So you've got it on the ticker. I can't see it on the timing screen though. So is that a hangover from some of the cars that ran yesterday? I mean, it really shouldn't be, because this is an entirely separate race. But I remain to be convinced that it is actually out on track.
Well, I did say it caught my eye, and I'm quite surprised.
Yes.
It's come through as a report as there. So bear with me.
Could be a clerical error, perhaps, and
Talk
maybe
amongst yourselves whilst I
fine.
investigate.
I'll talk amongst myself. The cars,
No change there, then.
The cars that are running third, fourth, and fifth have just gone by a fairly slow, standard-looking BMW, which may have started in Group 3. There was then an intervention vehicle in front of it as well, but they were both moving, both the race car and the vehicle with the light bar on the top. So that was obviously something for everyone to be very aware of. Eyes on stalks as you suddenly see a car that's doing about 60 kilometers per hour and you're doing 3 times that speed. Speaking of which, on the Dottinger Hoor, the fastest part of the circuit, again there is a slow BMW for the race leader Luca Ludwig to be well aware of, but Ludwig has checked out from Frank Stippler with no hope of using the tow, unlike these 2 front-engine GT cars, because Marcel Markovits has got a very good run on Marek Bachmann. And can the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes sneak ahead of the Aston Martin before the breaking point at Tiergarten? Well, one of the opportunities to do that has rather been taken out of his hands, because again of a slower car heading through those twisty corners at the end of the lap. He wasn't close enough anyway, as you mentioned, Smoey. However, the straight line speed of the Mercedes compared to the Aston does look to be significant, and helped out, of course, by, as I mentioned, the hole in the air that the Aston Martin was able to provide. The Aston again, though, coming out of Tiergarten, really strong, and has made a lot of ground on Adam Christodoulou. So they both hit the brake pedal virtually as one, now turning left through the Mercedes arena, and Adam Christodoulou is losing sight of the top 2, the Ferrari and the Audi, and instead got door mirrors full of the bright green Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And almost Christodoulou is going to have to sort of focus here on just dealing with the matter in hand, which is bizarrely 3 cars stacking up behind him. I didn't expect to see this with Adam Christodoulou starting the race. Kubica Maziak could be on the move as well, because the BMW got a very good exit out of the cut through there. And Marcel Markovits' Mercedes now almost getting tapped by the BMW M4 as they come out of the left and right sequence. Another straight here, including a fairly big kink that leads them into the Vidal chicane. But can Kubica Maziak get the move done on the Mercedes? Well, one move to the left to defend from Markovits. That was just about okay. And the BMW instead has to sit behind. But can Gamaziak get in front before Hatzenbach? He's going to dive up the inside, but there's still, again, not quite the width required for that big M4.
Just to go back to the 660, actually it was written as 660. I believe it's now, and it's 662.
Yeah.
Because that's also a Smillis racing car with Ionis Smillis at the wheel of that, and that car is also now in the pit, so it would appear that would fit with it being slow on the tracker, on the GPS, making its way back to the pits. But it did come through as 660 first, which is why it caught my eye. It was like, you sure that car's been rebuilt?
Not the first time when a number is punched out very quickly in race control for a slight error to be included, but they are often very quickly put right again. Yeah, that car in a very sorry state, the 660 last night, and highly unlikely that it would have been able to be in competition today. Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg will be next up for the Christodoulou, Bachmann, Markovits and Gamaziak party. 4 GT cars, 2 of which are the same, 2 Mercs, then the Aston Martin and the BMW. So they're all front-engine cars, but able to show similar speeds actually, but in different places, and that's the beauty of modern GT3 racing. The balance of performance, trying to balance cars of radically different designs. Some are good through the corners, some are good through the fast sweeping bends, some are great on the straights as well. It depends what you've got at your disposal. Concentrate for a moment on the Cup 2 fight, because Ben Vunagel, Noah Nagelsdijk and Von Danwitz in the 102 car. It is currently Noah Nagelsdijk who drives the Black Falcon Team Identica car, with Kari Schreiner, the BMW for Valkenhorst Motorsport number 36, not too far away either. Meanwhile, the Mühlner car that is still out front in Cup 2, being driven by Peter Terting. There was nothing at all between he and Reinhard Koffler, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, and the 103 Porsche of, now which of the Mieses is at the wheel of car 103? It is Christopher Mies driving that. Wow. Okay, so Chris Mies, an Audi specialist within SP9, has moved across to Cup 2 for this weekend to join Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Stursberg in car 103.
Just looking at a couple of penalties coming in here, some are a little bit down the order, but there's three of them getting 1 minute penalties. That's car 481 and 955. But of interest is the 025 car, which is currently running in 9th position. This is 4th in Pro-Am, and that's driven by Jackson Evans. It's the Huber Motorsport 911 GT3, number 25. That's a pro car. So currently running in 9th, but it's got a penalty, would you believe, for 1 minute for starting from the pit lane. Now, I think that one may disappear because that penalty, it had one already, so it had to start from the pit lane. So it's kind of force majeure, really. So I think that may update, but it's definitely lifted at the moment.
127 is the car ahead of the 102. So 127, also a Cup 2 entry. And taking the opening stint there is Andrew Engelmann, having to massively defend here from Noah Nagelsdijk. Nagelsdijk looks quicker to me, but it's a question of having to find a way by. This is for 8th and 9th in Cup 2. It might as well be for the lead, to be honest. I couldn't really tell the difference. As again, Nagelsdijk to the inside line at Breitscheid, but there is no way through there.
You just mentioned 103 there. Mies, was it Christopher Mies?
Christopher Mies.
In the Cup 2 car there. That's the car 103. Currently running 14th overall. And now that's being given a penalty, if you remember, a drive-through, which it hasn't served. He had to serve that within 1 lap. And now, interestingly,
there's the move from Nagelsdijk. Can he get it slowed down enough? Bergwerk, that was, darting up the inside of the 127. Well, I told you Nagelsdijk looked a bit quicker than Andrew Engelmann, and he needed to pounce whilst he had that performance beneath him. And first, second, third, totally together in Cup 2 as well. This is what I mean. You might have a battle for 8th, you might have a battle for 16th in Cup 2. It's going to be just as close as it is currently for the race lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Cup 2 Porsches, all going absolutely hammer and tongs, and they're going to completely concertina up through the right-hander now and up towards the carousel, the first concrete section of the track. SP9 might be relatively slim on the ground for Sunday's race this weekend. This is where all the entertainment's coming from right now. Those 7 Cup 2 cars right together.
Now, you're a football man, Johnny, so you understand everything about penalties. I don't. Normally at the end of a match, aren't they? It's called a match, isn't it? Yeah.
It is a football match,
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Penalties in NLS seem to be coming thick and fast quite early in this. I just mentioned the 103 Christopher Mies car, the 025 car, which Jackson Evans, that's also got a 1/22 penalty hanging over it for speeding under code 60 during qualifying. So it's penalties already. We're not even an hour in. We're not even 40 minutes in.
On occasion in a football match, you can have a penalty in the match. It doesn't always happen at the end. A bit like one of your rugby games. They have penalties in the middle of them, don't they?
Well, it's sort of, but it's a bit different. Yeah.
Penalty kick?
Penalty kick, yes. It's tricky kicking an egg-shaped ball than a round one. It's a lot
this
more,
is what you keep telling me.
skill required.
Yeah. But the thing is, you just whack it as hard as you can. You don't have to get it underneath anything. It's about getting over it, isn't it? So.
Yeah, but they don't fall over and cry on camera, though.
Well, I can't defend that. And the football I go and watch, which is something like Step 7 in the UK, there's no crying whatsoever. Everyone just punches one another.
Well, only the result.
Yeah, and then they all.
So it is much like rugby, really.
And then they all have a drink together in the bar afterwards.
So it is like rugby.
You wouldn't get any Premier League players doing that. Anyway, let's move on.
On the Dottinger, we have a car going very, very slowly, indicating to the right, very respectfully for everybody else, letting him know he's out of the way. You've got a bit of self-protection as well, as in, please don't run into it. But it's something, I'm not sure whether there's an issue with that car. Now, interestingly, a legend just come up on the
Yes.
race control on our screen there. Number 5, first noise violation. Now number 5 being the second place car, Frank Stippler driven Audi R8 Shearer Sport by Phoenix. I have never ever seen that in an NLS round before, so obviously there will be strict noise regulations for circular to allow them to run, as there are always environmental issues. Now I'm just wondering, now that car had a contact with the Ferrari, did it not, earlier on?
Yes.
First violation at the back. I wonder if it's damaged a silencer or something, or there are silencers on these race cars. They're a little bit different to road cars. I just wonder, putting 2 and 2 together, if that's caused something there that might have. It wouldn't normally be sent out like that. And Shearer don't send cars out that are too noisy. They send cars out that are too quick consistently.
Is it a legacy of the crash damage from yesterday?
Exactly, that was that end as well. Yeah. Exactly.
That was missed because they had higher priorities at the time, i.e. making sure it had a fourth corner on it.
Getting 4 wheels and them under an exhaust.
Yeah, so late into the night they will have been doing all that, but I'm sure they will have made sure there was time to test the noise levels as well.
Well, maybe not, because then there'll be strict rules on whether to be able to run engines or not, and certainly on a Sunday.
Yes, that's a very good point. So it's a first violation. I don't quite know how many violations you get, and indeed where it is measured. Possibly not all the way around the track, but I would certainly think that there'll be a section of the Grand Prix track that is monitored. And,
yeah, but also just thinking that, sorry, it would have come out in qualifying as well. They've had an hour and a half qualifying this morning.
Yeah. Well, the team hopefully know what has peaked the sensors, the readout there, and will maybe be able to give Frank Stippler some information on trying to cut that out where possible, but it will be difficult to do on the fly. How about this Cup 2 battle? Peter Terting with massive amounts of pressure. He's having to flash the lights because there's a slower car up in front, and he does not want to waste any time whatsoever with Reinhold Koffler right on his tailpipes. Then you've got the Felipe Fernandez-Larza Fricadelli racing car in third. Ben Leuchter's there in the white, black and gold car, and a car back from that is Christopher Mies in the 103, who still hasn't come in to serve that penalty.
No, but Jackson Evans has brought the Porsche into the pits to save his penalty. However, the 4th place car from qualifying, this number 11 Schnitzel Alm Mercedes, is now slow on the Hatzebach, and it looks like its front right could have a puncture.
Yes.
Got to be at Tiergarten. Let's have a look coming round.
Definitely.
Yeah, front right puncture there for the Schnitzel Alm number 11 car. That's being currently pedalled by, and I can't find the number on it now. The name.
He's slipped all the way down the order. Yeah. It was Marcel Markovic from memory.
You're right, you're correct, absolutely spot on. He is. He's now it's just 29th as he comes into the pits.
Yeah, and that is because so many cars have managed to sweep past it. So where did that problem first hit? Sector times are absolutely fine through 1, 2, 3. And then the 4th sector that would normally take you about 3.5 minutes has taken Marcel 4.5 minutes. So the best part of a minute dropped in the longest sector on the track. And then, of course, down the Dottinger Hoor as well, results in a 10 minutes and 55 second in-lap, effectively. And Marcel Markovic in the number 11 car does get it to a halt, but there really isn't much left of that Goodyear Eagle on the front right, and the car's been off the road as well.
Yeah, a lot of grass in there. That might have come from along the Dottinger Hoor, keeping to the right-hand side and just trying to keep everybody else's way. But that tyre's completely cut. It's literally like somebody's gone to it with a Stanley knife. Other brands are available as well. I think there's more grass and detritus in the grille of that car than just running a little bit to the right of the Dottinger Hoor. I think that car's been off.
Yes. Well, I wonder whether when the tyre first went down, that chucked Marcel off the road, and yeah, he brought a lot of daisies back with him that the team are now having to scrape out from the grille, because that's it's a massive grille on the front of the Mercedes these days. For the 2020 Evo of this car, it was actually extended out, so rather than it being an oval shape, they drew the bottom left and bottom right corner even wider, so it can gulp in lots of extra air. No turbocharger on these cars, 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8, and they're hoping, of course, for the car to go out as quickly as possible.
No, there's been some kind of suspension failure or something. We've just seen the engineer come out from underneath with a torch. No, game over at the universal sign of... Yeah, that's so the Schnitzel Alm Mercedes that was 4th on the grid on the second row, and had troubles yesterday and started from the pit lane, but recovered well. for the race is now announced. That's our first sort of top runner of today's race. It hasn't even made 30 minutes.
Yeah. So clearly more than a puncture. Is the grass evidence that the car went off the road when all 4 tyres were still inflated then, and it's hit the wall somewhere, which has now done substantial damage to the suspension, and it popped the tyre perhaps? Purely speculation on my part, and very difficult to know before we've had a chance to catch up with Marcel Markovits. Ollie, our pit reporter, will hopefully do that fairly shortly, although it's likely to be in German, so we'll try and pick the bones out of it when Ollie has a chat to him. But sadly now for the Schnitzelarm team, they are left with just the brooms in the garage to sweep up what's left of the grass blades and daisies that have been brought in by the Mercedes. We can still, though, be enthralled by this Porsche battle. It's got slightly more strung out this time. I also noticed there's a Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW involved. That'll be Carrie Schreiner in the number 36 car. Her car then in 17th position and tucked in effectively 8th place in Cup 2. It's not a Cup 2 car, but you know what I mean. There's 7 Cup 2 cars ahead of her looking to try and get past. So Peter Terting, Reinhard Koffler in the red and white Porsche with the black roof, and Terting doesn't again want to waste any time here, working his way through the right-hander on the approach to the carousel. Needed to duck underneath a couple of slower runners there from start group 3, and they all arrive, these Porsche Cup 2 cars, 4 of them together. One car further back having to go to the high side, and that's actually opened the door. So is there a change further behind? Carrie Schreiner, I think she can luck into this whole situation as well in the BMW number 36. 3 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs here this weekend. And a difficult day yesterday. Well, it was when it started, but it all ended very nicely indeed for Christian Krognes and Kuba Gamaziak in the sister Valkenhorst car when they came across the line with the win in NLS 6.
Johnny, I've just been delving into the regulations, and I'll try and précis because it's I'll get the salient points here about the noise bit regarding the Audi, the number 5 car, which is at second placement with Frank Stipper at the wheel. This was our pole sitting car today. We saw the legend come up on our screen from race control saying car number 5, first noise violation, and we said, what does that mean? What is it first? What second? How many things like? Well, it's very, very simple. It's monitored by an independent organisation, quite correctly. And basically, the first offence, you're allowed 3 measured values, i.e. decibels above, whereupon you're instructed to come into the pits and rectify the problem. If there's then 1 further incident, 1 decibel over, you are prohibited to take any further part in the event.
Okay.
So it's pretty serious stuff.
Yes. Yeah, so, as I say, whether they can, I don't know, adjust where they think it's happening, but that's going to be very difficult to do with the car out on track. So it'll be during the first pit stop that perhaps something is done to that Audi. But it's going to have to be clever driving from Frank Stippler and quite possibly Vincent Cole to ensure they don't even go 1 decibel above the prescribed limit. And this early on in such a long race as well. Still got 5.5 hours to go. There's now a code 60 at Versifen, which we are just getting word about. Not sure who is involved there, how many cars, and how long it's likely to be a problem for. But Versifen now restricted to 60 Ks. There'll be a 120 into it as well to gradually slow the cars down.
Just the 1 car, which is the M2 CS Racing BMW of 884. Peter Larson and Johan Rosen at driving that. That car is stationary. It's just after Versifen. You're absolutely right. It's actually at 120 into Versifen through the right-hander. Becomes a code 60 just before the tight right and very tight left of just before Expo. So that's where that car's parked at the moment.
Felipe Fernandez-Lars.
Number 11 had an impact. This is the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, sorry, Johnny, at Wipperman, so it did go off the circuit.
Felipe Fernandez-Lars got such a good run on the second place Cup 2 car that time around for Reinhard Koffler, but Larsa couldn't get by, and now that he hasn't been able to overtake Koffler, is this the chance for the 4th place car of Ben Leuchter, who tries to go side by side with the Fricadelli car, but that didn't quite work. Also briefly, Koffler thought maybe the outside line's going to work for me, trying to get ahead of Peter Terting in the Mühlner Motorsport car. this could easily be for the overall lead. It's absolutely fascinating stuff. And Terting, Koffler, Larser and Leuchter all together as one party. And as they start to slow one another up again, the 112 car, which is being driven by Tobias Müller, looking to try and join onto the back of it as well. The other thing I saw was Christopher Mies peeling off to the right-hand side to serve his penalty. So at least the 103 Porsche has now come in down pit road, didn't stop with the team and took that drive-through. So Chris Mies back in the race, but is probably down to about 9th or 10th now in his class. As the lights are flashed by Kari Schreiner, still looking for a way by Tobias Müller. And that BMW M4 rather more potent, well, not necessarily down the straights actually, because a Cup car does not hang around down the tubes, but into the corners the BMW M4 should be able to pick off Tobias Müller, and does exactly that into Sabine Schmidt's curve.
Yeah, we just had a little interview from our intrepid pit lane reporter Ollie Martini with Marcel Markovic from the number 11 Schnitzel Racing Mercedes, just trying to tell us in the background what happened to that car. But unfortunately, the sound was muted or it was in German, so we couldn't grab all of it. But just obviously recounting why that car's out. But all that we do know is it had left the track and had an incident at Wipperman. Cause and effect as ever. If it's gone off, I'd have thought there'd been some bodywork damage. There was nothing telltale on that car at all, apart from the radiator grills we saw being absolutely full of grass and foliage. But the tyre, as I say, hadn't just failed. It literally like somebody had slashed almost a third of it on the sidewall. It was a long cut all the way down, which isn't normally the case. It normally delaminates, fails. It's a sidewall failure, if you like, in or outer, and you get the carcass in or off the wheel. If it's the outer one, it's a problem because it tends to go in and foul on the bodywork and the suspension. If it's the inner sidewall that fails, the tyre tends to unfold itself outwards. Can do a bit of bodywork damage, but at least it tends to come off the rim and get rid of the carcass, and you come back on 3 wheels on your wagon. But that was a very odd one to see that tyre absolutely cut the way it was.
Yeah, the suggestion from Marcel is that he was just minding his own business. He was taking the fight to the Aston Martin of Marek Bachmann, and then something just out of nowhere broke. So it was breakage resulting in car leaving the road rather than car leaving the road and hitting the barrier to cause a puncture. So he was completely...
then probably explain if it's gone over a sharp curb, it's cut the tyre in the process. So something's broken. That's what they saw going into the pits. The engineer with the torch said it was all over. So yeah, so suspension failure, tyre cut, and Joltin did well to get it back then and keep it out of the barriers.
True. No further damage to the Schnitzel Arm car, but sadly a couple of looks from one of the main engineers said, sorry, it's going to take far too long to fix all of this, and we'll be nowhere by the point that it is able to rejoin, sort of, maybe a couple of hours from now. So they've decided to write that off. Although, I mean, the whole weekend for the number 11 car didn't start well. They weren't able to qualify yesterday morning and had to start out of position at the back of start group 1 from the pit lane, pretty much. They did, though, score a 4th place in NLS 6. NLS 7 looked at this stage to be a did not finish. 979's just come in as well. The Lion Speed GP Porsche 718 Cayman, and that car looking like it's going to be in the garage for a little while, if not for the rest of the race as well. Versiphon, we were hearing about the Code 60. It's the 884 car that has caused this, the only BMW M2 CS racing car that is in the entry, and that might well be one class that is done now for the day, because that car looks to have received quite a bit of damage on the front left corner. Cup 2 working their way by, obviously no overtaking whilst that car is being recovered. Meanwhile, how are things going in Cup 3? Because the Avia Sport car, the number 960, started from pole position. It's jostling for position now with 949 in the Mercedes arena, and they are again side by side heading through. The left-hander and the right-hander still to be decided. So this is Grabson versus Rauer at the sharp end of Cup 3.
Little update from Sarah Rigby. Nice to have you on board again, Sarah. Thank you, as ever. Any comments to at RSL_studio? Sarah normally talks of one particular brand, as do I. but she's given us an update on BMW here, which is brilliant. Thank you very much, Sarah. The 660 car we mentioned last night that we thought was in the race and it was on a ticker, but it was actually a digital error or an entry, so fat fingers as it were, from whoever entered it. The car 660 could not be repaired. However, one of the drivers from that car, Jakob Riegel, is now into the 662 car. That had Ionis Schmurlis in that car only as listed, so I'm guessing that Anton Ruff is probably gone for some physio and a lie down and a spa today after that being barrel rolled through the air just 30 minutes from the end of yesterday's 6-hour race. No mention of Roland Friese, though, who was also in the 660 car yesterday, but that's why the car's out there. So that's car's Jakob Riegel has transferred to the 662 sister car. Thank you very much, Sarah. And Sarah, Aston's up at the front. Just going to say that now.
Not leading, but not far away.
I said up at the front.
You did.
I have not told an untruth. Calm yourself, Palmer.
4th place up at the
time
front.
Yet.
There's a lot of time yet, and we know that the 17 car in the hands of all of its drivers is a potent bit of machinery. It looked like the 960 Cup 3 second place car of Marius Rauer had actually got ahead last time we glimpsed the scrap that he's having with the Danish driver Mads Gravsen. So Rauer back ahead of Gravsen, I reckon, and the 950 car in third is either Stefan or Marcus Schmickler, sharing that car with Horst Baumann, but the Schmicklers not separated on our timing screen. After 40 minutes, the race-leading Ferrari has come into pit lane, so Luca Ludwig may be going to be taken out of this car. Why pit so early? Because generally a GT3 car can do about an hour. Well, the decision has probably been made by Racing One to get the car in after 5 laps, which is about the shortest stint you would want to be doing, because these are timed pit stops. They're done to a minimum pit stop reference time, but it's a sliding scale. It's not a set time for every single car. Depending on how many laps you've just done on your stint, that determines how long you have to spend in the pits. If it's only 5 laps, then it can be a shorter stop than, for instance, an 8-lap stint. It depends how long the Audi is going to go now into this opener for Frank Stippler. But we will see Luca Ludwig emerging at the end of the pit lane back into the race quicker and more sooner than potentially the Audi will do in a lap or two's time. In the opening stint, really 7 laps is as far as we ever see a GT3 car go, because they are very powerful cars, and it's at times a thirsty track around here, particularly as it's full throttle down the Dottinger Hohe for that final couple of kilometres. And also the 35 BMW is coming. This is the Nicholas Cruton car. They had absolutely no luck yesterday, in and out of the pits in the 35, and clearly this could have been a car potentially for the podium. So let's hope that Nicholas Cruton will have a bit more luck today. He is driving again with, who's his normal co-driver in the 35 car? I've completely lost where that car even qualified. Did they have a mare in this morning as well? Dylan Pereira.
Thomas Neubauer.
Oh, and Thomas Neubauer has joined the crew. Right, so Neubauer's not on my list. We've got Cruton and Pereira.
It was yesterday, sorry.
Okay.
It was yesterday, sorry, yes.
So the 35, I didn't spot this at the time. Car 35 only able to qualify in 22nd position. They did 3 laps this morning, and obviously all of them were not clear laps. So maybe still this BMW has 1 or 2 mechanical woes to its name, but it has done a very clean opening stint. And Nicholas Cruton, did he stay on board? I was too busy looking at my paperwork to spot whether there was a driver change there, but it might be that the Luxembourgish driver Dylan Pereira has now taken over. Confirmation that in the Cup 3 lead, it is the 960 car of Marius Rauer who is in front again of Mads Gravsen, and one of the Schmicklers in the 950 car is there in 3rd position. How long back to the front of the field will Scherer Sport continue on then out on track? Will they react to the Racing One Ferrari pit stop, or will they just continue with the strategy that they planned out prior to our midday start and continue maybe to the full 7 laps for Frank Stippler before he will probably hand over to Vincent Kolb? That's how Scherer Sport like to do it. They give one driver 1 stint, then they do the switch, then they do another switch. So every single pit stop includes a driver change.
Yeah, you mentioned about mandatory time. There are timed pit stops, and there's a ruling that they must be in the pits for a certain amount of time during the race. And for a race up to 4 hours, that's 8 minutes. And between a 4 and 6 hour race, which is this, it's 12 minutes.
Okay. I didn't realise there was sort of an umbrella time as well. So they have to add together, bolt together all of the pit stop times to make sure that they are above 12 hours for this race as well.
Minutes.
God, 12 minutes. God, there's an
12
awful
hours,
lot.
that'd just be like just turn up at the weekend and do nothing.
We're doing a
drink beer.
6-hour race, but you
Marvellous.
have to spend at least 12 hours of it in the pits. Brilliant, get the beers in. Yeah, there's a lot to be thinking about here, isn't there? It's not just a question of, right, how many laps have we done? You've also got to make sure that if you are under time going into that final stop, that it is of the correct length, I suppose. Might even have a chance of later pit stops being longer than they need to be to make sure you tick off that specific regulation. 5 hours and 15 minutes still to go, and we're focusing in on the Cup 3 lead, which sees Marius Rauer in the white, red and black car just ahead of Mads Gravsen. They're turning right now through Brunchen Corner as we continue on with NLS 7. It's the 7th NLS race of the season, and Frank Stippler is possibly on his in-lap,
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's NLS 7, part of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer keeping you company and keeping you up to date with the ins and outs of this race. Frank Stippler has just made a pit stop after 6 laps. Bear in mind, Luca Ludwig's Ferrari came in after 5, Stippler the very next lap. There are other cars, though, that have not yet pitted. So Adam Christodoulou is the new race leader in his CP Racing Mercedes from Marek Bachmann's Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin and Kuba Gamaziak's BMW. You said a moment or two ago, Peter Snowden, the Aston Martin is up at the sharp end. Well, even more so now because it's second on the road.
So where is it?
Second on the road.
Second on the road. And what car is it?
It's
what
a number 17 Aston Martin. There's an entry list for you.
Yeah, probably yesterday's.
Is it yesterday's? No, that's the right one. Don't tell me I never do anything for you.
You spoil me, and live on air as well. God.
Come on then, talk about this Aston. I'm giving you it's an open goal to give you another football match analogy.
Well, it's just great to see it up there. What impresses me above all else is, we mentioned it earlier, yes, we've got Frank Stippler case in the pits. Now this is going to settle out. It takes a while on this circuit to do it. I have to say, by the way, that on his in-lap there, Frank Stippler set a sector time of 3:02.6 on the way in on sector 4, which was hugely impressive. That's out again with, now the driver ID saying that Frank Stippler is staying aboard that car. Obviously he's going to be sharing it with Vincent Kolb later on. We've got a car physically stopped out on track at the moment. We'll just come back to where that's going down to Adenau, isn't it? Down at the Adenau Bridge. We'll come back to that in a second.
That's Breitscheid. It's later on in the lap than Adenau. It's not far from Bergwerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pro-Am. Second and third at the moment.
Yes.
Very impressive. I know it's got to settle out.
We've sort of only had pro drivers in those cars, but yes, it's good. I wonder, that's what I'm saying about the Audi being distracted by a very quick Ferrari. What Audi and Scherer Sport have to remind themselves, though, is that Ferrari shouldn't be that quick all the way through the 6 hours, whereas the Audi, and I'm intrigued by Stippler being retained in that car. That tends to be not the way that Scherer Sport do it. They like to switch drivers with every single pit stop, but maybe, Stippler's in a groove and they're going to give Vincent Kolb a couple of middle stints. This is, of course, a 6-hour race, so you'll have probably 6 stints across the piece, and you've got to decide which driver you want for each of those hours. There are only 2 drivers for car number 5, whereas for the chasing Mercedes, or now in fact the race-leading Mercedes, because Christodoulou hasn't yet stopped, there are 4 drivers in that CP Racing AMG, 4 drivers in the Aston Martin for number 17 and Marek Bachmann, only 2 drivers in the BMW number 34 who were yesterday's winners. But yeah, it's important that the SP9 Pro cars don't get drawn into a battle that really isn't something to concern them, which is trying to hold back these Pro-Ams. I think that will naturally happen as we go through the course of the race. But Stippler's at the wheel, and he knows the current track conditions as well. He's probably been given a new set of tyres, so he thinks all his Christmases have come early now with 4 new Michelins beneath him.
Yeah, that's kind of why I commented on that. It's not their usual sort of strategy, is it, to do that? So they must have a reason for it, and they're obviously sticking to it. This code 60 at... well, coming into Exmoula, it's still for this 884 BMW M2 CS, the only car in its class actually in the M2 there, and it's been stopped there for quite a while, so I'm not quite sure why that car hasn't been recovered just yet. That's been quite ongoing. I didn't I didn't think there were barrier repair incidents there. We need to have a little bit closer. Could do with a bit of an onboard or something, seeing that as to what that's caused, why that's quite so long there. I'm a little bit surprised by that one.
There's also a car being towed just before the fast stuff at Brunchen and Flansgarten, if that's where the Cup 3 leaders are right now. Yes, they're not very far away from the Stefan Beloff S and the Schwabenschwanz as well. So very fast section of circuit. Again, slowing down. This is for the lead of Cup 3, remember. So it is Marius Rauer and Mads Gravsen absolutely nose to tail, and despite them almost taking chunks out of one another lap after lap, they've actually opened up a gap as well back to the Schmickler car, the Schmickler Performance 718 Cayman. So Cup 3 is all about this duo right now, nobody else in frame, heading through Galgenkopf and onto the all-important Dottinger Hohe, and Gravsen's definitely close enough now to use the slingshot and close in, as we hear that the Cup 2 incident that involved the Treble 1 and the 107 Porsches, there's going to be no further action on that. So that was the Felipe Fernandez Larza and Reinhard Koffler battle. Koffler still ahead of Larza, at least that was the order as they headed through the last split. Here comes Mads Gravsen then on Marius Rauer. It's Gravsen to the outside line and Antonius Bucher, but if the race were to end now, they were level pegging underneath the bridge. Gravsen will get the position though and be in front of Cup 3 as they complete this lap. I think we're still a little way away from the Cup 3 Caymans needing to make their first pit stops though. I'm going to be proven wrong here because one of them will come in. There we go.
It's the one that's just been overtaken. So again, that might be an example of adaptation. You're holding the lead. You've just been overtaken. Okay,
Get in,
get it refueled, and it can be that psychology again. So 949 now, probably thinking, why has he gone into the pits? I was just racing him. Why has he gone? What's he know that I don't?
Yeah,
that lovely self-doubt. It's great. It's the best part of driver psychology. Get inside their heads and scratch around a bit.
Well, all of a sudden now, you're being told this is likely to be your in-lap, as in Mads Gravsen in the 949. You don't have the pressure of somebody else to race with. And all of a sudden, you're in splendid isolation. You've only got your own thoughts rather than what the other guy's doing.
Don't throw it off.
And it can be easier to make a mistake now than it would have been when you were door handle to door handle with somebody else.
Well, our colleague Joe Bradley, it's one of his favourite lines and absolutely accurate of, you can't teach or tell a racing driver to drive slowly. The point being, not that it's supposed to be driving fast, it's nature of the description of the job. It's they work in a window, they work in the heat of battle, they see a car ahead, and we often say it, when you're catching someone passing was another, but they get a sniff of victory, you'll see that car. Suddenly when it's visual, it's suddenly you find something deeper, and you think you've been driving it as fast as humanly possible, and then suddenly that car in front is visible, say 5 seconds away, and something else happens.
Yeah.
The reverse happens, is what you're just describing here. You've been battling with somebody, you got the job done, and you think, oh, right, I'm going to go on to another lap now defending this, and that car dives into the pits, and it throws you, and think, oh, well, why have they gone into the pits? And it's exactly those thoughts. Then you're driving on your own, as you say, in splendid isolation, and that's when you throw it off. Yeah. Not subjetting you will, but that's when drivers can.
The dynamic changes. You don't have that visual reference now of anybody else around you.
It's not as easy as you think, you know.
No, well, hey, I've always said that. Likewise, I've always said what we're doing right now is not as easy as you think. He says, reclining in his seat with a cup of coffee and a bottle of orange juice.
Oh, a cup of coffee. Oh, you got one, did you?
I got coffee.
Didn't get a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, favouritism again, alive and well.
I'm just sitting here chatting with my mate.
Yeah. Oh, that's not me though, is it?
No, it's Kerry over the way there. She's listening. 4 cars.
To you, yes.
4 cars are in, all on this lap, and Adam Christodoulou then from the race lead, number 45, comes in his Mercedes. Kuba Gamaziak for the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4. Marek Bachmann pits as well, and the Dürr Motorsport Aston Martin also comes in. As mentioned, GT3 cars cannot do more than 7 laps on their opening stint, so they needed to pit, otherwise they would have run out of fuel on lap 8. The Ferrari has already made its stop and is in a great position because that was only a 5-lap stint, therefore the pit stop could be very swift indeed. and Ferrari number 19 may well be down the order, but it's still got Luca Ludwig driving it, and he is actually down in 14th, would you believe? But of course the top 5 that have just pitted, he is already past those guys, so we'll get a fully updated timing screen in a moment or two. He was looking for a way by there, the 4th placed Cup 2 car of Ben Leuchter, and it just shows how seriously Leuchter's taking this. There was no way that he was going to provide space for the Ferrari, the overall race leader, to get by into the Tiergarten there.
And nor should he, but once again, on the pit straight, the car, that Ferrari, is only easing past that number 100 entry. As you say, that's a GT3 Cup car from Cup 2 category. We mentioned this yesterday, and it's just being evident right in front of our eyes now, that an SP9 GT3 car isn't necessarily quicker in a straight line than a Cup 2 car. Around the Twitter bit it was, and that was just proven beautifully that he couldn't side draft it, he couldn't pull it, he couldn't get past it. But once it got to Tiergarten, he had to sit in behind it because it's got the straight line speed, the Cup 2 Porsche. But as soon as through Tiergarten, it was muscling it all the way through. And that car's now under attack from
Moritz Krantz, who whacked the side of Ben Leuchter's car. Well,
nearly turned him round.
Krantz was trying to go for the move in the first of the K. Kramer cars, and now his teammate Tobias Muller is able to get by. I reckon that was Krantz in the 1-2-1. I'll take another look at that in a moment or two. I'm sure we'll get a chance to re-describe that to you. Meanwhile, Luca Ludwig is now on the tail of Reinhard Koffler in the 2nd placed Cup 2 Porsche for Team Matol, and again can't find a way by. These Cup cars have next to no drag. So you've got all the aero bits on the GT3 car that really help them through the chicane, for instance, and Sabine Schmidt's curve. But when they hit the straights, the Porsche Cup car was actually gaining on the Ferrari. So have these K. Kramer cars switched around? There is 1-2-1 Moritz Krantz, and yes, he is now behind the 1-1-2 car of Tobias Muller. But the contact came between Krantz and Ben Leuchter as Krantz was trying to stab the nose of his car up the inside as those two were coming out of the Mercedes arena, and Ben Leuchter was very nearly spun around. He did incredibly well to hang on to that. And Leuchter, with TCR experience in recent years, has now found a home in the Cup 2 part of this race, when SP9 drives are slim and generally reserved for those that have been associated with the factory teams, if you like, for a number of years. And Ben struggled to break into that, but he is mighty behind the wheel of a Cup 2 Porsche and hanging on to 4th position as we speak.
Couple of driver changes. The lead car at the moment, as per our timing screen, is the I'm going to love saying this, I hope they hear it at some point, is the American CP Racing number 45 Mercedes, with now Adam Christodoulou that did a 7-lap stint and now handed over to Charles Espinal, who normally starts that car, but they did the reverse of this yesterday. They didn't put Adam Christodoulou in at the start, so they've done that to try and leapfrog it to the front as far as possible. Kuba Gamaziak started the 34 Valkenhorst BMW?
He did.
He did, so he stayed in it. What I just love is, we mentioned, didn't we, at the end of the race yesterday when he was interviewed, that he just said he was completely relaxed and he got the right guy in the car, so he'd gone and sat in the lounge for a bit, and it's not for show. He really is genuinely relaxed. They're just in the pit lane doing the driver, doing the pit stop. There wasn't a driver change for this. The 34 Valkenhorst BMW M4 I'm talking about, that's currently 2nd place on our timing screen. That'll obviously settle down at the end of this lap in a few minutes' time. But the camera went round the car as usual, watching the tyres change, etc., and then just focused on the driver. And Maziak was a little wave with the camera. I'm sitting here, I'm cool, we're in a good place. Didn't bother qualifying yesterday because I put it in the gravel, made up for a mistake, won the race. Today, might do more of the same.
Don't see why not.
Quite like this lasting, this winning bit. It's quite good.
The Code 60 at Versailles and Breitscheid is now going to be there for a little while longer. Just a quick message on the bottom of our screen to say that the barrier repair work will take a while. So that's a similar situation that we had to that we had yesterday at Tiergarten after Marcos Adolfo Vasquez's accident in his Porsche Cayman, and substantial barrier repair work needed to take place there as well. So this is the run down the hill through the right, left, right sequence. There's another sequence of corners soon after this that resembles this one. I always have to remind myself which bit of the approach to Breitscheid you are on, because it's easy to mix the two up. And then eventually you reach the 2nd point that a tourist lap can begin. There's a petrol station there in the area of Brightside itself, but an access road. So here is the bridge over the public road, and you can just nip in to driver's right there, just before that tight right-hander. And that is where we're coming out of the code 60, and overtaking is permitted once more. And there's Benny Leuchter and Tobias Muller, and they are side by side, and Leuchter didn't quite wake up to the green flags as quickly
he did.
as
He
Muller.
just got a bit, he got a little on the power, got a bit squirrely at the back, and just lost the back end for a minute, which gave the Craig Kramer car the advantage. The tilt still side by side, but he's going to have to give way to that now into the right-hander. But that was just simply getting on that gas a little bit too. He did react. If anything, he overreacted to it. Is now sitting trying to get a toe off the Kramer car. So this battle, as you say, I mean, I love SB9 cars, I love GT3 cars, but this battle it was extraordinary yesterday. They're taking it to a whole new level today, Johnny.
Yeah. And we've not mentioned a great deal about Peter Terting, because he now, amazingly, has a 4.3 second lead, but it's taken him just over an hour in order to be in that position. We've got 4 hours 55 minutes pretty much still to go, and Peter Terting looks in his door mirrors, and finally Reinhard Koffler is a mere speck on the horizon now. But Koffler's got his arms full with Felipe Fernandez-Larza in third. Ben Leuchter, after that error, being slightly offline but giving it way too much right foot on the restart, or effectively the coming out of the code 60, where you go back up to racing speed, and Tobias Muller blended the throttle more comfortably, and so that the car would react to that. And Muller therefore is now up to fourth position, ahead of Ben Leuchter, with Moritz Krantz back down to sixth place. The battle for second, though, is the one we see before us, and this is Reinhard Koffler and Felipe Fernandez-Larza. Now we had information that Verstappen was going to be under yellows for a fair while. It is in fact green.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the barrier repair has all been done, it seems, as if by magic. We can enjoy, these cars are past that section now anyway, but perhaps the Cup 3 and other of the various categories, 23 of them in total, will be heading now towards Verstappen and Kallenhard, and to be greeted by green flags. Here comes the Audi that is now in the hands of, or still in the hands of, Frank Stippler. Car 5 shown on my screen as down in 13th position. It is in reality in a much better place than that. CP Racing's Charles Espenlaub took over the Mercedes from Adam Christodoulou, and that car has dropped a bit of time now, of course, because it is, or has just completed, will be completing an outlap in a moment or two. So it's really next time around, when all of the key runners in SP9 cross the line, that we will get a real-time order. The current timing screen is giving us something slightly outside of reality, if you like, because the top 5 cars displayed on timing and scoring have all just come in for a pit stop. So remember that 45, 34, 17, 24 and 50, they will all now lose ground by virtue of their first pit stop in the race. Frank Stippler, the car just toppling out of the Kleiner carousel there, jumping off the concrete and back onto the asphalt, and the car just takes a moment to just settle again after that, through the double right-hander at Galgenkopf and onto the long straight. Felipe Fernandez-Larza got the jump on Reinhard Koffler, and here comes Tobias Muller in the red and black K. Kramer racing car, trying also to overtake the Team Mattel version of Koffler. Not very far away Ben Leuchter, but he's not quite close enough to make this a 3-car train down the Dottinger Hohe. There's Felipe Fernandez-Larza, though, so the two behind him are working together really to draw in the car with the yellow door mirrors. And Peter Terting, no, that's not Peter Terting, that's Frank Stippler, who just got by the two of them. Through goes Tobias Muller on Reinhard Koffler. So it is now Larza running second in Cup 2, ahead of Tobias Muller in the first of the K. Kramer cars. Tobias Muller drives 1-1-2. They're all going to come into pits at the same time now as well, and I would imagine Peter Terting has pitted at the sharp end. Yes, he has. So Mullner's car is in, and the next 4 cars in Cup 2 all come down pit lane at the same time. Thankfully for Frank Stippler, that means relative calm now around his number 5 car. Even though he practically sighed his way by all of the Cup 2s anyway. That is always a heart-in-mouth moment, though, for me. For an SP9, yes, OK, you've got virtually a whole lap on these cars, but it is so intense within Cup 2, you have to do that very delicately.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their own battle as well, and you haven't got some, God-given right, if you like, to come through.
Well, have they seen you? That's the thing.
That's the point.
If it's 3 abreast,
And this goes back to what we were saying yesterday about the drivers, with the experience and how do you read something. It's the speed is accepted. That's why you'd be in the seat in the first place. But it's how you read things, and how do you read something like that? Because they've got a battle, and the natural thing is to do one of two things: either to back out of it and let them get on with it, or just get yourself in there and let them sort out letting you through.
Yeah. So there is going to be a driver change in the number 1, 2, 3 car, and Peter Terting getting out. Well, they've got 4 drivers to utilise. So is this going to be Marcel Hopper, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, or Nick Zalewski, who takes over from Peter Terting? But absolutely no concerns at all about Peter's pace. I have to say, in such a close contest that Cup 2 has proven over today and yesterday, for him to come into the pits with something like a 5-second lead, every credit to the 39-year-old from Kempton, who has previous experience in TCRs as well. So Terting raced in the Benelux TCR Championship, in the Germany TCR Championship. He's also competed at GT3 level with teams like Attempto Motorsport, Audi Sport Team Phoenix for the Nürburgring 24 hours. So not quite 40 yet, but Peter Terting has an impressive CV, and there's no reason why he couldn't continue racing for another decade and a half or so at this kind of level. So Mühlner Motorsport, his new home for season 2023, and focusing entirely on Cup 2 competition. On the hats and back, the Mercedes from CP Racing, which now has Charles Espenlaub driving it, is scrapping away with Kuba Gamaziak in his Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and these guys will have moved up the timing and scoring page because of all those Cup 2 cars that have just made their stop. I reckon this is for basically 3rd and 4th positions. Luca Ludwig now leading Frank Stippler as the 2 cars cross the line. They've both pitted once, so that is a legitimate position for Luca Ludwig, who stayed at the wheel of the number 19 Ferrari at the first stop. As now all of a sudden, batten down the hatches, the Cup 2s are back in the race after a whole clutch of them pitted on the very same lap.
Now, I mentioned woes for the Huber Motorsport number 25 entry with Jackson Evans earlier with various infringements, whatever. That car has now caused a code 60 at Hoher Acht, the highest part of the circuit, hence the name. It's stationary on the left-hand side of the track there. So this is the 25 number 25 Porsche that's actually running 21st at the moment. So it is 4th, or was 4th in SB9 Pro-Am. Jackson Evans are now dropping down the order as you'd expect. So not quite sure what's happened, whether it's an incident or whether it's just pulled over, but it is stationary at Hoher Acht.
I'm just trying to get tabs on the new Cup 2 order now, because some cars will have pitted after 7 laps, others after 8. You can do a bit further in a Cup 2 car. They have, well, 911 GT3 Cup cars probably still the 4-litre flat 6. They haven't yet reverted or moved over to the 4.2 litre as the 100 car. Now, is that still Benny Leuchter? No, it's Nico Otto now, and he went to the high side of the Felipe Fernandez Larsa formerly driven Fricadelli car. Fricadelli now has Jules at the wheel. Brackets not his real name. We've got the K Kramer car that has been taken over by Selv, SELV, the 112. So that was the Tobias Müller car, and it's now Adenauer resident Selv at the wheel of that. So again, Cup 2 is a Pro-Am category. Not surprisingly, some of the quickest drivers will put in for the opening stint. We are going to see differences in lap times from this point onward, and it is Vasquez Garcia who has taken charge of the Peter Terting Mühlner Motorsport Porsche. So sky blue and white now in the hands of driver Vasquez Garcia, and the 1-2-3 car has retained the race lead, as you probably would have expected, with something like 5 or 6 seconds up the sleeve of Peter Terting. Slight mistake there from one of the GT4 Mercedes AMGs, but got away with that. That is car number 140, which runs in SP8T, in fact. So it's a GT4 car, but runs outside of the normal GT4 specification, which is known as SP10 in racing here at the Nordschleife. And car 140 does lead its class, in fact, in SP8T, heading towards the end of the lap. Luca Ludwig, he can't stay at the wheel of the Ferrari for the whole race, unfortunately for Racing 1, but he was retained as the driver for the second stint, and they've now got a 20-second lead over Frank Stippler. That's some statement from the team that runs the Ferrari 296, Snowy. 20 seconds.
It certainly is, and we never doubted the speed of that car. Just quickly going back to the number 25 Huber Motorsport 911 GT3R. That is now behind the barriers, hence the section of track that was under a code 6 is returned to green. Does look remarkably like that might be the day for that car, as in done behind the barriers. But it did. I think it had an issue in quali. 102 from that class had an issue in quali, and that did come back out again. So I'm not sure. That's a Black Falcon car. Ben Benargle. I've got a feeling that 25 car Huber Motorsport is out for the day, to be honest.
Okay. And Huber had they had a good start yesterday and then dropped a little away from the leading pack, as Nico Otto now in the number 100 looking for a way by for Max Cruiser Racing on the 511 BMW, and they very nearly connected as well. 511 at times yesterday was in the wars when in fact Sindre Setsas was driving, and he is at the wheel of that car currently as well. I think our race control messages on the bottom of our screen are sometimes a little delayed, because the Wehrsiphon code 60 has been clear for about a lap now, but we do eventually get confirmation of that.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, yeah.
That's been like it for some time, and thankfully now that the whole track is green, we are seeing some decent lap times come in now from Luca Ludwig and Frank Stippler, who, Stippler at the certain areas of the circuit is finding time on that Ferrari. For instance, he gleaned back 2 seconds of the 19 lost through the very long sector. Ludwig over the line again with an 8-minute lap time. Bear in mind his best is a 7:57, so we are not quite down to qualifying pace, because that's 7:52, but we're not that far away from it. 8 seconds with a heavy car for Luca Ludwig. And remember that the two leading machines, the Racing 1 Ferrari and the Audi number 5 of Scherer Sport, they pitted on different laps. So the Ferrari got in as soon as it could after just a 5-lap stint, whereas Stippler was able to go 1 lap further than that. He didn't, or the team chose not to keep the car out for 7 laps. Kuba Gamasiak's BMW did do the full 7, so they will pit next time around in this order: Racing 1 Ferrari a lap before the Scherer Sport Audi, a lap before the Valkenhorst BMW, and that should rather help the Ferrari, because, well, actually now we're getting to 8-lap stints. They're all going to be in the pits for about the same amount of time. There's the 1-2-3 Mühlner Motorsport Porsche being caught by Nico Otto. So Vázquez Garcia has 1-2-3 Cup 2 Porsches right on his tail, and they're looking for a way by on the run down the hill in towards the twisty stuff. Otto looking for the way through at Brünchen there, with the Grasskreek on the right hand side. No, big pardon, it's not Brünchen, it's a little further around than that, heading to the left-hander. I've completely lost my bearings on this part of the track now. That's Ice Curver and Flansgarten to come next. Yes, so we are further around the track than I expected. Flansgarten, where they briefly leave the ground and then head through the right-hander. There's evidence of a car going slightly wide and on into the gravel there before the Stefan Beloff S. But how can Vázquez Garcia keep Nico Otto behind him? This is tough from the Max Cruiser Racing crew, who are really starting to turn the screw and deciding to use 2 of their quickest drivers at the start of the race. In fact, they're only drivers, because Ben Leuchter and Nico Otto are the only drivers labelled against the 100 car, in stark contrast to most of the other Cup 2 teams that choose either 3 or indeed 4 drivers to utilise through the 6 hours. The 1-2-3 car has Tobias Vázquez Garcia, but also Nick Zalewski, Marcel Hopper and the opening driver, Peter Terting. But I think this will be, or this could be the point where Mühlner Motorsport lose the lead in Cup 2 for the first time this afternoon. Nico Otto getting a very good run on the blue and white car as they head onto the Dottinger Ruhr. And let's not discount the other cars further behind either, because the Team Mattol car, a couple of cars back, is looking threatening. But here comes Nico Otto, a bit of side draft on Vasquez Garcia. Now he jinks across the nose. And who's this coming from a long way back? Is that the 105 car that hasn't been involved really in the scrap too much so far?
Oh, he is now.
But he definitely... Oh, but there's a problem now with the nose of that car, because part of the nose cover has flicked back on the car and is presumably now forming part of an extra bit of aerodynamics. Has that car peeled in? No, it stayed out. It stayed out. So it's an extra bit of wing that generally a Cup car does not carry. I talked about these cars having next to no drag. That sadly is not the case for car 105. I was right with the number. It's Dominic Fugel now having to, well, drive around this problem. Trying to work out exactly which body part that is that has flicked up, and whether it is as a result of damage.
It is the bonnet. It's the bonnet, but it's a very bizarre fold there. So there's an air intake. There's two air outlets just above the radiator at the front of those cars, and then there's an air intake right in the middle, and it's just folded there. So it's as if the first two catches there. Presumably there are side catches on that, just at where the bonnet starts to widen, which is holding it down. So I'm guessing, second guessing, I don't know Porsche's inside out, somebody does, but I'm guessing there's 6 fixing points on that. 2 at the front appear to have failed. So it's now acting as an air brake, and that really will affect the aerodynamics of that car. Joking apart, that's going to be really quite a bit slower in a straight line. I imagine that'll be, you'll feel that straight away. The driver can probably see around it. Apex, shouldn't be too much an issue there, and it doesn't look like it's going to come any further loose. But I've never seen anything like that just fold part way through at the back completely. The bonnet's hinged at the back. I've seen the bonnet come all the way back. We discussed this today on road and race cars. But that's very bizarre. It's not even a third of the way at the bonnet. It's just folded up to a vertical plane. So something's just given on it there.
It's DRS.
It is at the front where you don't need it.
Yeah, that's where you drop your suitcase.
Well, we don't need DRS anyway, actually.
Well,
that's
no,
a whole other topic. But
not in a Cup 2 race.
Anything, what? Just needing anything. If you're going to scrap anything in Formula 1, scrap DRS. Just
then you wouldn't have any overtaking. Anyway, Marcel Fugel is the driver in 105. He's obviously remembered to put the suitcase in the car, but then forgotten to close the hatch afterwards. So Fugel running in second position ahead of the Mühlner Motorsport car, and also Arne Hofmeister in his Team Mattol racing car. So actually Vasquez Garcia has slipped behind Hofmeister as well now, and the blue and white Mühlner car running in fourth position, having earlier led when that car was being driven by Peter Terting. That's the beauty of Pro-Am racing. The Pro works incredibly hard over the opening stint to build a 5-second lead. One of the AMs gets on board, and very quickly that lead it evaporates effectively, and then moves the car down to fourth position. Very good approach to an overtake from Arne Hofmeister on Fugel, and surely Fugel is feeling now that bit of bodywork that has popped up through the Schwedenkreuz.
Well, he's not giving up, is he?
He's certainly not.
There in the ADAC Saxon entry, that's in the 105 car. The car behind did draw alongside there, but he had the right-hand side of the corner to right-hand side of the track into a right-hander, so he was able to carry that through. I think where it will really transpire is not so much through the technical stuff here. In fact, I think the car behind is quicker, seriously so. Now, through the slower technical parts here, won't matter so much. The Dottinger Ruhr, that car will be, I'd love to see the data on that. I bet that's a good 7-10k down because of that. I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Mike Stursberg having a nibble on the rear of the Vasquez Garcia car too, so just out of frame from the second place fight. Fourth and fifth very much up for grabs, and this is playing so nicely into Nico Otto's lead. Nico won't actually know what's going on for second and third, but you've got a stricken car with a broken bit of nose cover fending off the third place car of Arne Hofmeister, but the net result is that Nico Otto is now being waved into a mammoth, relative mammoth lead concerning Cup 2. We generally don't see 4, 5, 6 second gaps even after a full stint. Vasquez Garcia, in fairness, has not yet allowed Mike Stursberg in the Black Falcon Team Techstar car through yet. But they are, to a certain degree, pairing off now. Fugel versus Hofmeister, Vasquez Garcia versus Stursberg, and each battle very much nose to tail, as kicking up the dust there into the face of Arne Hofmeister is the Fugel car. Marcel Fugel driving the ADAC Saxon entry.
Meanwhile, at the front, Luca Ludwig in the Racing One Ferrari that was on pole position yesterday, the new 296, it was still relatively new, is just set the fastest lap of the race at 7:57.2.
Yes, which is amazing, but what's happened to Frank Stippler? All of a sudden, Stippler has not come through at the end of Sector 4, whereas Gamaziak and Cruton and Espenlaud and Dumoulin are all showing times at the end of Sector 4, but I'm not seeing Frank Stippler doing so. He lost about 6 seconds at the end of Sector 3 as well. Is this telling us that maybe there's been a puncture on that car?
Yeah, it's going slowly at Flansgarden, heading up towards Schwalbenschwanz. Yes, it looks like he's going. Yeah, he's been overtaken by all sorts on the tracker here. So, yeah, absolutely good spot there, Johnny. The former race leader, Frank Stippler, now running really slowly and got quite a long way to bring that Audi back. So I hope it's nothing more than a puncture, because they had bad luck yesterday, which they don't normally have. Shearer and Phoenix, whatever combination you want to call them, they're very good at avoiding that. They know what they're doing. It's not their first barbecue, is it?
There was a barbecue yesterday that you got confused with a car smoking at Hatzenbach, but actually it was the fans having a lovely time.
Mr. Fetzer, yes, when he parked the Falcon Porsche halfway through the Hatzenbach sideways, and it was smoky heavenly. It was a long shot. It was actually a barbecue.
Yeah.
Well, just participation. We like it.
Hey, barbecues are very popular at this place. Stippler is going to be at least 8th at this rate.
Yeah, he's only just on the Dottingerhohe now.
Oh, I still haven't got a split for Stippler's time as he reaches the very long end section. Oh, there it is, 5:21. So he's lost over 2 minutes in Sector 3. Still very much enjoying this fight between the stricken 105 car of Marcel Fugel and now getting the overlap, Arne Hofmeister in the Team Mattol car, and to the Team Mattol car to the high side, now to the low side. And they're going to be absolutely together now. And finally, Marcel Fugel goes, well, actually, it's just massively slowing me down in order to try and defend to Arne Hofmeister.
But he's only 2 laps into his stint. That's the problem.
Yeah. And there are question marks now as to how much he can keep the pace with those
around. Is there a right rear puncture for Stippler? I can see it come in the Dottingerhohe now. It looks like it's down on the right rear.
Going quicker than I expected it to be doing,
yeah,
though, considering 2 minutes
more of a mechanical problem than a tyre issue, because that's always the problem with tyre issues. How fast do you drive it back without creating more damage? And as a driver, you just want to get the car back to the pits as soon as possible. As the engineers, they want to get it back there as in good a condition as possible. So it's always finding that fine line.
Marcel Fugel's only slipped 1 spot, so far Vasquez Garcia not able to overtake Tobias Vasquez Garcia. There are lots of Tobiases in Cup 2. I always have to remind myself which one we're talking about, but generally speaking, across the board of driver entries, whether it's 2, 3 or 4 drivers for these Cup 2 cars, there's definitely some strength in depth as well. Mike Stursberg should not be discounted in his Black Falcon Team Techstar car, just slightly out of frame right now, but running in 5th position. There it is, the black and with the yellow roof Porsche, heading underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher, and very high and wide went the Marcel Fugel car, just about threading the eye of the needle around some of the back markers. Frank Stippler's Audi on pit road then for Scherer Sport to take a look at it. It's going to be filled with fuel first, and there's your answer, a rear right puncture at the very least. Was it a case of once the tyre completely destroyed itself, then Stippler actually upped the pace? Because his in lap down that final sector was pretty impressive, but that might be because all of the back end of the Audi had already been torn up by that point, so he thought, what have I got to lose?
There's a lot of damage at the back of that Audi after that tyre I thought it was right rear, but the whole tyre had gone. There was a tiny bit of it left to the beading left on the sidewall, the outer sidewall. The rest of it was pretty well gone. And of course, this is the problem now. There's bodywork and pipes and bits in there that need to be reconnected. So it's I'm not quite sure what that pipe they're trying to reconnect and work on does at the back of that. I'm guessing it's going to be part of the oil cooling system or something around there. They are refueling. They're doing a driver change, so they've put Sir Vincent Kolb into the car. There's a little bit of fluid leaking out there onto the pit lane pan, as it were, and that looks. I'm wondering if that's just fuel. Frank Stippler's getting out and having a look at, left his lid and hands device on and investigating that which he was at the seat of when that occurred.
Is there going to be much pipe work in the rear there? Cooling, perhaps? I don't know.
There's a large piece here that they're now pulled out of the back, out of the way for the moment. But there's I'm just wondering, there's a loose pipe in front of the rear suspension at the moment. That's bodywork can be just pulled and yanked and got out of the way. It's not overly important. It sounds odd, but aerodynamically out of the way. The rear wings there, that's the big bit. But you can see where there's reference marks around the tail light. That car and bodywork there, where that tyre's done an awful lot of damage around that right rear quarter. And this is never mind minimum pit stop time. This is an inordinately long pit stop. There's always collateral there. Are they going to get a tyre on it just yet?
There is a new tyre about to be offered. I mean, bear in mind he's lost 3 minutes purely with the time out on track. So that's the race
got to come
done.
into the box.
That's the race done anyway, so they might as well just take their time and use the rest of the race almost just to gather some data. Not that Scherer need a great deal of data about this place.
She's not been there weekend here, is it, this one?
Well, it was going really well yesterday, and then all of a sudden we were greeted with some pictures of the car in the foxhole, stopped, minus the rear screen, and Vincent Kolb had clearly either been in the wall or made contact, or both, with one of the BMW 240i cars. It's a warm day, and new driver or still Frank Stippler? No, it's still Stippler at the wheel.
No, Stippler was out of it. We saw him standing by the car looking at the rear, so it's Vincent Kolb's in it.
Yeah, why would Stippler get out and then back in again? So the net has been pulled across the left-hand side of Vincent Kolb, and he's now sitting in a very warm race car. I think about the heat soak there from the 5.2 litre V10 immediately behind his seating position. They're just trying to create a draft with the door. No idea whether Vincent Kolb will be sent back out again, but it feels like quite a way off yet as Scherer Sport PHX continue the repair work. And that's denied us of a strong runner at the front end of the field. It does rather open the door, though, for Valkenhorst Motorsport, who all of a sudden have 2 of their 3 M4s in the top 3 places. They're not leading the race, though. They are second and third, so they're doing a bit of a Falcon Motorsports from yesterday in their current positions. And it could also mean that we get a number of Pro-Am cars now featuring in that overall top 6. But it's Luca Ludwig for Racing One, who continues to lead, and now with very little pressure on his shoulders because, well, Ludwig's just crossed the line. We're still waiting for the second place car of Kuba Gamaziak to appear as the Audi is back on the move again. So Vincent Kolb's first opportunity to see what he's got here after that rear tyre going down or failing will have done some damage, no doubt, to the Audi. It will feel different from the ideal setup that Scherer normally give him. And Frank Stippler's about to be interviewed by Ollie Martini. How much of this we can pick up upon, we'll get our helpful producers, who are German speaking, Michael and David and Jan, to help us out with this as well, to make sure we get all the news from Frank Stippler. It feels like Frank's been in this position before, though, as well, earlier on in the season. Good car underneath him, and then all of a sudden, on the Dottinger Hohe, the number 5 car is going very slowly again. We tend not to, it's weird, isn't it? We seem to have incidents very early on in an NLS race. More rarely do things like this, as significant as this, happen in the 24 hours. And perhaps, you can afford to be slightly more conservative on a car setup when you're thinking about competing for 24 hours as opposed to a 6-hour race. But I'm not suggesting it is anything to do with cambers. There are so many curves around here, and sometimes you're forced up a curve because of back markers that you're looking to clear in a hurry, and it could be something as innocuous as that.
Yes, I'm just hoping that our German producers on the feed can manage to get an interpretation of Frank Stippler's fairly in-depth explanation to our pit lane commentator there, Ollie Martini. He's got that usual Frank Stippler look, hasn't he? Of it is what it is, and let's just get on with it and rescue what we can from it. And there's a reason he's been so successful. He's still smiling to some extent, but if it's just a tyre failure, what can you do? What I'm intrigued at, Johnny, is that the bodywork on the back of that Audi on the right rear is there's a big hole in it now. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. But there's that piece of hose that I mentioned that was just turned backwards out of the way through an aperture in the back for the moment while they worked on it. I assume that needed to be reconnected, and that's what they were working on to do. It hasn't been, and it's still there at the back. 470 has also right rear body damage, and that's got a flat on the front left. Now, actually, that whole wheel looks like it's a bit further out than it should be. Is it just me? Is it just filling that wheel arch very nicely? Unfortunately, he's only part way through the part of the Mercedes arena, going to the hairpin loop back. So that's got a long. That's what's one of the Hyundais, isn't it? 470. That is it's a Valkenhorst Hyundai 130N that had issues yesterday, where they're driven by Bennett Earl and Lim MJ. Another one in hyphens, meaning it's not a real name. It's a nom de plume.
Indeed. The advertising on the side, book your race taxi. So there's perhaps an opportunity to pedal a Hyundai of that description around the track at a very high speed. Speaking of which, one of the Valkenhorst BMWs wanting to come through that corner and utilise all of the race line on the exit, and couldn't because of the slow Hyundai trying to nurse its way back to the pit lane.
But also of the same team.
Is the bit that I'd missed.
Definitely don't want to collect that one. Of all the cars to have slowing in front of you of a different class with a puncture, so speed differential massive, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's one of your teammates as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that is a factor, but also, I mean,
now, presumably at this point, presumably at this point of the circuit, it's on the left-hand side coming up to the Michael Schumacher S. Am I right on that part where it is at the moment, or is it Vidal?
That's the chicane just ahead of the Hyundai.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to turn left onto the Hudson back.
That's what I'm saying. It can go right on back into the pits. This could be ridiculous. Actually, it would be more dangerous to take the car all the way around there to everybody else. Not to mention him.
I think I agree with you that the wheel's trying to work its way loose, though. It's not necessarily a puncture on that car. That the wheel was too far out, not flush with the arch. So that may be easy to rectify from the team's perspective. Therefore.
Another race control message up on our screen. Number 524 has an overspeeding in the pit lane, which is under investigation, and that makes it the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport BMW 330i of Stefan Oertel, Lucas Oertel, Maximilian Oertel and Matthias Bendorf.
Latest in the Cup 2 goings on, Nico Otto from Max Cruiser Racing has a almost 10-second lead, but down the inside there goes Christopher Brook versus Tom Coronel, who had a spin yesterday, you may remember. Tom Coronel, oh no, he didn't. Jan van Roon, who was his Dutch teammate, had the spin. It showed Tom Coronel at the time of the spin, and then cleverly Tom got the driver ID switched just before the car came into the pit lane, and we were laughing at him, but actually it clearly wasn't Tom.
Because he was in the pit.
He was actually in the garage. Yeah. So that was a driver ID issue, which then coincided with a half spin for car 127. It's going a lot better today. It actually is Tom Coronel driving currently, and that car is running in 5th place and having a really good fight with the K Kramer Racing car of Brook. In fact, Brook's just got ahead, so make that Brook in 5th and Coronel down to 6th position now.
Now, the 470 Hyundai from Valkenhorst is in the pits. It's having its screen cleaned and whatever. Now, we've got camera footage down there, and there's lots of metal flake in there, so I'm wondering if that's a wheel rim failure or a hub failure or something. There's a lot of stripped metal in between the spokes. All the spokes seem to be intact. No, it's a hub. It's a hub failure. Yeah, because the actual hub is surely they're not sending it out again.
No, it's just moving to the next relevant garage.
It's got to go into its correct box. Yeah, they're putting the jack under it now, but it looks like it could be a wheel failure from the point of view of the centre of the hub has failed. I'm getting a close-up again on this now. So there's definitely the Schwarf coming out of that rim like it's been on a lathe almost. And that's the first thing we said, wasn't it, Johnny, that it wasn't just a tyre failure. That rim looked too far out from the bodywork to have ever been there in the first place. Tyre is one thing, the carcass, this is the whole rim as well. And I think it's the centre. They're all... Yeah, there's no wheel nuts on that wheel.
So almost
it's actually I think the hub has failed and it's come out over it. That's what's failed. So yeah, they're starting to push the car and you can see the wheel rocking. It's loose. So it's very strange. They've just had a perfect camera shot. Thank you very much. Right down onto the hub on that front left, and there are literally no wheel nuts in evidence. So I'm guessing the wheels failed and come out over them or something. So the centre of the hub is still there, bolted to where it should be, but the rest of it's moved out.
Yeah, I didn't think that was possible. But
well, I don't. It's quite odd.
But wheel nuts are made of softer metal than where they thread into, aren't they? So that if you get a cross thread, then it damages the wheel nut that can be replaced rather than where you're trying to screw the nut into. But
whilst we're talking about Hyundais, Ferrari's at the front. Mr. Ludwig has just set another new fastest lap of a 7:56.7. You're busy talking about Hyundais. He said it's all about me and Ferraris. Now we've got a Porsche behind the barriers at the... Now this is onto the Grand Prix circuit. This is where we turn right for the hairpin. This is where they used the track yesterday, and it looks to me like this Porsche's gone through the barriers. So that's had some kind of either throttle stick open or brake failure or something, and not even negotiated the right hand of the hairpin we talked about earlier of the CP Racing. It was Adam Christodoulou taking advantage down the inside there on the opening lap. But basically, for this layout of the track today, into that hairpin, the track down to the GP circuit effectively becomes an escape road, which is exactly what that Porsche's had to use. It's the other side of the barrier, so I can't see what number it is at the moment, but there's a Porsche gone through the barriers there. They are only a sort of Repsol plastic polystyrene barrier, so it just pushes its way through those, so no metal barriers, so there's no harm done, I am sure, other than to the car, certainly not to the driver, which is the most important bit. I'm just trying to allocate which car it is to that, and I'm just trying to get a number for it.
Could it be 106? And if not, I'm trying to work out Porsches that may be in the first sector.
I'm going to say something very strange here. Not for the first time. Don't jump and agree too readily, Mr. Palmer. But on my tracker, it says car number 25, which would be the Huber Motorsport car that went behind the barrier, further, as in broke down and pulled behind the barrier. Not unreasonable to have it repaired. If a team member can come to it and give you instructions, it could have rejoined. We may have just missed that. But the car behind the barrier on my tracker there is 25 Huber Motorsport 911 GT3.
That fits with where the 25 is on the circuit currently. We haven't yet got a Sector 1 time for it, but it did cross the line at the end of the previous lap, even though it took it half an hour to do that previous lap, and then has been in the pits for quite some time. But car 25, yes, is shown actually as being on an out lap. So has it come out of the pits and then either not been able to stop for the hairpin cut through?
Yeah, it's what they call the Valvoline hairpin, isn't it?
So it's Tyson, the driver, and I wonder whether either something just has failed or was never quite right on the car, or he's realised as he comes out of the pits, no, it's still not right. I'm going to pull off here rather than turn right.
No, it's gone through the barriers, hasn't it? So it's gone through. It hasn't parked up. It hasn't pulled off. Like, it's actually gone through the barriers on that escape road. So you're absolutely right. In the first part, something's not right in that car still, i.e. brakes or throttle or something. He's been unable to insufficient retardation.
I'm not convinced that they're plastic barriers either. I think they're tyres, so that would certainly hurt if it would hurt the car. I might be wrong, but it looks like sort of wrapped tyres, that one chunk of that tyre wall had been moved significantly. We may get a replay, but I strongly doubt we're going to see the Huber Motorsport Porsche again anyway, as they were sort of toying with the chance for that car to rejoin. That's the Jackson Evans car for the Kiwi, Carlos Rivas, Hans Wehrmann and Joachim Tyson. And it was Tyson who was at the wheel of the car at the time. And I'm going to go back to car 25 on my screen, and it still, yes, is not showing any sector time. So I think that very much tallies that we've got the right car. So an unfortunate probably end for the race of car number 25. The 123 Porsche Cup 2 car is now getting a stop and go penalty of a second because it fell below the minimum reference time. Yeah, former race leader in Cup 2, and Peter Terting was handing over to Vasquez Garcia. That must have been when it happened, because the car's only done one stop, and you try and jump the pit stop as quick, well, you try and get it as close as possible, but 1 second, so costly.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's the second 6-hour race in as many days around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is NLS 7, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. A busy weekend on our network with combined coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship live from Fuji. That was early this morning. Free practice 3 yesterday morning, followed by qualifying and the 6-hour race. Absolutely no spoilers, please, because I love that championship and I have no idea on the results. Plenty of people will be paying close attention to NLS at the moment, and then they'll want to visit the World Endurance Championship race at a later date. So if you know anything snowy, please keep stum.
I'm on air with you. If I knew anything, I'd tell you.
Apart from that massive first corner pile-up, which saw the Ferraris, the Toyotas, the Peugeots all out in the first corner. No?
Talk about Goodwood.
Maybe I am. Yeah, the big weekend at Goodwood, of course, this weekend as well. But we are fully focused on the Eifel region, on Castle Nürburg, and beautiful weather conditions for day 2 of the, let's try this again, Red Bull Formula Nürburgring event. And the Ferrari 296 for Luca Ludwig has just pitted for the second time. They got Luca out, and it will be the turn now of either Christian Kohlhaas, Jakob Schell or Stefan Aust in their Ferrari, looking to try and cycle still another 3 drivers through that car then in the remaining 4 hours and 10 minutes. Oli Martini working hard as ever in the many garages here at the Nürburgring, and unfortunately all of that metal swarf pouring out of the front left corner of the 470 Hyundai may well mean that it's now out of the race. It's been pushed to the very back of the garage, I noticed, so lots of work required on that car, maybe too much to be done in the next 4 hours. Kuba Gamaziak should be fine for a few more laps. When did that BMW first make its stop? 7 laps in, which is as long as you can go for the opening stint. So Gamaziak's now completed 6 on the current run for him. He can do the rest of this lap and 1 more, which will mean that they'll pit 2 laps apart. Basically, the Ferrari compared to the Valkenhorst BMW, 2 laps away from one another in strategy.
A quick update on the collective from Sarah Rigby, which is very kind of you. I'll read this out for a reason. You'll see as I get into it more. But morning, gents. Thanks for the mention just on at @RSL_studio. According to Jakob Riegel on Instagram yesterday, Anton Roof stepped out of that car himself and was okay. That was the big one that rolled yesterday. I mentioned him earlier that he was driving the 662 sister car now, not the 660, which we thought it was originally because it came through on a ticket with the wrong, it did say 660. I did mention also that Sarah Rigby is a massive Aston fan, probably greater than even me, but she, I said it was quite rare for her to comment on something non-Aston that she mentioned on BMWs, and her last line was, by the way, Jakob normally races Astons.
That's where the interest has come from.
Of course, Sarah Rigby, thank you very much, as ever, for your updates. And there has to be an Aston theme. Well done, Sarah.
Here is your every race opportunity to mention Mr. Rocco's full name in Equipe Vitesse Audi.
Lorenzo Rocco de Torrepadula.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's so.
Come on, that was good.
That was really well polished.
Straight out.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even give you a warning on that.
How those winter nights flew by in my house last winter.
The Primer Grey Audi that is the only official entrant into SP9 AM for Michael Heinrich and Arno Klassen, Mr. Rocco's 2 teammates as well, but it is Rocco at the wheel of the race of the Audi right now, and he has managed to get that car up to 7th place. Now that's a little bit to do with the retirements and the dramas that have befallen various cars that should be better placed on timing and scoring, but nevertheless the SP9 AM car has had to keep things clean as well. I wonder whether this particular interview is going to be in English. So can we tune into this, Kerry?
It's very enjoying, and
yes, it is.
I'm learning a lot at Nürburgring. Also sie fühlt sich wohl, das Team heißt sie herzlich willkommen und sie genießt es, ohne Ende hier auf der Nordschleife unterwegs zu sein. Your car is going to be repaired and you're going to be out today again, I think.
Yes, it looks like I have one lap left for my permit A license, so local motorsport team is going to help me with that. And I'm delighted to have a few more laps later on if it gets repaired.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. Thanks a lot. Also ihr fehlt nur noch eine Runde.
So a few more laps to do in order to gain signatures, and for a lot of drivers that is what it's all about in order to get relevant licenses. We talked about, in fact, a license being taken away yesterday because of speeding, and then you've got to go through the process all over again, and probably a few more checks as well to prove that the speeding offence was a one-off. Yeah, I mean...
Yes, it's not actually the licence. You keep a licence, but it's your permit. So there's a race permit to run at the Nürburgring, which is separate to your licence.
So, right, okay.
So the way they run it is at the Nürburgring, you have to have your ring permit to run on this track, and that's what's taken away.
So you'd have a racing licence, which enables you to race everywhere.
So in other words, you could lose your ring permit here today for contravention of a Code 6 in this example at the Nürburgring, but go to Barcelona next weekend in Preventive, for argument's sake, and that's just next weekend, but happens to come up and race still. You don't lose your licence, you use your permit at the ring. So it's a separate governing authority under. So you've got the ASN, so you've got your national ones, and then under the umbrella the FIA. Then you've got your governing, you've got individual licence, so Motorsport UK in the UK, wherever it is in France, Germany, etc. But then the Nürburgring is slightly unique. I said this, I meant to say slightly different and said unique and combined it, so it's now become a new phrase. Slightly unique, and it has its own ring permit, and it's down to the jurisdiction of anything that happens at this event only on this circuit.
If you were invited to drive at NLS 8 later in September, you have a racing licence as a racing driver, is that correct? Is still the current one? So you would arrive at the Nürburgring with a licence which is from the UK?
Yes.
So you're UK registered as a racing driver?
Governing ASN is the UK in my case.
And Race Direction, or the organisers of the NLS races, see that as a legal licence to be enough to race here at this track. However, just having a licence, wherever it may be registered, is not enough to race at the Nürburgring.
Correct. There's a further level separate, on parallel or different, to race the Nürburgring because it's deemed to be so different. Now you can go in at a certain, so a complete rookie cannot just go straight in there. You've got to do something straight away. You've got to do some trials, training, classroom stuff, and whatever. In my particular case, I've maintained an international race licence, so I can come and do NLS in a lower category car, not SB9 straight away. But you have to do, I think you've got to do 4 hours in 2 races to get to SB9 category in something like a SB10 or something, so a GT4 car. So you've got to prove that you can do it still. But the international license on that basis says, yes, you've got that sufficiently still. You're not allowed to maintain my international license under the governing body from the UK without having done so many events, so much history in the background. So you can't just go and apply for an international license. Clear as mud.
No, honestly, I didn't know all that, so thank you. And lots of other people tuning in will not know that either. I didn't realise it was too layered. I mean, often I will mix licence and permit, frankly not really knowing the difference, but you've cleared it up nicely. It's slow into the cut-through there on the Grand Prix track, so they're clearly down to a Code 60 level. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. If you want to get involved, at RSL_studio on X, with your Zeets or something or other. Still getting used to the new terminology there, but it will become like second nature in due course. Kuba Gamaziak leads for Valkenhorst Motorsport, their BMW M4 from Christian Kohlhaas, who took charge of the formerly driven by Luca Ludwig Ferrari. So Ludwig out, Kohlhaas in, and there has already been that change, but that's only because the Ferrari stopped. The BMW, as I've explained, will be pitting 2 laps later. That's now a lapse time, effectively at the end of lap 15. We should be seeing the Kuba Gamaziak BMW coming into pit lane. The latest in Cup 2 sees Nico Otto lead for Max Cruiser Racing, and by a huge margin for Cup 2 levels of 13 seconds over Arne Hofmeister's Team Mattol example. So it's the 100 car in front of car 107, then the 121 of Christopher Brook, which is the first of the two red and black K Kramer Racing Cup cars, and the second Max Cruiser offering, which is for Jan-Jaap van Roon, the number 127. So Tom Coronel got out of that in the last stop and Van Roon took over. That's only just happened. So again, car 127, quite a bit out of pit stop sequence compared to the three cars ahead of it, but that might well work come the final reckoning at 6 o'clock tonight. Depending on where you decide to make that first stop and how early you want to do it, will obviously send you down a different journey through the course of the race, and you may not encounter code 60s that other cars do. Speaking of which, we're in a great situation now where the whole track is currently green. We're verging on the hour of 2 o'clock local time, so that means 2 hours in the book, a total of 8 hours of racing now being completed across the whole Red Bull Formula Nürburgring event, and concentrating on the number 106 Porsche coming out of the cut through there, which is also a Cup 2 offering. That's one of the cars that has been fairly heavily delayed, though. I was bothered that the 106 was the one stricken behind the tyre wall at the first, or the cut through corner, but as you can see, the 106 car is still continuing, but down in 12th place in Cup 2. It's 2 o'clock, there are 4 hours to go. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden keeping a close eye on when the Kuba Gamasiak BMW will make its stop. I think it has to be at the end of this lap. And where, in comparison, is Charles Espenlaub on his pit stop strategy? Remember, Adam Christodoulou started that car. He also did 7 laps.
It's got to be 4 laps in, hasn't he, surely?
He's more than that. He's very nearly 8 laps in now,
Crikey.
Espenlaub. So again, we're going to get a flurry of cars, much like we did after 7 laps. 4 cars all together will come down into pit road, and I'm expecting Gamasiak's BMW, Espenlaub's Mercedes, Nicky Team's Der Motorsport Aston Martin, and the Pro Sport Aston Martin of Maxime Dumouriez all to need fuel the next time they head to the start and finish line, which will be 15 laps in the book. We are rattling through this very swiftly indeed. The only thing I haven't got working correctly on my timing screen is the amount of time to go. Still being shown.
I was exactly the same. Great minds think alike. Fools never differ. I just looked at exactly the same thing there and thinking, why have we got 5 hours, 7 minutes and 6 seconds remaining? Why is the 6 not going 5?
We're racing
4,
into the night again.
3, etc. And I'm looking at it thinking, I'm going to look, it's like being back at school, isn't it, looking at the notes next to it. I'm going to look at Johnny's screen. He says exactly the same. And I'm thinking, well, how late that is it? Because our actual screen is we've got just under 4 hours to go.
Yeah, depending on where you get your timing information from, if it's livetiming.azurewebsites.net, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is actually at the very top of the page showing 5 hours and 7 minutes to go. That's not correct. It's 3 hours and 58. But thankfully, we have got the cars timed and scored up to 14 laps. It's in fact nearly 15. And as I say, we'll get... Well, the Aston's just been in and back out again. So that's a strange one. Christophe Breuer. Remember, Christophe Breuer had a hiccup very late on in yesterday's race when he came in for some inexplicable reason, stopped with the team, then got going again, but that threw out of the window any chance of the Aston Martin winning the SP9 Pro-Am division. I don't quite understand why Christophe Breuer's just come into the pits again. He shouldn't have needed fuel. Well, but they've done a driver change. Now, you can probably chalk that up as an actual pit stop, so maybe I don't need to be too concerned about that. 3:53, yeah, that's okay. So Pro Sport decide not to pit after 8 laps. They've done it after 7 instead, and that means that Maxime Dumouriez's been taken out of that car and Christophe Breuer put into it. So we've had a Bachmann stint, a Dumouriez stint, now presumably another 7 laps or the first 7 laps of the race today for Christophe Breuer. There's also been a driver change in the number 36 BMW. Saw Kari Schreiner get out and Charles Faerts get in. to the number 36, and Hertz should be really quite quick in that BMW. He's generally the pro part of the Pro-Am lineup.
Yeah, one of the few cars that's listed with 4 drivers in for this event. Normally just 2 to 3 for this, but it's that's got a 4-driver lineup. So it's also got Peter Posovac and Christian Boroth to drive that car, but you say Carrie Schreiner out of it and Charles Wirtz in an all-French driver lineup in that Valkenhorst Pro-Am 36 M4.
And Wirtz is a platinum. We were talking yesterday about drivers we would expect to be a platinum, like Luca Ludwig, and actually he's only gold. There's the state of the 25 car.
The remains of most of the front right wing is missing. Well, I don't say it's missing. It is. It's just open air now. It's an air-cooled front right wheel on the number 25 Pro category Huber Motorsport Porsche. Who do we think was at the wheel of that at the time? Was it
Joachim Tyson?
It was Joachim Tyson, yeah. Okay, and that's the car that I have had it confirmed. You were absolutely right, Johnny, as ever. I should never really doubt it, should I? But I was trying to be kind in saying they're sort of some kind of Reptisol barriers and a little bit soft or full of water. They weren't. You're absolutely right. They are tyres bound together, so it would have had some significant impact to the body lines of that car. Hence, bits of it are now missing. So again, we don't know what really went on. That car stopped further around the circuit earlier, was then obviously got going again, rejoined, presumably came to the pit and got going again. So how soon after leaving the pit it had that failure, I don't know, but I'm saying failure, that's my assumption. It's always dangerous to assume, but given it's the Valvoline hairpin part of the circuit we use today, so the halfway through the GP circuit, when you go through the Mercedes arena, start to descend down the hill, you blend right into this hairpin. The GP circuit effectively becomes escape road and becomes quite nice and safe in the marshal stand behind barriers. Well, not when you're in a 25 Hubert Motorsport car. You end up going through those barriers. No driver would do that knowingly unless there'd been some kind of issue. So he's obviously unable to negotiate the hairpin and gone straight on at some pace and gone through those barriers, as we saw on the camera shot we saw at the other side. So all good in terms of driver. That's the most important part, but not so good for the Porsche itself. It's going to require a little bit of remedial work, shall we say.
Now, and the other concerning thing is that it was an outlap, so the team, I'm guessing...
It was the outlap, was it?
The team will have said to Joachim, right, we think we've fixed everything, give it a blast through the Mercedes arena, and every confidence on the brakes into... Oh, he's off. And he's into the tyre. I'm only joking about this because we know that Tyson is okay, and it's not fixed. And that's the danger of motor racing, is that the car's had a drama. I mean, one of the sectors that would normally take you 3.5 minutes took him 26 minutes. So that's the reason why it took so long then to get the car back. Did it come back on a flatbed?
It did, yes.
And into the garage. Then the team are trying to fix it as quickly as possible in an endurance race. So
sorry, it was on a flatbed at the end there. Sorry, my apologies. The bit in between, I'm not sure.
Right, no. Yeah, but the sector 4, as I say, 26 minutes. That's almost too long for a mechanical drama. You would have given up by that point. Anyway, the in-lap was 32 minutes. It was then in the pits for probably another half an hour with the team trying to fix things up. And then they sent poor old Joachim Tyson out, probably for his first and only action of the race, and he lasted 3 corners. The car lasted 3 corners. No doubt nothing to do with Joachim at all, and a legacy perhaps of the earlier damage. Anyway, Huber will be back.
Certainly got some action there, didn't they? Just seeing 3 of the cars coming into the pits there. I think the CP Racing, Mercedes and Aston are in. There's also a Porsche Cayman just ahead of that. CP Racing right down to the end of the pit lane. Yes, it was almost looked like he was doing a drive-through there for a minute, but it's actually right down at the far end of the pit lane. What I do like, though, is safety is paramount in all this, on-track, off-track. You always forget the pits is part of the racetrack. It's still classified as part of the racetrack, and that's where your likelihood of injury for external people, i.e. mechanics, engineers and officials, is that you've got such a prolific a number of them there in the pit lane, so it's all the more reason you should drive slowly. You've got your pit lane speed limits, why they're so hot on that, but just how overspeeds can happen, because now it's electronic. You press a button on the wheel. These days it tends to be press it and it's activated it, so the car won't overspeed. I remember when I did this 20 odd years ago, it's something you held the button, so if you actually didn't hold it with enough pressure, you could actually so you could be doing something else and going through a screen to read something, or pressing radio and sort of steering with your knees. I exaggerate for clarity, but if you didn't maintain that pressure on the speed limiter button, it was very easy to overspeed again. So it's now become a system where you press a button, it turns it on, and then you have to turn it off. The ease of the previous system, I would say, was when you came out of the pit, you got to the pit exit, you just let go of the button, and you just floored it, let go of the button, and away you went. So it was kind of like launch control. Cold tyres, don't let it squirrel. Interesting. But nowadays, you get to the speed line, the end of the pit lane, you've got to turn the system off again. And of course now they have, I mean, I had one in this GT4 Aston earlier this year, which completely caught me by surprise. Went out the pit lane, just on a test day, mostly with 4 cars on track. Turn off the speed limiter, up we go, and it goes to 80 k's, not 60. It gets to 80 and it won't go anymore. And I'm going down the corner thinking, is it on, is it off? And you have certain lights that should tell you it's on. Well, they're not illuminated, but I'll put it back on again and turn it back off again. No, it's not working. So decelerate, trying to go up through the gears. No, it won't go above 80k. And so I radio in saying, it's probably me, but I know I'm slow, but I didn't think I was this slow. 80k, and they're like, I'm going to box. So it came in, and we've got Tom Canning and Darren Turner helping with this car, and Tom Canning drives it, and Darren Turner was just smirking, and he just said, you're not aware of this, are you? And so there's a button there, it's yellow. It says FCY on it, full course yellow. And I've never seen one of these before. I'd obviously just caught it with the glove or something going into the car, knocked it on the wheel, inadvertently turned it on, and it's for when you're sitting behind the safety car, full course yellow, you sit there, and you just activate that. Yep. It sits the car at 80k. And I'm like, yeah, that would affect, my lack of ability will affect my lap times. I don't need an 80k limiter on it to do that. I can do it all on my own.
There's one way to make a situation where one button confuses a driver. Give him 2 buttons, each with their own speed limit. But yeah,
well, I call them Fisher-Price steering wheels now, because there's so many buttons and colours on it, and it's like a toddler's heaven. All these little buttons, and it does things. What I find extraordinary is the cameras in the car now have rear view cameras. Now I'm used to a camera for parking. Yeah.
So that will turn on when you engage reverse, whereas this camera shows you what's going on behind.
And what they do now is it's colour coded in the side of the corner. It's like Top Gun. You think of Maverick, it's brilliant. But only you're driving a lovely GT4 car. But the corners of the screen are little markers in them, little sort of angle. And if it's bless you, Kerry. And if it's green, the car that's behind you is a sufficient distance away. When it goes to yellow, it's getting closer to a certain measurement. You can set the parameters, and when it's red, it's probable that you don't want to turn in on that car because it's close enough there. Everything's foreshortened on the camera like it is in the mirrors, so it's probably that you don't want to do that. Some people still turn in, but it's extraordinary you drive and how quickly you adapt to those aids to your driving, because it's something else you don't need to think about. It's a reference there, yes, no, but do I get on with this or not? In some ways it takes some of the skill away, in some ways it adds another of can you concentrate on it and make the most out of it. But fabulous things now, even just in the last few years. I mean, it's 16 years since I've driven a contemporary car, and it was just extraordinary, just such fun. It's like, oh, I'm actually quite liking this.
Yeah, any opportunities for the rest of the season? We were talking at length about the correlation between driving on a simulator, where various brands are available, I know, and then there are the factory teams that have their own systems as well, and how that compares to driving cars in real life. But that is something that's actually come across from sim racing, that the rear-facing screen and those icons, those arrows showing you how close a car is behind you, that is straight out of the arcade for me, but then it's applied to a real racing car and it works. It's a useful aid as long as you've got allowed your mind to get around the system and work with it.
I think you're exactly right, John. You've got to you've got to embrace it, and things are developed and changed so much. We talked about various things yesterday and a little bit earlier today, that one of the big changes in development of these cars, we always refer to the performance side and an Evo version coming out. I think that we were talking about the BMW M4 that is the Volkenhorst car, for instance, at the head of the field now. It was only introduced last year, yet they've already announced when the launch of the Evo version is, which I think is 2025 before you can actually get your hands on it on a racetrack. I am sure to be out and on track, not just in testing. I'm sure they'll do an NLS in it with a SPX category, which is experimental, i.e. not yet homologated, to get nothing proves anything like the race. But the one side we forget and overlook almost, we will talk about performance, is the safety side. Things are just so much better now. Not just roll cages, but drivers' race suits, hands devices, seats, everything. And is it any wonder you look at the road cars, and that all filters down to the road cars. And you look at a road car now, they're so much bigger than they were even 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. They take up bigger parking spaces. There's various supermarkets and whatever. They've had to widen their car, but they've got less space in them because the cars are so big now. I mean, what you think was a medium-sized car many years ago isn't now. It's tiny. They have such a footprint to these cars. Look at these M4s and stuff. They're actually big cars, and SUVs, to even get me to that, they're just massive. But it's all the safety stuff that comes down. So braking, tyre technology, all the systems, ABS, that we now just take for granted. And it all comes from competition. And they say competition improves the breed, and it certainly does. And at the end of the day, it makes the roads a lot safer across the world.
That BMW you talked about, the M4, chassis number 53 of all of the GT3 cars that have been produced over the years, not just within BMW, it's all manufacturers. And it's actually a legal GT3 car until the end of 2029. So you can continue to race the original M4 GT3, should you wish, without the Evo bits, for another 6 years. However, as you say, development year next year for the Evo, and then likely to be seen on the racetrack for the first time in 2025, only 3 years after it was first seen. And indeed, well, it didn't have a great year, the BMW, last year, especially here at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, but didn't that change in 2023 when the new M4 started to win an awful lot of key races. The latest cars to be added to the GT3 stable, I always forget that the Porsche 911 GT3R is a brand new car for 2023. So remember that Falcon were in action here yesterday. That's the first year of that latest iteration of the 911 GT3 car with a 4.2 litre flat six these days. Also a brand new Lamborghini this year, which is an Evo'd version of the Huracan, and also the Ferrari. So we had 3 new GT3 cars to wrap our lips around, if you like, for season 2023. The Lamborghini Evo, the brand new Porsche 911, and the Ferrari 296 that took that historic victory around the Nordschleife a number of months ago now in May. Hearing in the background the 503 BMW. How's that getting on within class? It runs in VT2, and remember VT2 is split between front wheel drive and rear wheel drive cars, and in the rear wheel drive category, that's the Black Falcon car that is running in 5th position, receiving quite a bit of attention this weekend because amongst its drivers is Jimmy Broadbent of racing sim fame. Steve Brown is currently at the wheel of that, and Mikael Schauerdin is the 3rd driver for the Black Falcon Team Bilstein car. They run in the 330i. So this is the car, and I'm pleased it's in the race. This is the car that wasn't able to qualify this morning for whatever reason. So car 503 had a DNQ next to its name, but has been allowed to join the race. And it's up to 5th position in what is an 11-car, 12-car field within VT2 for rear and 4-wheel drive. So very competitive indeed, as it always is. And there are cars pitting slightly out of sequence from this 503 as well. As again, we can hear in the background Steve Brown and the engine powering the 330i through a straight 6, being a BMW. Meantime, speaking of BMWs, Christian Krognes has got on board the race-leading car. So that had come into the pits as expected. We had a slew of pit stoppers, and how many driver changes took place at that point? Gamaziak out of the 34, Christian Krognes in. Luca Ludwig, a couple of laps prior to that, got out of the Ferrari for Racing 1, and Christian Kohlhaas took over. He's 3 laps into his stint. Charles Espenlaub had just handed the CP Racing Mercedes over to Shane Lewis, and Nicky Thiem gets out of the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin in its very dark green and white colours, and has handed over to the other Durr brother. Now, we don't unfortunately know whether it was Phil or Ben doing the opening stint, and likewise which of the 2 brothers is driving right now. That would require a quick question to Durr Motorsport, but they have everything mapped out in their strategy. And it's interesting to me that they didn't put Nicky Thiem in for the start. So are they holding Nicky back perhaps for the race finish today, whereas he started NLS 6 yesterday afternoon? And here is that Aston Martin. It was at times for me the nose of that car was looking a bit wonky, which is a technical term, but that's purely down to partly the headlights and partly just the way that the livery's been applied to the car. The nose is on perfectly straight, it's not had any damage, and sounds glorious as it thunders past our camera point into Hohenrhein. You've been looking up various GT3 cars, but anything of note that you've learned?
Yeah, just the prices.
Okay.
You're just saying. Well, you started with the M4 GT3 car being available till 2029. Did you say? But if you've got, we'll do it in euros. Given where we are, 530,000 euros to go and get one. But then you need the performance pack on it, and that's another 44,000 euros.
Right, yeah. And I don't know whether we've had full details yet about if you wanted to take that racing at Le Mans next year, because GT3s are eligible, and into the World Endurance Championship. There's a sort of uprated package that all the GT3 cars that will race within the ACO will get as well. For a while, it was going to be known as GT3 Premium. It's not going to be known as that anymore, but nevertheless, I believe there is a pack that you're going to have to buy. A pack, sort of almost as if it comes in a cardboard box.
150,000 euros, I think.
Additionally.
Yeah.
Okay.
To make it Le Mans spec.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so many more GT cars will be eligible for the 24 Hours of Le Mans next year compared to the outgoing GTE category, which is a big loss for me, don't get me wrong. Had it been my decision, I don't think I would have gone GT3 route, but I do understand the reasons for it. And GT3 as an immensely popular GT category globally, the category really. So perhaps...
Do you know what, John? I'd absolutely agree with that statement. I don't think it was necessarily the right way to go, but I understand the mechanics behind it, and it's the most popular platform across the world. So why wouldn't you want it in the biggest race? I can see that. Can Le Mans afford to be that elitist? I don't know. And not have them, I don't know.
In this day and age, maybe not.
No.
Maybe not.
No.
I don't know.
Gosh, we almost sound like we're with the times, don't we?
Yeah. Part of me would be happier if you just turn the ABS off, though, and put that down to the driver. But I don't think it's quite as easy as that. And the AMs would not like that necessarily, but certainly some of the AMs. Ben Keating has been quite vocal in the fact that if you give me a GT3 car where a lot of the car is doing the work for me, that takes away the challenge. It goes back to what you were saying about rear-facing mirrors, cameras, mirrors, windows, cameras, and the arrows on them. As the challenge of a racing driver, all of a sudden, it's quite a bit of the stuff about looking behind you is being done for you, and I can see why that's no longer as difficult and therefore not as challenging.
Yeah, I think you've got to move with the times though as well. It's I think it's very easy to stay dangerously into that sort of rose-tinted spectacle era of certainly when you get as old as me, you won't understand any of this concept yet, Johnny, because you're far too
back
young.
In that day where Cupras were known as Seats, it was we were talking about yesterday.
Even that, that's way too modern for me.
Of course.
But back in the days when Coopers made racing cars and minis. Cooper, you said. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Obviously, that's why Bruce is down the good and not us. But you do. You've got to remember. You've got to keep a big picture view, and I think it's very dangerous to stay in your era. You might like it and prefer it, and that's fine. That's personal preference. That's absolutely fine. But your era was also the cutting edge compared to your predecessors, and they probably didn't like that either. So you can get that, but it moves on. It's fluid. Everything, the world changes, and I think you have to have an understanding of that and see how it is. And I look at some of the drivers now, and it's data driven and data led, and how much they sit there and simulators and whatever. That's the world. That's the way it is. And I think it's great. I do like the fact that some of the more immersive cars require more driver control, more input than necessarily having everything done for you on data. But it also, the cream always rises to the top. The best will always get there. You put. You take people from this series and go and put them in, and we're seeing exactly this. I hate to say it, but back in the UK, when we've got Good Revival on, but one of the things that's happening there, one of the races there is the St Mary's Trophy, which is saloon cars, and I use the word advisedly, not touring cars, saloon cars of the 50s and 60s. So Austin Westminsters and A40s and not load score teams, because they're too new, that's a different race. But you've got effectively ridiculous road cars that were racer saloon cars at the time, just as we're seeing here now. This M4 here bears no relation to the M4 on the road in terms of a race platform. But go and put any of the decent drivers in those cars, and we saw it yesterday, and I urge you, Johnny, to go and watch the highlights of Goodwood yesterday for this. St Mary's Trophy race part 1 is where there's 2 parts. The owners go second today, the stars go yesterday, and we had Rob Huff, Tom Christensen, Jenson Button, Jimmy Johnson, just to name a few, up at the front, battling it out, trading door handles and sometimes a bit of paint, cutting across the road. Karen Chanduk, people, and they're in effectively ordinary cars. They're looking for every competitive advantage, every bit of curve they can use. You can take the driver out of the era, but they'll still want to compete against one another. And it was just some of the most fantastic and respectful racing to it, and I just loved it because they're just racers through and through.
Yeah.
And the bit you have to watch, the duel between Jimmy Johnson and Jenson Button as former NASCAR Le Mans teammates. You heard that sentence correctly this year. Absolutely awesome. They should be here at the NLS.
Well,
Go on
yeah,
a proper circuit.
Hey, there is space in the entry. You know, a 24th class within this race for 1950s and 60s saloon cars.
I just meant the drivers, never the cars. Just get some of the drivers out.
I see. No, I'd like to see some of the cars. Turn all the aids off. There weren't no aids in those days. You drove.
We're lucky to have brakes.
Exactly. It was all through the seat of your pants. And meanwhile, well, there are plenty of cars of that sort of style in this race as well. GT3s perhaps not, but their necks are being absolutely wrung to the ragged edge, and Christian Krognes knows how to do that in his BMW M4. Took that over in the previous pit stop from Kuba Gamaziak, and we're waiting for Christian Kohlhaas to cross the line to get a real-time gap between the number 34 BMW and the number 19 Ferrari. It is 23 seconds, near enough, 22.9 to be exact, and that's likely to continue to open up. Now, there are some yellow flags out on track. I fear for the Ferrari that they came out for the number 19 car and they didn't for the BMW, which was 20 odd seconds further up the road, because that's a gap of 22 seconds. Now, Christian Kohlhaas is a bronze driver, and when you're trying to match him up with Christian Krognes, unfortunately that's near impossible, because Krognes is one of the drivers who features regularly at the sharp end during the 24 hours of this race. So we're not comparing like with like. We were certainly when Luka Ludwig was at the wheel and battling away with Kuba Gamaziak, and that's when we saw something like a 19-second gap open up in favour of the Ferrari. So there's going to be this natural yin and yang now as the 19 crew work their way through their Pro-Am lineup. Good fight towards the end of the lap between the CP Racing Mercedes and the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin. So Shane Lewis in the Merc. The British car in behind, although run by a German team, is being driven by one of the Durr brothers. But these are potential stars of the future. Ben 19, Phil 22, I think I've got them the right way around there, but they're both silver rated, looking of course to try and win a big title in the next few years to bump them up to gold, and going to go for it here on Shane Lewis. And Lewis also trying to avoid the 63 Porsche Cayman at the same time. Wanted really to pull across the bows of the Aston Martin, but left it a little bit too late, and that was a neat overtake at the first corner.
Yeah, we saw the Aston set that up there, and I did think, I mean, Shane Lewis with his experience, and hey, sitting in the armchair here, not actually in the car, but with that Porsche Cayman on the left-hand side, which was naturally taking up the line you wanted, it was easier, I'd have thought, for Shane Lewis to dive down to the right and protect that against the pit wall, because you've got to pull up, obviously, the more oblique angle you go in, you've got to go in slower because you've got a less of a radius. So it's all very well saying, I'll dive down the inside, but then you've got to stop the car, and the danger of that, you then stop, and it's too slow. So I'm surprised he didn't sort of just defend that a tiny bit more, but he'll have his reasons, and Shane Lewis is vastly experienced, so he won't just let that happen for the sake of it. So there will be reasons behind that one. But a change of position there, as you say, to the Aston Martin. It's reading on our pit board here, not on our pit board, on our timing screen, of course, that it's Aston Martin's behind Shane Lewis. Of course, that just happened immediately after there. Lap times respectively for the best of those cars, 8:17 and 8:16 the last two, and 4 seconds in it. So Adam Christodoulou in the number 45 CP Racing Mercedes did do an 8-minute dead effectively, and I'm not sure who set the fastest time in the Doer Aston, but that's got an 8-minute 4, so it's slightly ahead now. Fastest lap of the race still stands at that Ferrari, with Kohlhaas at the wheel now in second place, the 296 Racing 1 entry with a 7:56.7, and Christian Krognes and Kubica Maziak in the M4 Falkenhorst car leading their fastest lap is a 7:58.7, so exactly 2 seconds slower.
Yeah, as I say, I'm concerned about Christian Kohlhaas's pace, certainly on the last lap, because he dropped about 20 odd seconds on one lap alone. That won't have been an out lap, but I do fear that he just got on the wrong side of the yellow flags that were out during the lap we've just completed. We are green again though now, so scope perhaps for some of that ground to be made up, but again, Christian Kohlhaas struggling compared to Christian Krognes. But you know, you're comparing a gold driver at the peak of his game with a bronze who is openly within a Pro-Am lineup. So this is the expected drop-off that I would have thought for Racing 1's Ferrari. Remember, their priority is to win the class, which is Pro-Am. So essentially they are fighting the green Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, which has Christoph Breuer at the wheel, and Shane Lewis. And I wonder whether that's why Shane Lewis just stepped out of the way of the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin, because Shane may have got a message in the radio saying, you've got an Aston on your tail, they're actually not in our class, so don't waste too much time defending. We're looking for a good result within Pro-Am.
Well, there's your potential answer straight away. Well spotted, Johnny. I didn't think Shane Lewis would let that through. I thought he should have defended it more if it was position. It wasn't position. There's your answer.
Yeah.
There's experience for you.
It's totally right, and it's about not losing perspective on
exactly
on who your nearest rivals are. You know,
an eminently valid point of drivers can be idiots, and you get involved with I'm not going to let him through. I'm not going to let you through, and then the team are going, it's not in the same class. What's the point? And he's like, oh, right, sorry.
Okay.
Literally. In this case.
You know, to your adrenaline. Being able to race with another car that is right on your rear bumper, and you're thinking, I've held him off so far. This is great for me. But when you look at the lap time, actually, if you just let him by and then continued on your merry way in isolation,
long game, isn't it?
You probably would have got a quicker lap time. And that's where the engineers earn their money, to try and keep you drivers, and I speak about Snowy to my right as well, in control, because you're great at what you do, but the engineer is in charge of all 3 or all 4 or indeed all 5 drivers, and you have to think about the result.
Mate, if you've worked out how to keep me in control, write a book and copyright it and everything just to get it there, good for you.
People have attempted that book, but probably just given up halfway through. What is the point? Ben Loiter's taken...
Never got past the forward.
Ben Loiter's taken back command of the 100 Max Cruiser car. So we had a stint from Nico Otto, and now it's Betty back at the wheel. Joined again, locking horns again with Reinhard Koffler, although they've left the pits something like 6 or 7 seconds apart. Koffler pitted last time around, so the Loiter car was due a stop and has now done that. So that'll bring the 100 car back on an even keel with the others within Cup 2. We've also had a driver change in the 121. That's Michele Di Martino taking charge of the K Kramer car 121. And Ben Bunagel for Black Falcon Team Identica takes charge of car 102. So it is all change from a driving perspective at the sharp end of Cup 2. And there are 2 further Cup 2 cars now being serviced in the pit lane. The second K Kramer car, which is the 112 offering, and Mulner Motorsports' earlier class leading blue and white car. It's Nick Zalewski who takes charge of that in 1, 2, 3. And Cup 2, again, is going to keep us guessing all the way through till 6 o'clock tonight.
No sooner we gone to all green and full course green again, it's gone back to code 60 at Expo. It's obviously starts with a 120, but there's no car. There is a camera at that point. I've even looked on the camera and there's nothing evidence on there, so not really sure why. There's no car indicated on the tracker as to why we've gone back to a code 60 at Expo.
Weird. Exmuller and Versifen were affected by barrier damage earlier on in the race, so whether something's been detected that still needs to be fixed, but it's quite strange that we must have had at least half an hour of green flag running through there. Is it some debris that's been spotted rather than an actual car? Maybe a bit of a car has ended up in the middle of the road and requires marshals to tend to that, so that would mean a reason for a code 60. Christian Krognes, whose career is really going from strength to strength, and he is a big talent that has been welcomed into the Valkenhorst Motorsport stable a couple of years ago. Krognes of Norway has been a winner of the Spa 24 Hours, managed to complete that in 2018. I'm just going to remind myself of the lineup of the 34 BMW that took victory in Belgium 5 years ago. They had Philip Eng in that car, Tom Blomqvist, who's now regularly racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, of course, for Acura, and Christian Krognes, and the three of them took victory at Spa in 2018.
Yeah, shabby lineup that, isn't it?
I mean, there is no weak link whatsoever in, and again, it's nice and tight with only the three drivers. I think the regulation is, if you run in pro, you can only have three drivers at the Spa 24 Hours, and since then, regularly racing with Valkenhorst in what was known as the what has become known as the GT World Challenge Championship. He also races regularly at the Spa 24 Hours, as mentioned, an event he's earlier won, and here at the Nürburgring. But it tends to be, for Christian, it tends to be exclusively here in Germany now for the Norwegian, having cut his teeth at this venue early on. Didn't really go the single-seater route in the early days. I'm sure he started with some karting, but first ever 24-hour race took place in 2010 for Christian Krognes when he was driving an Audi TT, which was in SP3T at the time. Pizza preparation in various places around the paddock, and I think it's no coincidence that Peter Snowden, the gentleman sitting next to me, has just reached for his lunch as well. We haven't got any pizzas in the commentary box.
But Kerry is now salivating at the sight of this pizza making.
Well,
there's a lot of that's Emmental. Look at that, pepperoni and Emmental. Look at that. That's
expense
feast.
spares there.
Layers and layers of Emmental.
So, all right. You're getting very excited about the Swiss cheese. Arvia were doing that preparation, and Arvia have the 960 car in the race. Earlier it was leading Cup 3, but somebody must have suggested the idea of pizzas to them on the radio, because they've dropped from the lead of the class all the way back to 10th. That's not really worked so well, but at least they will, when their drivers do come in for a stop, be refueled in more ways than one, with some posh cheese on toast.
That's Walter Ebbett, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It doesn't involve any Emmental at all, but the Arvia pizzas certainly do. The 24
Don't you try and invade my Emmental party.
The 24 car is showing evidence of how much running it and everybody else in this weekend have had. I'm sure they gave that Aston Martin a bit of a polish overnight, but nevertheless it will have been bearing some scars from 6 hours into the night time yesterday, and the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. I wonder whether we're going to start to see a bit more of Durr through the course of the next few years, and particularly the two brothers who are racing this weekend with a certain Nicky team, and I'm sure Nicky will be one of well, first of all, an amazing racer, but also a great coach for the Durr brothers to try and extract that little bit of extra lap time. It's been a busy season again for Nicky. He's done one British GT race, I notice, earlier on in the season. He also has done a fair bit of European Le Mans Series races, FIA, WEC, of course, as well, and raced actually at the Spa 24 Hours with Audi this year, so away from his Aston Martin exploits. He was sort of a guest driver for Scherer Sport PHX, but I suppose now he's no longer fully associated with Aston Martin as the factory team. That gives him a little bit of wriggle room. They're all self-employed, effectively, these drivers, so if you get a chance to do a big Keystone event like Spa, there's no Aston seat, get into an Audi instead.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, these guys are professionals, and it's all data collection, isn't it? You get to go and drive certainly something like a well-run Audi R8, it's a different experience. I mentioned today, front-engined, rear-engined Porsche, front-engined Astons, BMWs, mid-engine Ferrari, Lamborghini. Haven't seen much of Lamborghini. Conrad Motorsport missing from this. They're normally running the Huracan.
True.
Shame not to see that out again. I'm sure it'll be out before the end of the year. But it's all experience. Somebody like Nicky Thiem is going to be quick in anything. We joked yesterday he'd be quick at with a wheelbarrow. He would. But he'd probably still have some data. He'd still say it had understeer, or it did something, or it didn't turn in, it was too light, or put some more weight on the nose, or something would be better with a load in it. Where he'd have some comment to make, because thus is the way. They don't just go, oh yeah, that was fun. It's like, yeah, there's always a reason behind it. So it's just data collection. So it's more experience, and
I'd also
other teams
think,
are aware of that and will want to. The more a driver collects that, has that in the knowledge base, the more you want them, because it's experience.
You know that phrase, looking at something with a fresh pair of eyes? All of a sudden you've got, someone who doesn't drive Audis very often, Audi R8s, versus the guys who are regularly in there. And if the Audi's got, I'm not suggesting it's got a sort of standard defect necessarily, but the Audi regulars will just be kind of like, oh yeah, it just does that. Whereas somebody who's coming in from the outside, who's driven Aston Martins and Porsches, goes, hang on a minute, we can find a way around this problem that you guys have just been living with for the last 2 or 3 years. And a person who doesn't regularly race that type of machinery could be very refreshing coming in for a big customer team like Phoenix, like Valkenhorst, like ProSport.
100%. So it's the same as in business. It's the same sort of thing. So you become complacent, and one of the worst things you can have in a driver actually is a driver that drives around an issue in a car and doesn't give feedback.
Yeah.
So they just think it's normal. The engineers don't know about it.
You might stop seeing it though.
Exactly.
As well.
And they don't. The engineers don't know about it. Then, as you say, you suddenly get somebody else of, let's just say, equal quality or parity, gets in the car and go, why does it do this? And the engineers are going, huh? What do you mean it does what? And they went, well, it does that.
We didn't know.
We didn't know that. Why didn't you say that? I'm like, oh, I'll just drive around that. It's like, well, you should have told us. It's been 3 seasons, and so you're absolutely right. And it's you do need it sometimes, and that's what you need sometimes. Just a different, a fresh perspective.
Yeah, so I can see why it would be attractive to cruise running cars at the same time. Valkenhorst now run 1-2. Not sure I mentioned that, but it's the 34 ahead of the 35, and the 35 car I knew was quick yesterday, but it couldn't catch a break either with Nicholas Cruton or Dylan Pereira at the wheel. Cruton came in today after a reasonably long stint, I seem to remember. Let's just check. Or was it one of the 5-lappers that pitted the earliest possible opportunity? It was. So Cruton came in after 5 laps. They kept Nicholas on board and he did 7. And then at that point, the Luxembourgish driver Dylan Pereira took over. So I'm now expecting a double stint from Pereira, who is a mean racer, particularly, well, generally in Porsches, actually. But again, he'll be learning a great deal about BMWs this weekend. And the 35 car is now next to the sister car on the timing screen. In reality, there's 38 seconds between them. But Valkenhorst had a great win yesterday. They couldn't back it up with any of their other cars, though, because the rest of the podium was filled with Falcon Porsches. On course at the moment, and I realise I'm talking about a race that's not even halfway through yet, but it's looking very strong for the Valkenhorst BMW customer team.
Johnny, I'm going to put something to you here.
Go on.
I think Valkenhorst are playing with us. They're teasing us.
Okay.
The 34 car yesterday didn't even qualify for the race. Yeah, it was allowed in, quite right, at the back of his starting group, as the rules dictate. All correct, precedent correct. Done. Goes on to win the race. The 35 car, that's leading today, by the way. The 34 car still leading today, just proving the point it wasn't a fluke. Okay. The 35 car that's in second place now didn't even do much qualifying today. Had all sorts of issues. It's up there at the front. Why go qualifying? Why waste the fuel?
Well, this is an age-old argument within endurance racing, is that how important is doing a quick lap time in a 10 or 15 minute qualifying session when you've got a 6-hour race ahead of you. I still think that it's a massive bonus to start a race like this on the front row when you can be out of trouble, having seen so much carnage kick off so often in the midfield. And if there's an accident that happens, say on row 5 or 6, and you're sitting on row 10, are you going to get through it? So I agree that actually your result on, for the sake of argument, the result on Sunday bears no comparison with your qualifying on Saturday. In fact, we qualified this morning for this race, but you know what I mean. I still think it's, you know, from a survival point of view, there's an awful lot to be said for qualifying.
There is. Opinions divided, and I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot here because I was never particularly successful on this. This may be the reason why. But I always thought, one of M240s going behind the barriers under its own steam. Was it being towed?
No, I think there's a towing strap
tow rope at just the beginning of the Dottinger Her. We'll come back to that. I never quite understood the height and the pressure, for want of better words, associated with a high qualifying position, as you say, in a short run for a long race.
Yeah.
Maybe I just didn't get it. Maybe that's the mark of a champion or whatever. That's I drove with champion, as in World Sports Car FIA champion. So I have experiences. What I'm saying, I get what it's like to be in the garage with and around. That said, he was pretty laconic at the best of times. I always thought it used up an awful lot of energy as a driver when you've got such a big event ahead of you, and I'm talking 1 or 2 positions not being at the back. But it's proven. I've seen it proven so many times, certainly since we've been commentating on this, and you and I together, and Bruce and John Hindhaugh and others, that all this hype about a high qualifying position, we're out there at the front, you can start at the back and still win. So much time if you play it right, and I always find that a bit more interesting. I don't know, maybe I know it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure X is going to light up now.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 7th time this year. We're racing as part of the NLS, and this, believe it or not, is the third 6-hour race we've had in a row now, together with the Rural Pokal, the Rover 6 hours that took place in July this year. We are back to the more bread and butter rounds after this one, with a 4-hour race close to the end of September, and then the 7th of October we'll see NLS close for the year with NLS 9. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer. And Snow's had a bit of lunch now, so are you getting a sort of second wind into the...
I'm just amazed to be ahead of you in anything.
Well,
you were into the supper a lot earlier yesterday. We mentioned this series. It's quite often that we refer to it as a domestic series, as in it's entirely dominated or largely dominated by German brands. At some point, you just mentioned those Cup 3 cars. Sorry, Cup 2. So it's a GT3 Cup car. It's a Cup 2 class, and from position 9 right through to position 19, 10 of them just in a row there. Just our times means Porsche, 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 Porsche. What is surprising to see, and as our second place car just comes into the pits now, but just ignoring that for a moment, 2 BMWs at the front, teammates Valkenhorst, Ferrari in third, 2 Astons in fourth and fifth, and interesting to see the Pro-Am car ahead of the Pro car at the moment. That might change, no disrespect when they put Nicky Team in that, it just might. And then Mercedes and a BMW M4 again is the Pro-Am Valkenhorst car. So 34 and 35 being the Pro Valkenhorst cars. Second one of those literally is in the pits right now. Dylan Pereira at the wheel of that for the moment. I think he might be staying on board. And then the 36 M4 GT3 is Valkenhorst, but it's a Pro-Am category car there, not Pro. And that's the top 7.
We always try and talk about as many different cars within the entry as possible, and Ollie Martini is now having a chance to catch up with one of the alternatively fueled cars. There's an interesting article on the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series website, actually, delving into the 20th anniversary for 4 Motors, and the fact that the sort of history of them getting together was actually a coincidence. I won't spoil the article necessarily, but if you head to Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.de, you can read all about the history of 4 Motors. I couldn't quite believe it's been 20 years of green revolution in motor racing, but they always fuel in a slightly different location from the normal pit lane. There's a little pull off there, a lay-by if you like, where you dive in and fill the cars. And this isn't the only car. We're talking about the 320 Porsche, and also through the years there've been that famous Mustang as well that has parked up there to take the fuel on board. And you know, talk about different ways to fuel cars, and obviously that is the concentration on many places around the world now for sustainable motoring. Well, it's actually at least a 20-year-old project for these guys, and will continue on, I think, as a key part of the Nürburgring racing too, to try and delve into new technologies that will first be exposed through motor racing and eventually then will be seen on the road.
I'm just admiring Ollie Martini's shirt.
It is quite distracting, isn't it?
It's black, but it's got lots of little logos all over it, which are multicoloured, which are silver, yellow, blue, red, etc., repeating. And it looks like, close up, they're all racing cars. It looks like it's an image of a W125 Mercedes of the 30s in different colours. It's an absolutely fantastic shirt. I have no idea what's going on with biofuels, sustainable fuels, but I know all about his shirt now.
Yes, well, I would hope that, as part of the commentary team, that we're also being sent the same sort of style shirts that we can wear for future NLS races. But
well, I was going to go flowery today, and I'm not sure whether you were ready for it or not.
No, I wouldn't have been. No. Especially after spending over 6 hours in a commentary box with you yesterday as well. There's only so much a man can take.
Well, it's in the bag, so we'll pop it on tonight before we go out. By the way, we're taking you out after this event tonight.
Oh, you really?
Yes, we
taking
are.
me out?
We are.
That's the best offer I've had all year.
I don't mean it in a contract-killing type way. That sounded very sinister, but no, it has been arranged because there's something happens tomorrow that I think is something like let's go Germanica Geburtstag.
For a mish.
Yes. Yes.
I think you're right. Yes. Hey,
yes.
Your calendar is properly in line and correct, isn't it?
Well, we're mates. It's important.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it is officially a birthday weekend for Johnny Palmer. Right, drinks tonight. I'll pencil that in. I'll see whether I get a better offer in the next 3 hours.
I'll just see if I'm doing anything else, if I've got any space in the diary. I might have to move a few things around. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's. I don't want to, wish time away here, because we've got 3 hours and a bit of racing around the Nürburgring, which I still think is going to be highly entertaining. Although a warm day at the Nürburgring, so it's
always good to have things to look forward to.
A couple of beers tonight might go down a treat, and you, as the consumers, the viewers, the listeners, as long as you're of the correct age, I would firmly encourage that tonight as well. After, if you've stuck with us for 12 hours, blimey, you deserve a drink.
Probably need a drink, yes.
Christian Krognes now completing lap 20. He's almost round the 21st lap, in fact. And
what was it, 39 laps yesterday were completed, weren't they?
Yes, in a massive 6 hours.
Interesting little stat for you. Just mentioned about this being our third 6-hour race
in a row. Correct.
A quarter of NLS races this year have been 6 hour.
Yes. Yeah, which surely happens before. I mean, this officially is billed as a 12-hour race.
It's me, isn't it?
Where do you get these stats from? It must have been a long weekend last time out to work all this through.
We had a 2-month layoff.
This officially is a 12-hour race, of course, but then again, you look at the results, and what it will show is 2 6-hour races, 2 separate results, 2 separate qualifying sessions, and indeed 2 organising bodies.
I don't think it is. I think last year was a 12-hour race. This is a 12-hour weekend of 2 6-hour races.
I see.
That's my understanding of it.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard to @RSL_studio.
Well, it's all in the phraseology, I suppose. You're right that 12-hour is in the event title, but doesn't specifically detail that it's going to be a 12-hour race. Whereas last year, they were waved off from the pit lane, and after a whole night of parc ferme as well. So a very different format this year. I'm sure that after the event, various bits of research will be done to drivers and teams to ask which way of doing it they preferred, and that will be the way that we move forward. I'm sure we haven't yet, and there's still quite a lot of water to go under the bridge, I get the feeling, about a calendar for next year within NLS, but it would be nice across maybe 9 races to have different lengths included. It's always very important at the start of the year to get qualifying done for a number of the big customer teams, because they've always got an eye towards the 24 hours, and generally the first 3 NLS races give you opportunity to qualify for that, at least to qualify for the qualifying session at the Nürburgring 24 hours.
What I call the data collection races.
Yeah.
Well, the pre 24 hour one. Everybody says. I mean, don't forget the 24 hour is a standalone event here at the Nürburgring. It is not part of this series.
That's right.
It doesn't count for anything towards points or whatever. You try telling that to any of the teams and drivers involved at whatever level. You've only got to see it in terms of the little bit of a drop-off post 24-hour of cars going elsewhere. Pre, they are collecting data, intel all the time, ready for that big one, because that's the one that everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
Slightly lacking in onboard cameras today. One of our main cars, of course, was the Falcon cars yesterday, so 2 of those are out straight away. So we've not got much in terms of GT3 SB9 category onboard cameras, some of which is usually very, very exciting to watch down through the hats and back. I often refer to this part just because it's the beginning of the lap. You swing up through the left-hand of Sabine Smits, the complete hairpin round, and then start this fast roller coaster down through the hats and back, and it focuses the mind. It's nice and narrow, and then that blast out at the other end of the lap onto the Dottinger. So usually some great onboard footage there.
I hope they haven't nicked off with the onboard cameras. And
well, I did wonder why they can't put cameras in different cars, but maybe Falcon have got a couple of cameras now.
Exactly, they kept them bolted into the cars and they've been taken away in the trailers and forgotten all about. Now I'm sure they were de-rigged, but they weren't put into alternatives. We're a few cars down on yesterday, 114 or 15 entries yesterday. Today it is just north of 90, but nevertheless, you can't really complain. A motor race that has just more than 90 cars is badly subscribed. It's just, remembering where we are, and a Nürburgring 24-hour race that has a rich history of about 250 cars in the good old days, then 90 feels like a small amount, but it really is not. Meantime, the 4 Motors gang are still being interviewed. Kerry started to tuck into my snacks here, I notice, but that's fine. They are okay, they're being opened for us. Very good. The 2 BMWs. Now, the other thing I was going to check was when does the lead BMW need to pit? It's going to be not the end of this lap, but the one after that. I'll be careful with those.
I'm just looking at this packet and wasn't aware that you had wasabi peas.
Yes.
The things you learn about your colleagues when you work with them.
On reflection, possibly not the best snack to be on air with, because they're a little hot.
Well, they're crunchy and
they're
hot,
crunchy.
So you say possibly not the best commentary food.
Hence the reason why, for all of yesterday, they remain unopened. But there we are. We're being encouraged to tuck in by our producer, Kerry Cobb. Christoph Breuer has just headed into the pit lane, and also Christian Kohlhaas in his Ferrari is in pit lane too. So the 2 Pro-Am leaders have created a straight-on fight on pit lane here. You talked about the pit lane being the racetrack. You're not generally being overtaking in the pit lane is frowned upon. However, if you can turn your car around a little more quickly than the one alongside, then absolutely do that. The difference here, of course, is that these pit stops are timed to a minimum reference time. So it's just a question really of making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's dotted, and everything is done generally in hand. The pit stops in the middle of the race, when you are doing a full refill of the tank, that can generally be done at a measured pace. You can refit all the tyres, and all of those duties can be done comfortably within the pit stop reference time. Where the crews really earn their money is later on in the race, when you're pitting very close to the end of it, and the pit stop might be about the right time for all the duties to be done before it needs to be sent. So there'll be no watching the clock tick down. It's just a question of do all that you need to be doing to the car as quickly as possible, and then send it to make sure you get the car back out on track and on course for a good result. So if you're going to be pitting the car maybe 2 or 3 laps from the end, that is where we'll see whistle-stop pit stops taking place. The 24 car is the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, heading out of the Mercedes Arena and into the cut-through hairpin. Tricky corner that as the track drops away, and at close quarters is the Aston Martin of Shane Lewis. So not too long ago, Shane was stepping out of the way of the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin to allow it by. how good has the CP Racing car done across its stint? Now, is this indicative of the fact that the Mercedes is better towards the end of the stint rather than at the start? Because Shane Lewis is managing to live with the speed of that 24 car. And on the face of it, it looks to be a good decision that Shane took earlier on to allow the Aston by, because he really hasn't opened up much of a gap. Not the sort of gap that I was expecting between these two front-engine machines. Over the road they will go, where the racetrack crosses one of the internal roads, and through the left-hander onto the Hatzenbach properly. In the background you can see partial bit of the grandstand that overlooks the Vidal chicane, because the Hatzenbach really does flick back and very close to the latter part of the Grand Prix circuit. You have to walk the track to realise how close they actually are. Talk about the Sabine Schmitz curve. That is basically, when you add the two corners together, a full hairpin, and that early bit of the Hatzenbach is very close indeed to the latter portion of the Grand Prix circuit, before then eventually the Nordschleife starts to take its very own route.
And also, one of the other advantages of walking it as well is that you don't realise, perhaps on television, until you see it, that physically there, the gradient. We say, I refer internally to that thing as a roller coaster, that part of the track, but you walk down, it's quite a steep walk down, and
downhill,
good work out coming back up again.
True.
You just don't realize it's just sort of foreshortened on television. You don't get that impression. Yeah,
the track is obviously very it swings left and right, so no issue with that, the amount of steering input that you've got to put in. But yes, what the cameras don't necessarily generate is how much you then have to get on the brakes when you're slowing for the tighter corners, because also the car's getting away from you as it plummets downhill and on towards Hocheichen, Kittelbacher Hohe and Flugplatz, before then that significant stop at Arenberg after the really fast left-hander at Schwedenkreuz. A chance to catch up with what's going on in Cup 3, because that's starting to get slightly more spread out. It's Heiko Eichenberg that leads Cup 3 now in the Zorg Rennsport 959 car, but that's the 961 also part of the Cup 3 element. So we're talking about the 9th placed W&S Motorsport Porsche there. And in fact, as it crosses the line, it gains a position. Lots of tyre pickup bouncing around on the road there from one of the cars. Of course, the tyre wear takes place through the corners, but generally those balls of rubber will depart the car on the real quick stuff, on the straights, and it flicks around then onto the racing line potentially and causes issues for those cars behind. And an old set of tyres can so often be interrupted with some pickup. You can get a really bad vibration if you catch some of that in the wrong place, and then the car's just chattering for the remainder of the stint. You had any difficulties in the past with tyre pickup? And
about to ask, had any difficulty with picking up in the past? Yeah, frequently.
Well,
yes, the list
crossed
is
my
long.
mind. That would have been an easy pop.
Yes, in the rejection pile.
No, but I've heard stories of pickup actually convincing a driver that they've got a tyre down, and actually the sensors say no, all 4 tyres are fully inflated, but you've got just a wodge of pickup which is just causing a massissive vibration.
Yeah, because you're talking a slick racing tyre, i.e. no tread pattern whatsoever, completely smooth, and they work at a temperature, and you don't want pickup, i.e. things sticking to it, so you run a bit wide, you pick up bits of gravel or detritus at the side of the circuit.
The marbles.
It's the marbles, exactly, which is all the bits that come off the tyre. Very useful at the end of a race if you need to pass a ride height test.
Yes.
Which is why I nearly always see it in touring cars, some of which you cover a bit in the UK for ITV. That they'll state, I think there's that famous line, isn't it, from picking up is still a popular pastime on the radio to a driver. I think it was Charlie Cox, where he had to run wide on the way in lap to deliberately pick up, because the tyres are hot and sticky, pick up stones and everything, which is horrible to hear it all clashing around the wheel arches. Because don't forget, on a road car, your wheel arches have got sound deadening. Race cars, they haven't. Again, why noise sounds, so you pick up every little bit of noise. We do that to increase the rolling radius of the wheel, to configure the ride height of the car to ensure it gets through the ride height test. And then you can fall foul of that. So I think we had that at Knockhill, didn't we? One of the touring cars lost position. Tom Ingram.
Yes.
For not passing the right height test. So it is important that these race cars, back to what you're saying about the pickup, is that they have a critical height and position and rake. You'll see it in the Porsche's rake is 4.5 position of the car, how the car sits. Porsches tend to sit a little bit higher at the back and a little bit lower at the front, what they call rake, and they put more rake in it. What that will do is, on a Porsche, it's critical because you're a rear engine car. You mentioned it yesterday, John, about the pendulum effect of the engine out the back. Well, the higher you put it, you're increasing the centre of gravity. You then add in a turning motion, i.e. turning into the corner, but a steering angle. Naturally, it increases that pendulum. So that's why those cars are quite tricky to run. Certain cars will run lower at the back, and so certainly a front engine car will tend to run a little bit lower at the back, a little bit higher at the front, because you've got that massive engine at the front.
Yes.
Tyre pickup, I will get back to that, sorry. You don't want that on the tyre because it suddenly isn't that smooth anymore. So it's complete loss of grip, and you'll see it, never mind running wide into the gravel. You want to get all the gravel out of the car. It picks up on the tyres. So you run a tiny bit wide there. Even that bit of dust you saw was that Klaus Backley yesterday made that early mistake, as you put it, running wide. That would have affected the tyre because it would have picked up dust, debris, stones, etc. And it doesn't come off quite as quickly as you think. So you can suddenly be compromised at the next bit. It's as simple as that. That you set tiny, almost infinitesimal little mistake of running a bit wide, and suddenly there's a knock-on effect of, and this is where experience does come in. You can make the mistake, recover from it, but what effect has it had? And this is where you need to understand the car engineering-wise with your engineers and experience of, hang on, at the next corner it's going to be compromised. If it's on that car, it was a left rear, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're going into a right-hander, you don't want that.
There's a great example from Ollie of the sort of tyre pickup we're talking about,
hasn't he?
Yes, yes. Now
it's that shirt. I told you the shirt was good.
There you go. It's natural skill for Ollie Martini. That, I think, is a lot of pickup that's been deliberately rolled into a ball. I'd be surprised if you're going to encounter a wadge of it that sort of size. But also, sometimes an old set of tyres may then be scraped of pickup to then be put back on the car at a later point. So you've got to make sure that an old tyre is nicely clean, because there's still some decent meat on it, potentially, for a future stint.
You're even testing, you'll see it, effectively they've got almost like a wallpaper gun, a heat gun, and they'll soften the tyre. The mechanic will sit there with a tyre in a roller in front of them, and literally they'll just roll it around, and they're just warming it up and scraping all the pick off, getting it back to that, because tyres are expensive. And certainly we'll go back to what we were saying yesterday about simulators and putting young drivers in the car. Ideally you can do all your simulation runs, but you need the driver in a car to see what they actually do. So you will tend to use not an old set of tyres, but you won't necessarily give them a premium set straight away, first time out, and see how they deal with it. And you have to recycle stuff. It has to be reused. Expensive.
True. I mean, the current rules in things like the World Endurance Championship force you to double stint tyres, but actually the tyre technology these days doesn't mean you have to do it back to back. You could do an opening stint with one set of tyres, take them off, put a new set of tyres on the car, allow the old ones to cool, and then put them on for, say, stint 4 or 5. And once they've gone through a heat cycle, as long as you've allowed them to cool and become solid again, you can put them back on the car and they're good to go for another stint. And tyres are being deliberately compounds are being deliberately designed for that to be possible in this day and age. A Goodyear shod Megane, it's certainly a Renault, yes it is a Megane, is in the garage at the moment, but needing some loving care and attention here, because the bumper fairly badly damaged, although I've seen bumpers in far worse states in things like touring car racing, funnily enough. But there's going to be a bit of tape here to make sure that the bumper doesn't fall off anymore. And the 662, is that the yellow BMW that we saw not too long ago, disappearing behind the barrier?
Correct.
On a tow road?
Come back.
Yeah, so car 662
racing car
is again competing, which is brilliant to see, as part of the 240i class. In fact, this is the car that took pole position yesterday for the 240i class, so the smireless racing car, and it's Michael Frigger who is doing the driving there. Not sure whether it was Michael who was behind the wheel when the problem hit, but you would be permitted to change your driver anyway, just as soon as the car got back to the paddock. Two Pro-Am cars going absolutely hammer and tong here. This has got to be for position as well. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. And yes, the Aston number 17 of Marek Bachmann is now ahead of Jakob Schell. That will give him second position in the class. We're talking 5th and 6th overall. Marek Bachmann needed to pounce there because that car, well, the Bachmann Aston Martin has just done an outlap, so they've both pitted on the previous lap. Yeah, and they came in, and remember, I mentioned that at the time, that the Pro-Am cars were effectively fighting one another in the pit lane. They've now completed one outlap, starting their second, and the Aston is finally in front.
Two total different design philosophies there. Your Aston Martin being a big front-engined V8 GT3 car, the Ferrari being mid-engine, totally different philosophy, but two different ways of being equally efficient. And the 296, I'm quite surprised to see that Aston go by, actually, because the Ferrari is a mighty quick car, but it was through the technical bit of the Grand Prix circuit, the Mercedes Arena, that he got the job done.
I think that's an element of the Pro-Am lineup where you've got a slightly more Pro overtaking a slightly more Am. It's actually got not a lot to do with the performance of the cars and more to do with Jakob Schell's lap time. He'll be getting more and more used to this Ferrari 296 as well, but they're highly technical cars and there will be an awful lot going on in the cockpit of that machine, even though they are designed to be easy, no, probably not easy, but you know, comfortable for an Am driver. Marek Bachmann, 25 years old, silver rated, and he's just got past Jakob Schell, who I will suggest is not quite 25, possibly double that age. So the Ferrari, I'm not being ageist, just it's fresh eyes, fresh eyes. The beauty of Pro-Am is that, you know, you're going to utilise your Pros and your Ams at different points compared to other cars within your class. And the idea at the end of 6 hours is that the 19 Ferrari and the 17 Aston Martin will cross the line almost side by side by the end of 6 hours of racing. Just different ways of getting there.
I've just been treated to some pit lane footage there of the 730 BMW 325i. I was admiring the steering wheel, bear with me. It's proper old school, as in it's round. That sounds really funny, but it's a round Alcantara covered steering wheel.
Yep.
That's old school.
Rare these days, isn't it?
A couple of buttons on it. Flavia Fernandez Pellegrino, Dan Berghout and Juha Miettinen at the wheel of that car, literally that wheel. Although it did look, just as the camera cut away, that might be either taking the lid off or not coming out. So we'll just see if the 730 rejoins or not.
We'll be seeing a driver in an open face helmet next.
Do you know, I don't think it's even allowed.
Is it not? Would you not be able to compete at the Nürburgring 24 hours or indeed the NLS races with an open face helmet?
I don't know if there's a regulation, but there's a great question. But in the meantime, we've got 729. I've just mentioned the 730 325 BMW. Well, here's its next car in its class. This is the Thomas Schmidt's entry. That's just finding its way into the pits now with a front left puncture. So your Manfred Schmidt's, Rainer Thomas and Katja Thomas down to drive that. So another one suffering a puncture. I have been surprised actually, the punctures that hit, normally you get a front left. Most circuits are clockwise, as is the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife. You've got lots of corners here obviously, so you've got lots of both ways. So I'm being surprised at some rear tyre failures we saw on other things a bit earlier. That does surprise me around here. Probably a lot to do with the temperature. What is the ambient? It was 27 odd degrees yesterday.
So fuel going in, and BMW Valkenhorst Motorsport more specifically again in a good position as things are panning out. Christian Krognes knows how to win a 6 hour race at this time of year. Did it yesterday with Kuba Gamasiak. So is it just a question of doing exactly what they did for day one of the Red Bull Formula Nürburgring event and just coming away with an identical result. You could argue that the entry that they're up against today is mildly easier than yesterday because two Falcon Motorsports Porsches have been taken away, and their biggest threat today was the Share Sport PHX Audi of Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb, and that, unfortunately, although still running, is a long way back because of the dramas with the puncture suffered early on in that car. I say it's still running. I'm just going to check, actually. It is being shown out on track still, with Frank Stippler now at the wheel. But to put its position in perspective, it's down in 78th overall. And the last time around, well, actually, it's taken over an hour to do a lap. Well, that will include a 50-odd minute pit stop, though. I'll just keep a close eye on whether it's still producing lap times. It doesn't say it's in the pits, car 5. So we'll wait to see whether the Share Sport Audi is somewhere on the Grand Prix track or whether they've just decided to call it a day. Anyway, it was one of the nearest rivals to this car, the 34, now Kuba Gamaziak-driven BMW. So they've done a driver change to flick back to their starting pilot, the man from Poland, Kuba Gamaziak, who was a star in the Porsche Super Cup only feels like a handful of years ago, probably the better part of a decade now. Was never champion in Super Cup, but did finish second one year, and now has become a Nürburgring specialist, and very much with Valkenhorst Motorsport as well. Conversations being had with Christian Krognes about the performance of the 34 car over the last stint. Generally speaking, it smiles within Valkenhorst Motorsport and their garage, so I don't think there's anything to be too concerned about. And the car looks very stable coming out of the Vidal chicane and up towards Sabine Schmidt's curve.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. We've got 2 hours 40 to go, but for Valkenhorst, really, they cannot complain this weekend thus far, can they?
Certainly not.
And as we pointed out earlier, given that certainly the winning car yesterday, which is now the lead car today, didn't even qualify yesterday. The 35 car had issues. That's currently in third place.
Very smoky on the Dottinger Hoor. There was a slow car with a puncture, I think, which has caused the majority of that, rather than any fans' barbecues. Now, this interview should be in English with Christian Krognes, so let's see if we can tune in to Ollie Martini chatting to the Norwegian.
Is the shape okay? I think your mood is quite nice.
Yeah, when you're leading by this margin, you cannot do anything else than smile. I mean, we had a big crash yesterday, and still the car is in one piece and doing really well. So very happy with the team, with everything. Now it's just to keep it together and finish on.
Also alles wunderbar. Gestern das Auto eingecrashed, heute bislang aus allem rausgehalten, liegt in Führung. Insofern, das Auto ist noch in einem Teil.
Yeah,
gibt's nichts zu motzen. So what's the plan for the rest of the day?
Well, now I'm going to do another double in the end, so that'll be exciting. And we'll try to keep it all together and finish a clean, this in a clean run. And hopefully we can stay at the top at the end.
Good luck on that, and maybe we'll see us on the podium again.
Thank you.
Christian Krognes does not want to go too early on that. Maybe we'll see you on the podium again, says Ollie. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. Yeah, but he's saying that when you've got this much of a lead, what else can you do but smile?
Yeah. Well, there isn't anything. And now that Kuba's got back in the car, this is well-deserved rest for Christian Krognes. It's 3:20, so he may have already taken some food on board, but it's important, nevertheless, to hydrate now. Between now and the end of the race. This is probably a bit too far out for Kuba to finish things off. He did a double. We've now had a double stint from Christian. Or was it a double? No, strangely it wasn't. So
no, he said he's going to do a double today.
So
going to do another double today.
I reckon it's going to be, well, it has been Kuba, Christian, and now it's going to be Kuba, Christian. So there's a bit of overlap right in the middle, but Gamaziak's principal stint's done at the start, Christian Krognes' principal stint's done at the end, but there's this interesting crossover in the middle, which means we will ultimately get 1, 2, 3 driver changes in total. across 2 drivers, but it means that they're going to do singles in this part of the race, but at the end of this Kuba Gamaziak stint, Christian will get back on board, and that'll be him then through to the finish, although 1 pit stop required. I've just noticed, it's taken me this long to realise, the Dürr Motorsport Aston Martin is not on Michelin tyres, it's on Pirellis. So that would link in with the GT World Challenge. I think that championship still runs on Pirelli tyres. Bruce Jones would be the man to answer that question, but he's busy elsewhere this weekend. I'm sure he's down in the diary, though, for at least one more of the NLS races this year. And, Pirelli tyres again.
I'm down for both.
Are you? Good. Excellent.
Doesn't mean I'm going to be
I'm not sure I can do either of them, so hopefully Bruce has been inked in for the remaining 2. But again, Pirelli tyres, Michelin tyres, Yoko's, Goodyear's. There are more GT tyres very much evident further down the order. It's open category unless you're in one of the one make classes. So Cup 2, they have a control tyre. BMW 240i's control Goodyear tyre, and that's done deliberately because it is so close there. You couldn't have Cup 2 teams rocking up saying let's run something very, very unusual. Most of their components, their key components on those cars, are stipulated by the championship, including the rubber things that are on the bottom of the cars. Meanwhile, the K. Kramer Porsche slotting its way through past a back marker there into Hohenrhein. And now this will be the other Dürr teammate that we didn't catch up with yesterday. We had an interview with, was it Ben that we caught up with, or Ollie caught up with yesterday? So I'm suggesting this is going to be Phil. Michael will help me out with this.
I think it is.
It is Phil Dürr, yes. Yeah. And thank you, Jan, for the information there. Again, though, in German, so we'll try and pick the bones out of that for a moment. The Pirelli badge is resplendent on Phil's racing overalls there, together with Aston Martin. And I'll be interested to know whether the plan is to make sure there's going to be another Aston Martin in the field for 24-hour races moving forward. Dürr did take part in the 24 hours this year, I want to say. Let me just make sure that I have got that from the facts rather than the area of my brain that just generates a load of nonsense. Yes, but it was neither of the Dürr brothers actually took part. Oh no, they did. There was a number of Dürr Motorsport Aston Martins, but that doesn't tell me which classes they were in, so bear with me a moment. Again, I think the hope will be to be a regular SP9 entry for these cars. They ran as 67, 68 and 69. But I'll need to work away at that to find out precisely how many of those cars were SP9 cars this year. But if Nicky Team and the Dürr brothers have worked well as a combination in this 12-hour weekend, then I see no reason why they couldn't continue as a partnership moving forwards. They'll probably need another driver for a 24-hour race, but that's definitely one to keep our eyes peeled for. Dürr brothers early on in their racing career. Dürr Motorsport, on the other hand, are well used to preparing a lot of cars up and down the order. Car 103 is part of the Cup 2 class, and Cup 2 is led by Ben Leuchter in number 100 from Reinhard Koffler and Ben Bunagel. So it's Max Cruiser Racing, number 100 from Team Mattol's 107, and Ben Bunagel in the Black Falcon Team Identica car. Then Michele Di Martino for K. Kramer. This is not the K. Kramer, though, of Di Martino, instead of Kramer himself. Oh, and a bit of contact there with the treble one of Klaus Aberlan. So they're having a nibble at each other coming out of the Mercedes arena. Very nearly clang door mirrors as well. Merest of squirms, well controlled in the end by Klaus Aberlan. And that was, well, it wasn't a clean overtake. There was some contact in the middle of it, and it might be something the race control take another look at. Klaus Aberlan, I'm sure, won't be too happy with those tactics, but the K. Kramer car is through nevertheless.
Craig Kramer have been involved in quite a bit of punchy driving this weekend, shall we say, today. So I'm not saying anything's wrong with that, but they've been, I don't want to use the wrong terminology, but they've if there's been something going on in this Cup 2 category, which there has a lot of, they seem to be in the thick of it one way or another now. Avalanche struggling there now, keeping out of the way of the number 5 Shearer Audi, which is, do you know, to be honest, I'd forgotten about it to an extent.
I posed the question, was it back in the race? Because it had been in the pits for well over an hour.
I'm trying to find out where it is, actually.
78th the last time I checked. It's a long way down.
Oh no, it's 75th now.
Wow, okay, that's progress.
Yeah. Who thought you'd utter this sentence in a commentary that Frank Stippler running 75th?
Yeah, but that shows you how damaging a puncture is halfway around the lap, basically, and also it tore through some sort of pipe, we reckon, because the car was leaking fluids from the rear right, which the team clearly wanted to address before sending it back out again. And Vincent Kolb initially did the running after the damage. Frank Stippler came in after a double stint with that punctured tyre, gave a lengthy interview to Ollie in the pits to give him the credit that he deserves. And now we've got more
36.
problems.
That's the Pro-Am Valkenhorst BMW, unless I'm mistaken.
Doesn't look like the right livery for 34 or 35, but would be a key story if it was either of those cars. No, they're both running. Oh, well, 35 is in the first sector somewhere.
That's Bollrath at the wheel of that, if it's a 36
It
car.
is the 36 car, because the door's just partially been closed
Bollrath,
again.
one of the drivers that yet to get into that car. Now it's been pulled back, and then that's gone straight on again. That's onto what I'm describing as the escape road for today. You've got the Mercedes Arena, then you blend right. We can see there on the screen shot we're getting now, or the television camera shot we're getting, is a green flag to the right, because that is the Valvoline hairpin where we cut back to the NLS circuit we use effectively. If you go straight on, you're going down to the bottom part of the GP circuit, and that's another car that's gone straight on and connected with the barriers. Now there's some heavy front damage to that car. I don't think that 36 car, it is Valkenhorst Motorsport, it's got big WM down the side, even I can decipher that. And there's quite a bit of damage at the front of that car, so that's not going to be and that was that on an outlap, Johnny?
No, because I was wondering whether it might be, and that Christian Bollrath, his first stint of the race, thought that he was racing on yesterday's circuit. I suggested that was a very easy mistake to make yesterday, and that's why it's important to do a different qualifying session this morning as well, just to remind everybody.
Yeah, but there's again something technical there. There's missing a braking point for that hairpin back, which is actually quite a long way back. I appreciate you approaching it at some speed there, but
I think that's more, if it was going to be something like that happened, it's more likely to happen on an actual outlap, whereas Christian had done an outlap, and that was the first flyer that he was about to do. He may have had contact in the braking area, of course, which chucked him off the circuit. It's not as big an off as the Porsche, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, that actually ended up the other side of those tyre barriers. But nevertheless, some damage done to the nose of the 36 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Well, they couldn't have it all their own way. They are leading 1-2 in this race with their pro cars, the 34 ahead of the 35. And this is the code 60 now that protects the recovery of the Christian Bollrath car. So it means that the number one Porsche, the number one BMW 330i, I should say, which is ahead of the 511, and that will be for position. Yeah, so this is the lead of VT2 for rear and four-wheel drive cars, and it is the Oscar Sandberg car ahead of Michael Schrei, number one, leading the bright yellow and green 511 car. And in a moment or two, they'll be able to start racing again. So Sandberg in the number one car. Oh, it's very sideways coming out of the Vidal chicane. I kind of quite like that drifting style of car control. It's not going to be particularly kind to Oscar's tyres. So it's Oscar Sandberg together with Philipp Leisen and Daniel Zils, who have great pedigree in the NLS across the years. And indeed, that car, together with their lineup, Daniel Zils, Philipp Leisen, are the defending NLS champions. Hence the reason why they can run with the number one on their door. So 1 and 5, 1-1, 42nd and 43rd overall. Nearing the end of another racing lap is the Racing One Ferrari, homing into view, and the Ferrari is now where in the order? Racing One's car of Jakob Schell has slipped to third within SP9 Pro-Am. So behind the Marek Bachmann-driven Pro Sport Aston Martin, behind Charlie Putman in his CP Racing Mercedes, and Jakob Schell over the line now to tick off 24 laps to the Ferrari's name. We had a pit stopper in amongst that. That was the Equipe Vitesse Audi R8, the only car in SP9 Am that has come down pit road. And SP9 Am, well, stands a good chance actually of getting onto a theoretical Pro-Am podium here, because if you take the SP9 Pros out of the reckoning, you've got a Pro-Am as the best SP9 car. Second place is another Pro-Am, but then the third car is Am. So the Audi in the Primer Grey has managed to get ahead of the other Pro-Ams in the lineup. This Ferrari and the Christian Bollrat Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and we know all about Bollrat's trials and tribulations recently. So the Ferrari heading through the cut-through and out of the Code 60. You can pity me this side of the commentary box, because our other commentator has suddenly been drawn in by an entirely different race meeting, it seems. But he'll get back onto topic in a short time. There we go. It's still quite good stuff, this, you know.
It is. I just heard there was an incident somewhere else that involved somebody you and I both know, so I wanted to make sure all was okay.
Okay.
That was all I was doing.
Saw a car in the barrier. I didn't see much else.
Yeah.
All right. News on that perhaps to follow.
Exactly, when things are a bit clearer, but looks like all okay, but sort of that natural instinct.
Meantime, the Ferrari over the rise and into the left-hander of Hatzenbach, and the rear lights are not flashing to the naked eye, by the way. That's just because the frame rate on the camera there is a little quicker than we would see it as humans. So the LED lights do that, apparently. Not that you would be able to tell if you were looking at them in real life.
No, they do in real life as well.
They flicker. That's not useful.
It is. It's a safety feature. Genuinely, I'm talking about this, the filter down to road cars. It's a safety feature. When you deploy the ABS system, it will flicker the brake lights.
Well, he wasn't on the brakes there.
No, I know. But that's what it will do on a road car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the ABS all of a sudden is stopping the wheels from locking, then the brake lights start to flash.
You press the pedal so hard, you've activated the ABS system, so it therefore automatically flashes the brake lights to warn every user behind you, because that driver is stopping far quicker than normal.
Yes.
And then usually it will come on and put the hazards on as well. But you're absolutely right about the flick rate of the cameras when it's in a straight line. If he's on the brakes there, then that would have had his lap time.
Excellent. Okay. I mean, I know about rain lights, and I know about there was the system in the FIA World Endurance Championship. I think it's still used actually, where the tail lights flash when the car is harvesting energy, so that, you know, that's hybrid information basically for everybody else behind, which is most useful. Sometimes, of course, you may be applying the brake, and actually the physical brakes on a car with these hybrids don't actually engage, because the hybrids taking all the speed out of the car, winding up that what used to be a turbine, but now of course it's all about charging a battery as quickly as possible. Meantime, the BMW that leads the race of Kuba Gamaziak, 25 laps done from Nicholas Cruton. 58 seconds is the difference between those two leading cars. Marek Bachmann, I wonder, might be finding a bit more time now on his fellow Pro-Am runners, with the 24 car of one of the Durs, and that must be Ben now at the wheel of the Vantage GT3, a good 1 minute and 56 seconds further back. The 112 is the Kramer-driven K. Kramer Porsche, which is heading out of Hatzenbach now, having just dispatched one of the Hondas in the lower order class. I think there's only one Honda in the race. There is. It's the Halda Motorsport FK7 TCR, and that is in fact the TCR leader, car number 807 in 66th position. TCR Fewer cars today than we had yesterday. It might actually only be that Honda FK7 that is competing today, whereas yesterday we had the Cupra number 827 and the VW Golf.
Now we've got a 961. Is that the Muller Porsche? The colours look right. Johnny, you're an expert on these Porsches. That wasn't meant to throw you under the bus, put you under the pressure there. I just don't know you're very good at these. 961, it knows W&S Motorsport, 718 Cayman GT4, that Andreas Gabler and Sebastian Cocconi. That is smoking. It isn't barbecue on this occasion. That generally is exactly the camera shot I got yesterday of Dennis Fetzer's car on the Falcon car on the Hatton back. Is exactly the same shot, but it was actually a spectator's barbecue right in the camera line. It was fantastic. But this one is genuinely WS 718 Cayman. That's on the approach to the Vidal chicane, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's to the left-hander, and it's swapped, and it looks a way up. Oh, now a Golf is coming out in sympathy and going around the high side of that and through the gravel out to the side. That's going to affect the pickup of those tyres.
You would have thought so. Yeah, it's a Golf chassis, but that actually was a Sirocco. But I know where you're coming from. VW, nevertheless.
At least I didn't say it was a Cupra. Sorry,
you didn't.
My apologies.
No, it's all right.
So make a Sirocco look like a Golf now, then?
Well, they're the same floor plan, aren't they? I think.
Floor plan or pan?
Both.
It's
called a plan when it's on the draftsman's board.
Okay.
And then it's built into a floor pan afterwards.
This is where you absolutely excel, is in the way you would just recover that. So just quick, the 105 entry there, the Porsche that had the DRS air brake at the front of it. That's been, I'm suspecting, unceremoniously folded back against its wishes of material and taped down into place. I did say yesterday that no right race car can finish race without some gaffer tape on it.
You did.
They haven't got colour coded. Slightly difficult though, because it's a mixed sort of pattern of black and gold, so it'd be quite be there for hours trying to get them neat and tidy.
I'm going to say that, yeah, the amount of possible combinations of where body damage may have taken place, and then you've got to try and, well, you imagine sort of jigsaw puzzle type pieces of sticky back plastic or race tape that is all deliberately laid out for whichever bit of the car needs to be taped up. Yeah, I mean, it's the sign of a car being in an endurance race, is that the frantic application of tape to make sure that body parts do not fall off in the next hour-long stint or so. The
it's
fact
good philosophy that not having body parts fall off. I think that's the way forward.
The fact that Sirocco, and it was a Sirocco, that went off to Vidal chicane, does that suggest that the 961's dropped some fluid on the road? I'm just wondering whether it's maybe gone off on its own fluid, and then so it's very easy to lose the car. That's the reason why, until there's a full code 60 in place, marshals these days will not head out to the scene of a stricken car, because they could very easily get wiped out by somebody who's also having a similar moment. Who would be a race marshal? There are plenty of marshals. I appreciate listening to our coverage, and we are so grateful for all of your work, wherever it may be, either in Germany, in the UK, in other parts of Central Europe, in America, in Australia, all around the world, whether you're a corner worker or a marshal. It is a brave occupation, and we couldn't go motor racing without your efforts.
Quite so, eternally brave. Absolutely just couldn't go racing without it.
And there is a long line of fluid, so it is the fact that the 961 appears to have had some sort of leakage or breakage and gone off on fluid, either coolant or water, which sometimes has a slippery substance within it. Is it a fuel leak, perhaps?
Yeah,
maybe a fuel line's gone.
Isn't water.
No,
even dry coolant.
What are you saying, Kerry? Okay, Kerry's vote is oil.
I thought she'd gone to make coffee, and what she'd done was she actually nipped down there and she checked it was oil for real. How good? That's proper intel, isn't it?
She's saying the race direction message said oil. Well, how on earth the race direction know what it is? They need to go and talk to the team.
Kerry went down and checked and told race control on her way back.
Also, the oil flag is out. It's a different flag if it's water.
It's not an oil flag.
It's different. It's a different flag if it's water down on the track.
Now, so you are showing your age there. It used to be called the oil flag. It's now called a change of surface flag.
I know it's not an oil flag.
No, you're absolutely right. It did used to be known as the oil flag.
I know how many marshals will be listening and will be throwing things at their radio. And I sort of enjoy winding people up, I suppose. Okay.
The time to worry is when they're throwing their radios at you.
Is it a debris flag? Because it can be shown for debris. What did you just officially call it? A change of surface flag.
So what it means is basically, so it is exactly that now, that a vehicle can run wide, as we see, and pull, we talked about the pickup on the top, pull debris back onto the track. Therefore, on the racing line, there's detritus, whether it be grass, gravel, etc., greater than normal. So it's a danger. So they'll wave that red and yellow striped flag as a change of surface, is what it is now. It can be fluid, it can be, it used to be years ago that the white flag was an incident vehicle on track. It isn't now, it's a slow moving vehicle, i.e. a car that's, in this case, intervention vehicles, a car that's using or travelling slowly back to the pits. They'll put the white flag out to let everybody know there's a slow moving vehicle on track.
But I've seen the red and yellow stripe flag used for rain. If it starts raining partway through a dry race, then the marshals will warn the drivers that the next few corners are very slippery purely because of the rainfall. I've seen it used for debris on track if there's a bumper or a large component that's ended up on the circuit, hence the phrase debris flag that it's sometimes used for as well. Change of surface flag, there we go. That's what officially it is called in 2023. I knew there was a reason why we got you on board. Peter Snowden, thank you for that.
It's becoming more self-evident, isn't it, with every show?
It's taken a while. It's taken a while, I have to admit, but yes, it's very obvious now, front and centre. Here's the 100 Nico Otto car that is on an outlap, so he's just taken this over from Benny Leuchter again. I like the 100 car. There are only two drivers, so it could only be Nico Otto or Benny Leuchter, whereas the others within Cup 2, some of them as many as 4 different drivers, and you've always got to keep your eyes peeled on the timing and scoring screen. That is a real shame for 961. It was always just outside the top 6, but nevertheless 961, after it qualified in 9th position this morning, had Andreas Gabler at the wheel during this incident, and clearly it nearly accounted for at least one other car that needed to go straight on the core.
A few more there. It's now been pushed up the escape road, which we've mentioned about the incline of Hatzenbach. Of course, what goes up and goes down must happen first, so it goes up to the Vidal chicane, and that car's been pushed out of the way. Then obviously there was a foot off the brake and the car was rolling back out towards the track, slightly alarmingly. So 6 odd marshals had to run around to the front and put their lives at risk. We say well, we can't run meetings without marshals. 6 of them literally ran around to the front of that portion and said, no, you're not going back on track. Literally put themselves between this and a live track. That is a level of commitment. Yeah,
but it's that or watch the car head into traffic. So again, ever so grateful for marshals here. We're continuing with NLS 7 for 2023.
verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt One. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
We've got 2 hours and 11 minutes to go at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It is a beautiful day in the Eifel Mountain with Castle Nürburg overlooking part of the circuit we're not actually using today. We did yesterday, but right in the middle of the shot you can see the cut-through right-hand hairpin that is the deviation from yesterday's event. It means a slightly shorter lap distance by about 1.5 kilometers, and that also obviously shaves some time off it as well. If I tell you that qualifying this morning, the fastest car did a 7:52.6, whereas actually yesterday's fastest time for qualifying an 8:46, so almost as much as a minute saved on this shorter track. I love seeing footage from the Rover helicopter over the Grand Prix circuit to see how big a venue simply the Grand Prix track as a footprint is, and then you think about the 22 kilometre Nordschleife that you add onto this, and the Hatzenbach, which is the first task that everyone that is brave enough to take on board a full lap of the Nordschleife has to tackle. It's not been a happy day for the AM side, or the Pro-Am side of the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW lineup. Looking very rosy the other side of the garage though, because they are at the moment on course for a 1-2 finish, but with Christian Bollrath at the wheel of the 36 car, whatever happened, he ended up going straight on at the U-bend on the Grand Prix circuit and clattering those tyres, resulting, Peter Snowden, in quite a bit of damage to the front of that 36 BMW.
Yeah, sadly so, and it was looking just a strong display for Valkenhorst overall there, but it's one of those things. I'm not quite sure why the car went straight on. Maybe we'll get to find out a bit more. I'm just wondering if the helicopter has got a silencer fitted, because we had noise issues with the Phoenix Audi on number 5 car being you get a warning of 3 decibels over, then 1 more and you're out. So I'm assuming that helicopter, that's obviously it's for environmental reasons, because there's habitation lots, all sorts around this area. It's only quite right that not everybody, all the local residents, want and love racing cars and having cars going around for 6 hours. They must think, oh crikey, really, on a Sunday afternoon? But the helicopter just hovering around all the time, that must make quite a bit of noise as well.
You would have thought so, yeah.
Unless it's got side pipes on it.
You reckon a helicopter with side pipes? Well, there's an interesting prospect for designers.
Side pipe Ausfahrt.
I wonder what the floor plan would look like.
German. It's Ausfahrt.
I wonder what the floor plan of a helicopter with side pipes would look like. But it's an interesting point that you raise. Are racing engines more assaulting to the ear than helicopter blades that could be argued as quite relaxing? I mean, I find racing cars quite relaxing, actually. I have no trouble whatsoever sleeping at a 24-hour race because it's a constant noise. In fact, it's the full course yellow that wakes me up, because all of a sudden that's a change and all the engine revs drop off. full course yellows that Peter Snowden is still coming to grips with, and the fact that there might be a button on the steering wheel that drops the car to 80 kph. If you weren't around for that story,
witchcraft.
If you weren't around for that story earlier on, then you can go back in the archives to revisit it. He knows all about them now, fear not. 27 laps in after a mammoth nearly 4 hours of running, so we are verging on a sort of distance that we would get from a standard 4-hour race of NLS. They tend to run to 28 or on occasion 29 laps. And the BMWs are in a phase of a race here where they don't need to push like crazy, and where if they want to sort of favour more taking it easy, there is a danger of crossing a line where you get too chilled out and then you can make a mistake. But the cars will like to run at maybe 85-90% now, rather than full gung-ho, because there's no immediate pressure on the tail of either of these BMWs. The gap's actually growing between Kuba Gamaziak and Nicholas Cruton, but that's partly on that lap to do with where the yellow flags fell, I'm sure, because Cruton wouldn't ordinarily lose a full 7 seconds on Kuba Gamaziak's race leading car, even around 24.3 kilometres. Cup 2 has the Max Cruiser Racing Porsche leading the way. Let's run you through actually the overall lineup as we got them on the screen. So 27 laps done. Kuba Gamaziak ahead of Nicholas Cruton in the 34 and 35 BMWs. Marek Bokman doing a good job in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin is third ahead of the Dürr Motorsport Vantage GT3. And then it is Van Donwitz in the number 102 car for Black Falcon Team Identica leading the Cup 2 division. Now that must be because the 102 owes us a pit stop in the Cup 2 category, and those Porsches have been pitting at different points during their stint. So 102 is the Hendrik von Danwitz car. I'm expecting Hendrik in fairly shortly to then leave Nico Otto out front. Mühlner Motorsports Porsche led for a long time in the early stages with Peter Terting at the wheel. It's now Marcel Hopper doing the driving there, and Marcel is a relatively new name to me. Let's just look him up to see what he's done previously. Marcel Hopper, I think, is a new name in the ranks of Mühlner Motorsport, but I think it will be a key guy perhaps moving forward, and just done a pit stop, that car. So Hopper in for his first stint of the afternoon in the sky blue and white, but that's not this car, that's instead a Cayman, as Marcel Hopper, yeah, silver rated. Actually, no, beg pardon, he's been racing around the Nürburgring for 20 odd years, in fact, so mightily experienced, and generally either with Mühlner or with Flepper Motorsport, H&R, Special Federn, he's raced with as well, but ever since 2018 pretty much been a regular with Bertie's team. Mühlner Motorsport based very close indeed to Curve Paul Frere at Spa. So if you drive out the track there from down at the bottom of the hill, what that corner used to be called, the right-hander after Campus. What's that classic name for Curve Paul Frere, for goodness sake? Before the very fast left-hander.
I'm just enjoying watching you struggle, it's brilliant.
Yeah, you do know the answer, don't you?
What I was going to say was, well, why do you work that one out? When I go quiet, you know what I'm doing? Digging into the regulations, yeah?
Ah, yeah.
We were talking about colours of flags, yes?
Yes.
Kerry thinks I'm sitting here doing nothing, actually. She's no idea I'm doing my research in the background. You mentioned about the change of surface flag and what it is now. If you go into the regulations, and it is at 2 spot 5 spot 2 signal flag specifications. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Dimensions of the flag should be 60 centimetres by 80 centimetres, except for the red and checkered, which should be at least 80 by 100. They need to be bigger. Red flag important, end of the race important. But with German efficiency, I love this. Colours, flag colours should correspond to the following references in the Pantone coding system. So a red flag should relate to Pantone 186C, light blue 298C, green 348C. If you've just tuned in, yes, we are at the Nürburgring. We are discussing flag colours in some greater depth than is normal.
Did you know the Swiss flag, the flag of Switzerland, is just about the only one that can be square rather than rectangle?
Yeah.
Oh, you did know that. No, Kerry says there's about 4. No, I remain to be convinced on that.
And then reverse it is the flag of
the Red Cross.
The Red Cross, exactly.
Stavolo was the corner I was
you got
trying
there,
to hunt
hey,
round.
round of applause, he finally got
Thanks
there.
for buying the time there for me. So yeah, Mulner
the time
Motorsport.
it took you about as long as my lap time that was, mate.
Mulner Motorsport are based within really a stone's throw of the Stavolo corner at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, get my vote for that alone.
And well, what a great way to. We've got a car to test. Is it very far to the nearest track? And you drive it literally out of the garages, out of the prep area for Mulner, and virtually straight onto the circuit at Spa. And you're heading into the bus stop chicane with that. So I mean, it's perfect location. And the Mulner crew regularly running.
Oh, but it's not the bus stop chicane as we know it.
No, I know. It's still called the bus stop chicane, but it's not.
I know, but it's been spoilt. It's not a bus stop chicane. It was called the bus stop chicane because it did a 90 left and a 90 right like a bus stop. It moved
I'm not
across.
as young as you think, you know.
So,
I do remember the days.
I know, but you've seen footage. Do you know those black and white things that come up and the flickering? It says Pathé News. Yeah, it's on that. It's one of my best lap times those days.
Yeah. But I used to really enjoy that bus stop chicane.
So did I.
Yeah, left, right, left. And there was always the option to go straight on, but the stewards didn't like that much.
No.
Have you ever raced at Aragon in Spain? That's got a massive bus stop right by the huge stone wall that I was often calling a bus stop in recent weeks, but people didn't quite fully understand because the visual reference of what was at Spa to this modern generation is gone forever, and that's the reason why you have to keep watching races on Pathé News. 2 hours and a minute to go, thank goodness, as we talk about flag sizes and the official colours of a red flag.
Size matters and does colour.
There's lots of... Is that smoke coming out of the second BMW?
No, I think
that's
just where it's run over the quick drive's been put down for the Cayman that went off.
Yes, I'd forgotten about that.
The Vidal.
So the 524...
See, I'm here for a reason, you know.
524 throwing up the substance that the marshals have put down on the it is like quick dry, it's like sand. It soaks up the oil that we officially now know it was very, very quickly. Generally that powder though needs cars to run over it to actually work it into the surface and mop up the oil that sent the car off initially, and then also caused a drama for one of the following saloon cars or hot hatches in that VW
I've heard
Sirocco.
It's advantageous if you've got a car following a competitor following too close behind. You can just blend over it, and it may give you an advantage or them a disadvantage. So yeah. I've heard. I've no understanding of these things.
Mm-hmm. One of the old tricks. Van Ramshorst has just come in the number 106 Porsche, which is again an entry in Cup 2. So Marco Van Ramshorst, who shares with Ralph Peter Bonk, as that car rejoins, or will rejoin, the motor race in 11th position. But Nico Otto still leads Cup 2 from now Arne Hofmeister, who jumps ahead of the Von Danwitz car. So it is 100 ahead of 107. We have reached the completion of another race hour. That's 4 hours now done and 2 to go in this year's NLS 7. No hint of any wet weather creeping in the dying stages, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a sting in the tail from a climate point of view for the two BMWs that are out front and very neatly placed. I think this SP9 Pro-Am battle could liven up though in the closing stages. The 17 Aston Martin does have up its sleeve the Marek Bachmann drive time that still has to be carried out though by Marek. Remember, Marek, relatively new to racing here at the Nürburgring, started 6 or 7 years ago, having come out of Formula Renault. But Marek, at 25 years old, is one of the real quick guys in that Aston Martin, having made the move across from Schnitzelarm Racing and the Mercedes AMG lineup. Bachmann now getting more and more used to a Vantage, although I'm sure there are some transferable skills from a front-engine Mercedes to a front-engined Aston Martin. Then they've got the Durr Motorsport car, but at the moment there's a minute and 37 seconds between those two Aston Martins, and that's unlikely to change in the stages. Although, having said that, I noticed Bachmann's previous lap time was an 8:42, and there's 32 seconds gained there by the Dur car. That has got to be to do with the track clearing for the dark green machine, and it did not for the number 17. So that's an example of how quickly half a minute can just go in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, you say very similar platforms as Mercedes and Aston, and of course the engine basis is the same engine, 4-litre Mercedes AMG derived engine, Aston tuned, however you want to term it. And this was pointed out in the UK in GT Cup, where you've got GT4 cars, that the Aston received a BOP penalty for earlier this year that the Mercedes didn't. And basically the Aston teams quite rightly said, but hang on, it's effectively the same car.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until the organiser went, actually, it kind of is, isn't it? So they had to sort of give the same break to the Aston as was the Mercedes, kind of proving therefore they really are on par. So it's economy of scale building these cars. It's logical to do that. You mentioned earlier about the floor plan and indeed the drawings from the floor plan of the Golfs and Scirocco's. And it's how these cars are built to build these numbers now for manufacturers around the world. They're going to use the same thing, and it's almost back to the sort of coach building days, isn't it? When you had a chassis and you could have whatever body shape you wanted onto underneath, it was the same car. Economy of scale. They can do it now in a slightly different way with integral construction, but you can make a car look totally different. And underneath, I mean, we've just seen a Toyota Supra going by there. I've got a friend who's got one of those, and I always say to him, "How's he enjoying his BMW?" Which goes down really well. It's exactly what it is underneath. It's a Z4, effectively.
True, but I had a really good chat with Chris Gregory, who works for Tom Ferrier's outfit TF Sport, and he said he was talking to me about if you want to convert a 4-litre Mercedes engine from, let's say, GT4 spec, because it's the 4-litre turbocharged engine that goes in the front of a GT4 Mercedes, and you want to turn that into a GT3 Aston Martin engine, you are talking about 2 weeks worth of work. And even more then to make a GTE engine out of a Mercedes GT4 car. So that then in my mind told me, okay, yes, they are related, but actually to turn one into another, you are talking quite a lot of working hours there to do it. So yeah, the block is the same. You wouldn't get that engine in the Aston were it not for Mercedes doing the initial design process, but it's been developed and changed significantly. It's a little bit like comparing the engine that goes in a Lamborghini Huracan with an Audi R8. They are both principally the same V10, but there have been quite a lot of changes along the way. I
think the politest and most accurate way of putting it, there's a family heritage.
Yeah.
It's there, but they're often very, very different animals. I mean, I can remember back in the days when we raced the Lister Storm in GT1, it was a Jaguar V12 engine. Well, it was, in as much as I can tell you the origins of most of those engines, actually, used to go to the breakers yard and get a broken Jaguar XJ12 or whatever with its engine, take the engine out of it, pay about £1,000 for it, because the car was scrapped, the engine usually hadn't failed, it was the car that had rotted away. And it came back to the workshop, and the entire engine was stripped down to 4 bits.
Right.
You had a cylinder block, 2 cylinder heads, then a pile of bits. The pile of bits were thrown away, and you used literally the block and the cylinder head. So you used genuine Jaguar manufactured components as per the rules. It was a production casting, so nothing wrong with that. You're not even getting around the rules, it's exactly correct. But it was a pure build. And then Ian Smith, a legendary engine builder at Lister, built up some of the most amazing engines. It was from scratch. So it was everything was different, crankshaft, the whole lot, the whole thing different. But it was genuinely based on an engine because it came out of a car. You couldn't get any better. You went and got an old engine and used it. In fact, they were better because it had various heat cycles that had been used. It was much better than a new casting.
Right.
It's actually better to do that. It was used to being used.
You are using a literal template, therefore, built by a well-known road car manufacturer, but then yes, all the extraneous bits become brand new and hand-built, pretty much, and that's what takes the time. Is having somebody highly skilled in order to do that. Meanwhile, the Kuba Gamazzi at BMW with 28 laps now done. So as I say, this is pretty much now the length of race that we see in a normal NLS competition. but we're going for another 50% worth of it again. So of the total time, that is 5/6 of it done now. 10 hours in and effectively 2 more to go. That's the Porsche Cayman. Again, plenty of dust being kicked up, or quick dry being kicked up after the earlier work from the marshals. After a similar car to this, it was the 961 rather than the 952 left the road. And again, that might be as a result of the 961 having done a full 6 hours yesterday and then allowed to cool off, a bit of prep work again being done by the team, but being asked once more to do a further 6-hour race at as high a speed as possible. It will take its toll on these racing cars, no matter how durable they have been built through many years of being revised and revised. Christopher Rink, Francesco Merlini, Josh Bednarski in the 952. It is Rink at the wheel of that Smearless Racing Cayman. And ultimately they're trying to hunt down the 959 of Fabio Grosser, who drives the Team Zorg Rennsport car. I mentioned, unfortunately, for the early pace setter, the Avia WNS Motorsports 960 car, they had dropped down the order. Actually, those lunchtime pizzas might have done their job at Avia, because Marius Rauer is back towards the top 5 again now, and only got 13 seconds to try and find
it was the addition
on the
of the
car in
Emmental,
front.
though. That's what did it.
Yeah, the Emmental, which was being applied liberally, it has to be said.
Layer, no less.
I think there was about 2 or 3 layers of Emmental going on there before the cooking process began. Would lie heavy on a driver's stomach, wouldn't it? But slow release energy from a bit of Emmental.
So I like your thinking there, you see. Yeah. So our race leader, Kuba Gamaziak, in the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW, is 6 or 7 laps in. I've got one graphic that says 6 laps in progress and one that says it's 7 on my little pie chart. More to the point, it's going to do no more than 8 laps. I would suggest it probably does 7. Gamaziak, Christian Krohn did an 8-lap stint in that, and Gamaziak's now on 6. Second place car, I'm just going to look where that's at. So a new fastest lap in Cup 2 for Muller in the 121 911, just set an 8:18.4. I was also looking at my analysis screen, so I'm just going to have a look at the Dylan Pereira car that's in second place, the sister car to this, the 35 car.
Whilst you do that, keeping a close eye on Frank Stippler, who has gained some places. He's now up to 68th spot from 75th the last time we checked, but this is scant consolation, unfortunately, for a legend of this particular track, Frank Stippler, who now heads downhill in the number 5 Scherer Sport car. A question of what might have been for the Vincent Cole Frank Stippler car. 7 laps down after 4 hours and 7 minutes of running, but remember, it's not been on the racetrack for 4 hours and 7 minutes. That's the main problem. Had at least one pit stop that was over an hour in order to repair the rear right corner, and you'll notice a significant chunk, like a shark bite, of that the rear part of that Audi taken away. At least the rear screen has been replaced. That shattered yesterday as part of an accident for Vincent Cole when he clashed with one of the BMWs from the 240i class. So all of it was stitched up, and the car looked like new again this morning, but unfortunately the rear right corner now looks very, very second hand after a tyre went down for Frank Stippler in his second stint.
Marek Bachmann has bought the number 17 Pro Sport Aston Martin from Pro-Am. That's the leading Pro-Am car and second overall on my time screen. Aston Martin into the pits. So I'm guessing that's a driver change. The 2 Valkenhorst cars, 34 and 35, I was just talking about, Johnny Kuba Gamaziak and Dylan Pereira. They're a lap apart in strategy, or in timings there, so it's one behind for Pereira. I think the Gamaziak car can't be far off coming into the pits.
Gamaziak last pits it was. I think I said they were about 3 laps away from one another. So yeah, Cruton in, And 3 laps later, I'm expecting Gamaziak to come in. So Pereira's very nearly completed his out lap. And Gamaziak's done an extra one, so he'll be on his 7th lap with Kuba Gamaziak within the stint, and then there'll be one more at the end of it. So within the next probably quarter of an hour, we will see Kuba Gamaziak in, and that will be, I reckon, one final driver change for car 34. Gamaziak back to Christian Krognes, and Krognes then will be in for the remaining duration, which will be not quite probably a full double, maybe a stint and 2/3, stint and 3/4, something like that, as what is effectively the lollipop in the Aston Martin pit stop for the Dumoulin squad and Pro Sport Racing. This is Marek Bachmann, who's brought from 2nd position on the road, the Aston Martin, but a net position of 3rd. Vantage though 3rd and 4th when you factor in the Dur Motorsport GT3 too. Dylan Pereira, having just made a pit stop, has dropped to 4th, but that should be a 2nd place by the end of things. Car 266 is being given a stop-go penalty for 30 seconds, and that's because of speeding in the pit lane. Car 266 is the HY Racing AMC Sankt Vit 718 Cayman. So you hear Cayman and 718 must be in Cup 3. On this occasion it's not, it's an SP4T car for the driver known as Brody. Simply Brody.
Pretty clear, isn't it? Not Dave Brody or Jimmy Brody.
Just Brody.
It's Brody.
There's the 17 Aston Martin rejoining, and did we get a driver change there? Maxime Dumoulin has taken over from Marek Bachmann. Dumoulin now through the Mercedes arena, a couple of minutes behind the Kuba Gamaziak BMW, and then the Dur Motorsport Aston Martin will have gained some ground actually, because it did not pit last time around. Might even put the Dur Motorsport Aston Martin, yes, up to 3rd position, albeit temporarily. So Dur into the top 3, Dylan Pereira running 4th. Dumoulin on an out lap will drop behind the Aston Martin, and that might even put the Dur car briefly 2nd. I'll check them through the splits. No, it is 2nd. Yeah, so Dur Motorsport now runs 2nd and ahead of Dylan Pereira, as far as I gather, because Pereira is a sector behind the Phil Dur and Nicky Thiem piloted Aston Martin from the German team. An hour and 45 to go, and there is a hard-working Aston Martin from Pro Sport. Unfortunately, that very smart green and white paint job has been rather affected by the carbon that's pouring out the back of that exhaust. But we would have it no other way with an endurance race. We've got to have cars showing scars, and well, funnily enough, we're looking at the Audi here, missing a massive chunk out of its rear. But they have stories to tell, these cars, of a hard-working weekend.
Of course, you mentioned the discolouring there on the Aston in particular, and the BMWs are the same there, because they have a side exiting exhaust quite high on the front wing there. From those V8s respectively on those cars. The Mercedes have it low down in the sill. The Audi, being a rear engine car, has it at the back. It goes at the back, but those Astons and BMWs are quite notable. It's quite a convoluted system, and we looked at them very closely at the 24-hour, didn't we? When we went into the pit garages there and looked at those cars. You take the bonnet off one of those things, there's this flimsy bit of carbon, and you have to peer to find the engine because it's so far back and so low down for central gravity design, all those features there. But then the exhaust systems come out, so you've got 4 big manifolds, either side pipes, and they turn around and go vertically up, back down again and out through the side, and basically it's an aperture ahead of the door hinge effectively on both those cars comes up there, so the fumes are going down the side of the car. That's why they discolour. But of course, like Formula 1 cars, the exhaust system goes out and through the floor and under the diffuser to help use those exhaust gases underneath the car. The same on these GT3 cars. The exhaust gases go down the side. Yes, the side effect is a bit of discoloration on the panels there, and of course it's white and coloured on the panels there to see the numbers. But it also makes bits of aerodynamic architecture work greater down the side of the car because you've got exhaust gases going through it, making it work a bit more. It's all very cleverly thought out. Less so is the 711 car that's facing the opposite way. That's one of our BMWs
in V4.
I think that's got to caught himself out on Is that on the quick dry there? There's a lot of dust, or was it just run wide?
Well, I wonder whether it's even been through the conventional route of the chicane. There is a tighter chicane that I'm pretty sure DTM have used here in the past. And I'm talking about DTM when they used to run as saloon cars rather than the modern day GT3 category.
That's it's one of the Muller cars. So it's got Desiree Muller or Philippe Romboy or Tim Lucas Muller at the wheel. So I'll just find that word out on 7-11.
69th position, I reckon.
Correct. It's still nonetheless. It's one of the Mullers. Why couldn't it just be Romboy? The other driver that isn't a Muller.
Are there at least 2 drivers with the surname Muller?
Correct. Desiree and Tim Lucas in that car.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I've said before, many times covering NLS races, it's a bit of a guessing game as to which specific Muller it is. You get backed into a corner often with that challenge. Get it? Muller? Corner? Yeah. Oh, yes.
So if they're not very heavy, they're Muller light.
Very good. Hey, we've worked on this act, folks. That's the more embarrassing
thing. We're not paid enough, are we? Come on.
The more embarrassing thing is that, this is actually all scripted. Takes us an age. Here's the number 1 BMW working through Tiergarten and into the tighter Hohenrhein sequence of corners. And over the line will go, what's Oscar Sandberg? Is it still Oscar at the wheel of car 1? Yes, it is. And leading the class, no less, which is VT2 for the rear and four-wheel drive cars. Second position for 651, also a BMW. So Komatsu at the wheel of that. And then we've got the 665 car. And who is driving 665 currently? Third in VT2. That will be Bryson Morris, who's joined by 2 fellow Americans. And we've not actually mentioned Samantha Tan's car. I certainly haven't across the 2 days, so that's worth doing. Samantha Tan, who also is a regular competitor within the 24-hour series. Will she be also heading to Barcelona in a week's time to race with Jonathan Miller and Bryson Morris? But their 240i Racing Cup car is currently featuring in the podium slots, am I right in saying? Car 665. Yeah, third position in the BMW 240i slot. But of course, those are 240i's. The Oscar Sandberg BMW is a 330i, and he is a long way clear of his nearest rival, which is Bjorn Simon in car 504. So Sandberg 38th overall, Bjorn Simon 44th overall. So actually 6 positions on the timing screen. That's not taking into account the amount of time involved there. Could easily be 10, maybe 15 minutes separating the top 2 in VT2. Another lap completed for Christian Krognes. In fact, another lap completed by Kuba Gamasiak, who came in on that lap and handed over to his Norwegian teammate Christian Krognes. So that should be the final driver change that takes place for car number 34. Krognes will be installed now for basically an hour for fuel, and then the car will be brought to the finish with Krognes driving it. Now, all weekend...
bonnet being prepared here.
All weekend, I have had issues, and I've stated them as well, that the fact that the bonnet on the Aston Martin...
Longer than just this weekend, my friend, but anyway, we'll gloss over that.
Okay, in a more generic...
We're here.
But did I not raise concerns that I thought the nose of the BMW, the 24, was not quite sitting right on the car? Now, of course, it was.
No, it was the Aston you kept talking about.
But did I not... what car did I just say? 34.
You said BMW.
Right, I didn't mean the BMW 34, I meant the Aston Martin 24.
We're here to... I've just said we use support mechanism, yeah?
Now that is looking straight on the car, but for a number of times into the night stints last night, that Aston Martin nose didn't seem to be right, and in fact we had plenty of conversation on X about that with those of you watching. Now, that was just my brain playing tricks. Isn't it slightly a coincidence that there really does look to be an issue now with the bonnet of this Aston Martin, because they are prepping a new body part for that car. It's surely going to turn left at this stage, yes, and into Sabine Schmidt's curver, but perhaps during the next pit stop for 12h Motorsport, we are going to see a full nose change on the Aston Martin Vantage. They've got a photograph of the top of the car on a mobile phone, and they're looking to try and sticker up that bonnet as quickly as possible, putting the race numbers on, putting the various sponsorship details on as well. I did notice that that new nose is missing those slightly off-centre 2 white lines though.
But you can run in a series where it's one brand over a wheel arch, when in actual fact on the sidewall there's something totally different. That bonnet, it was getting its signs on it where it needs, where the extinguisher is, where the cutout point is for the marshals, it's race number minimum.
Side by side for Pro-Am, Stefan Aust in the Racing 1 Ferrari, the CP Mercedes of Shane Lewis, and this is through the really fast bits of Klostertal and Kesselchen. And they're reaching now the high point where they will get towards the right-hand turn in to the base of the carousel. And it is the Ferrari that has just about the advantage. So working their way through. Here is the start of the carousel then, turning right now. But that was full commitment from both Stefan Aust and Shane Lewis. No quarter Astor given. And really just who could be bravest on whichever line they had chosen. The Mercedes was on the left, the Ferrari on the right, and eventually the Ferrari was able to get by. But that was for position, and Stefan Aust started the lap 6.2 seconds away from Shane Lewis. He's now managed to overtake the Mercedes, and that will give him second place in SP9 Pro-Am.
Well, you're right, the ticket does say that that bonnet being prepared is for number 24. You're absolutely right for that Aston Martin, the Door Aston, currently in second place. And I can't see any reason why it needs a bonnet, but no. Obviously there is. And put it this way, they're not going to waste time in a pit up and put one on and put all the decals on neat and tidy for no reason. So they know best, they're on the ground, they know what's happening. We will see why.
I hope, for whatever reason, they weren't paying close attention to our commentary from yesterday and going, oh, Johnny does things our bonnet's not on straight. We better.
Johnny doesn't like the livery, so we're going to change it.
It was never the fact I didn't like the livery. Just for whatever reason, an optical illusion was saying to me that the Aston almost had some frontal damage and it had forced the bonnet slightly upward of its normal seating position. But that was entirely nonsense made up by me. However, not 24 hours later, it's genuinely a problem. Maybe I can predict the future.
I can imagine the team, write down the first 6 numbers that come into your head.
Yeah.
I can imagine the team meeting last night over whatever, and they're all sitting there going, he's gone on about it all day. Should we? Shouldn't we? At what point in the race are we going to put the bonnet on? Shall we tease him? But you know, how excited will he get? And I think that's probably the conclusion they've come to, that if they did it too soon, you'd peak early. So it's best to leave the bonnet replacement until an hour and a half to go. And didn't I say earlier that hour and a half is the point where it all starts to happen? That's kind of like the witching hour, and it looks like it's going to be spot on. So they really are keeping the commentary team.
It's great.
Satisfied, basically. It's Aston Martin, it's you, it's a bonnet. We're just happy.
12h Motorsport, I doff my cap. Can they get that work fixed within the pit stop window time? Remember, it's going to be a clock counting down, so you don't have to do the pit stop as quick as possible, like your F1 style pit stop. And all of these cars will have at least one maximum timed pit stop. The one closest to the end of the race is the bigger concern, of course, because the closer you come in for that final stop to the checkered flag, the quicker the pit stop can be. Unless you've got massive jobs like replacing the whole nose of a front engine car, of course. The engine won't need changing, but at least the bit that the bodywork that wraps around it will do. It may be, of course, that they're just going to take a very close look at it and go, actually, we'll run the risk, but you do at least need to have the stickered part ready to go.
Yeah,
and prepped.
Johnny.
Yeah. Ferrari over the line, Mercedes in second within Pro-Am, so Stefan Aust in Racing 1's Ferrari is now running in 9th place overall, ahead of Shane Lewis and in his CP Racing Mercedes. The top 3 overall, all pro cars for Christian Krognes, the Dürr brothers, and Dylan Pereira for Valkenhorst Motorsport. But the first car due for a stop in amongst that top 3 will be... Actually, on the same lap, we should have Gamaziak and Dürr in. No, Gamaziak's already pitted, so handed over to Krognes. The one that we haven't yet had then is car number 24. That pit stop is imminent. It's either at the end of this lap or at the end of the following lap, and we'll get to work out precisely what Durr Motorsport think need changing in that case. The Ferrari, this newly designed Ferrari 296, is certainly very striking in the day when you look at how many headlights are involved in the nose of that car compared to the Mercedes, which has just got the 2 standard main beam headlights. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I make it, massive headlights on the front of this Ferrari. If you didn't feel pressurized just purely from the look of it in the pit lane, stationary, then to have that hunting you down in the dead of night here at the Nürburgring, maybe 2, 3 in the morning, very daunting prospect.
Yeah, I'm looking at the philosophy there compared to the Aston. We've seen the Door Motorsport Aston coming up there, which has got standard yellow Continental lights, a pair of them. The Ferrari's got, as you say, a whole range more. It's got 3 times about 6 of them. You've got the 2 main lights as the Aston comes into the pit now, so we need to see if this bonnet gets it. Johnny, I'm going to keep talking because I know you need to concentrate on bonnet gate for this at the moment. But the Ferrari, it's got slower ones down the right that light up the apexes, I'm guessing, at night racing. And then it's got 2 central ones, which are pretty well long distance ones, but they tend to be the flasher ones.
Yes.
Long distance, dotting, however, you can get those going. But interesting change of philosophy there, or different thoughts on that for the 2 cars. The Aston Martin, 2 simple laps. There's the bonnet damage on the right-hand side above the front left wheel, and that will be a fixing point there on that. There's no urgency to change that bonnet because they've put the stop board against that, but it is being released. Yes, it is. They are. Johnny, this is your moment. There's a bonnet change going on the Aston here. You've been waiting for this.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever predicted work on a car quite 24 hours out, but having been spooked into the bonnet not quite sitting right on the Aston yesterday, when in fact it was, and it was a perfect fit, it's today that it gets changed, and that's going to be a quicker job than I'd actually expected. Although, where is the new body piece? Has it got all the stickers it needs?
Yes, it's being carried out now.
Few. So here it comes with the right race number as well. But without the 2 white lines, so part of that livery's not quite going to marry up, and if it didn't sit right in my head yesterday, this is going to totally throw me out of orbit now.
But the bit that actually put your mind out of kilter and threw you completely was the bit in front of the bonnet, on the bonnet slam and shut down into the air grill, because it's got that particular grill shape of an Aston Martin. What they've done is they folded the body contour line there, so the white piece to the right hand side, that's a bit that threw you. That's not actually on the bonnet, that's still on the car. So they've replaced the bonnet for you, but still left you with the problem.
True.
And there's a conundrum for you.
It's the bit around the grill, isn't it?
Psychology Live with RSL.
Yeah, so, well, we'll see how we get on and whether I still get the motion sickness by looking at that Aston Martin down the Dottinger Hood. It's a beautiful car. I don't want you to think otherwise. But was meaning that I was slightly off kilter. Anyway, the 35 BMW should be back up the 2nd place now in the hands of Dylan Pereira. And behind Christian Krognes, those 2 cars will not switch positions and will still be separated by a good chunk of time. But potentially today's result for Dylan Pereira and for his teammate Nicholas Cruton will be an awful lot better than yesterday, when the 35 car was called in all manner of times to the pits and not in the correct sequence of pit stops either. It was rarely able to complete the full 8 laps for some of its stints. We're now inside the final 90 minutes, so a pit stop made, well, within the next half an hour, you are going to have to pit again, and that's obviously what Christian Krognes' crew are thinking. They've made a stop in the last 15 minutes, but 1 more stop required to get to the finish. Any pit stop, though, made after the next 28 minutes should be fine to get you to the end, because a GT3 car will do an hour around here and an 8-lap stint. 8 times 8 roughly is in the right sort of margin, of course. Meanwhile, conversations down at Der Motorsport. I don't think that's cost them a great deal of time, actually. 3:15 for the final sector. We'll get an idea in a moment or two as the car rejoins the race how long this first sector is for the Aston Martin. But because it's a considerable amount of time to be sitting in the pit lane doing a standard pit stop, then clearly once the car's been fueled, the driver's been changed, the new tyres have been bolted on, there is still a little bit of flexibility to change the bonnet as well if you feel that is worth doing. And clearly that hood was carrying some damage on the left hand side, but the car is back in the race and it will have cost it very little time at all. In Cut 2, Nico Otto for Max Cruiser Racing leads by 42 seconds over Arne Hofmeister for Team Mattel. And then it is Hendrik von Danwitz in the Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche number 102 in third position. Here's the BMW number 35 now, having completed its pit stop quite recently. So Dylan Pereira in the 35, Christian Krognes in the 34, and these two will be close together on the timing screen again very shortly, looking like, don't say it too early, but once more a very good result for Valkenhorst Motorsport. They took a win yesterday but didn't get any of the other cars on the podium. This time it could be a win and a second place finish for their 34 and 35 cars respectively. But it is amazing how much an hour and 26 minutes of racing can throw at you. So they will not be counting any chickens just yet down at Valkenhorst Motorsport. Just after 4:30 in the afternoon. A very pleasant day to be doing a bit of motor racing around the Nordschleife, Snowy.
It is, and you say a very pleasant day rather than rain and snow we've had in the past as well. So all sorts of conditions that Mother Nature can throw us at the Nordschleife here. This not quite often in this series we've seen, and the experience of this BMW being the M4 is the BMW Junior team, Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max Hess. For that car. Dan Harper over in the UK, British GT with one of these cars now. Century Motorsport doing quite well today, I think, over there at Donington. I think British GT are out today. So he's taken his experience of this car from the Nürburgring.
They're at Brands, I think.
Might be Brands, you're quite right, I think it is. I know certainly in British GT it's over there. I think he's doing quite well over that. But yeah, slightly further south, so I'm mixing up my metaphors in Midlands and South. But yeah, so again, you know, these drivers, we talked about this, where drivers can be used, deployed, whatever around the world. BMW invested a lot in those three young chargers, the BMW Junior team, and now they've got them running the cars elsewhere. So you know, Dan Harper just being one of those examples. He's running it in British GT, and it's a car that's just getting strong.
Manufacturers who are always fighting it out amongst themselves here at the Nordschleife very rarely make shabby cars. Porsche, BMW, Audi and Mercedes. This point in time though, we have two BMWs looking very, very strong, although remember the Porsche competition within SP9 disappeared quite literally overnight.
Yeah,
it was here yesterday in the 3 and the 4 Falcon Motorsport cars, and a strong package they brought to the racetrack. We're still not quite sure why they're not racing today, but
no, I have asked the question, we've not had an answer as yet, but I'm not really sure why. It's certainly official that they weren't going to do it, but
yeah, they were never on the entry list in fairness. But we did wonder whether there may be a late tweak to that provisional entry. There was not.
Yeah, change of heart, having finished second and third yesterday. That niggling little thing in races through and through. Shall we go one better?
Yeah, I do think the drivers, or some of the drivers, were committed elsewhere today, or needed to be somewhere else. Meantime, Marcel Hopper hopping off the road briefly there, coming out of the Mercedes arena. So he ran track limits, although to be honest, most people do that on the exit of the arena and then down towards the cut through. So no harm, no foul for Mühlner Motorsports Porsche. And this car is in 5th position then, behind Tobias Muller's Cup 2 K Kramer racing car, the 121. Then you've got Henrik von Danwitz, who's 3rd in the 102 for Black Falcon. Team Mattel remains 2nd with the 107 car of Arne Hofmeister, and leading Cup 2, the number 100 car of Nico Otto, sharing with Ben Leuchter and they have now built themselves nearly a 42-second lead. So it was really intense in the early couple of stints, really, for these Cup 2 cars. The opening 2 hours for Cup 2 was just phenomenal until Ben Leuchter started to find his rhythm. Nico Otto, a very good opening stint from him as well, and they've established a decent lead, which is basically the length of the Dottinger Ruhr now over everybody else within Cup 2.
I'm sure we can look this up on the wonderful interweb system, whatever it's called. But you were mentioning about the Vidal chicane. We've just got the fantastic helicam shot again from Rover Oils, and thank you for that. But you were saying about how the Vidal chicane looked absolutely perfect in the way it's a new tarmac. I'm just following. There is a line of new tarmac going into that, and we have an unbroken footage of that, and we're all the way down through the end of Hatzenbach now, and I still haven't seen a change in lines. I just wonder how much of this track was resurfaced. And I must have missed it at some point. I can't believe they've run all this. I mean, that's if you're a layer of driveways to get the gig of relaying the Nordschleife. That's just all Christmases to come at once, isn't it?
You'd have to book off them.
How big's your driveway?
Yeah,
25 kilometres. Yeah, funny.
You'd have to book out about 4 months, wouldn't you, of potential driveways to instead
4
come.
months.
Yeah, to instead come here to the Nordschleife. And well, right, we want the end of the Grand Prix track all the way down to Arenberg, and probably a bit of the Foxhole as well. That's going to be a lot of trucks.
Yeah, this year. Yeah.
Please, I think I can fit you in sometime before February. Yeah, and also, though, that will have a detrimental effect to the income of the track, of course, because you think about a lot of money coming in through tourist laps, but if you have the track out of action for a number of weeks in order to do that, they'd have to time it so that, you know, certain sections of the track are done and fairly quickly, and then you've got to give it the settling time to allow the asphalt to be laid down correctly before it can then be raced on.
It's a great business model, the tourist laps, because I think it's only like €25 to go and do that. But it's the digressions and excursions that's the problem. You don't want to be doing that. If you have an excursion, they then charge you for the barrier per meter.
Yes.
Per length, the nuts, the bolts, the washers, the time, the damage to the grass, the downtime if the circuit's closed. So you can end up with a massive bill for just making a simple error, and of course you've obviously at that point probably damaged your car as well. So it's not a good day.
Which your insurance company won't do anything about.
Well, highly unlikely. Where were you? Oh, it was at Chiswick High Street. No, I don't think you were.
That was at Arenberg. Well, I had an hour just driving on a. It's a public road. Well, it's open to the public if you've paid your €25. You were at the Nürburgring, weren't you, sir? Might have been. Yes.
I mean, there was a great deal of this track was resurfaced over Christmas. I'm just trying to establish how much of it was.
Okay. Yeah, because I presume the track is closed for a period of time over the Christmas festival, and that will be the obvious window to redress the surface. But then you're fighting the weather, aren't you? Because, you know, this place, as we know, no stranger to snow and ice as well. And the last thing you want to be doing is laying new asphalt in freezing conditions. It's a tricky one to organise, but the crews here at the Nordschleife have been at it for a number of years now, so there will be a system. Here's the 952 Porsche from Cup 3. This is Christopher Rink for Smerlis Racing, and he is running in second position in Cup 3. So it's the 952 car second to 959, not currently in shot, just a bit further up the road for Team Zorg Rennsport. 959 is being driven by Fabio Grosser, and the gap between them, well, is north of probably 4 minutes now back to the second place car. Maybe not, maybe 3.5 minutes the gap between those two. So it's the 959s to throw away at this stage. You certainly cannot say the same, though, about Pro-Am, because this is still really battling on. I did wonder whether Pro-Am and the battle for the podium positions would run and run, Stefan Aust versus Shane Lewis. This may well become Luca Ludwig versus Adam Christodoulou later on in the race, which would be epic to witness,
exactly
of course.
what these two are setting up now, isn't it?
Yeah, but Aust and Shane Lewis have not been short of any entertainment, to be honest, ever since they took charge of the car.
Got an advantage there, huge advantage. Now, how much further into the run is the Ferrari versus the Mercedes there? Because no disrespect to Aust there, but Shane Lewis just drove past him.
He did, but Aust did exactly the same.
How much are the tyres?
Aust did exactly the same only a few laps ago. They've actually got themselves onto roughly the same strategy once again, having been separated by 2 laps for each of the pit stops. These two pitted on the same lap. So Aust took charge of the Ferrari as Lewis took over from his teammate Charlie Putman. And that was 3 laps ago. So in terms of fuel levels, it's about the same. Tyre life as well, I would imagine, is about similar too. So through the Sabine Schmitz curve goes the Ferrari, and the top end of Stefan Aust's pace just seems to have ebbed away very slightly. He's run a touch wide there coming out of Hatzenbach, or onto Hatzenbach as well, as we continue with NLS 7.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de. Red Bull verleiht Flügel.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
To the action that involves the Mercedes that is the 45 CP racing car. You're tuned to NLS 7, the second 6-hour race in as many days on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. A rare treat to head into the evening hours last night and an hour and a half beyond official sunset time. Shane Lewis in the 45 Mercedes makes space there for one of the two Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. And through the Kleiner Carousel, now there is clear road in front of Christian Krognes, who leads this motor race by something like a couple of minutes. I want to actually get to the end of this lap to get a full idea of what the gap is, because I think 2 minutes and 4 seconds is slightly misleading. The leading BMWs are pitting laps apart from one another, so as we speak, Christian Krognes is 3 and nearly 4 laps into his current stint, whereas Dylan Pereira has nearly completed 6 laps, and therefore for the Luxembourgish driver it'll be 2 more, and the BMW will need to come in for some fuel, but that should be the final pit stop of the race. So in the next 50 seconds we'll get Christian Krognes over the line. He certainly leads by at least a minute, and it's probably a bit more than that. Valkenhorst Motorsport 1 and 2, with then the leading SP9 Pro-Am car of Maxime Dumouriez up in the provisional overall podium slots, and for a Pro-Am driver lineup, that is mightily impressive, Peter Snowden.
It certainly is, and that Pro-Am lineup just dropped away a little bit earlier on. It was mightily impressive. If I go back to our qualifying order, we had the Shearer Sport PHX Audi of Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb on pole position. That's the number 5 car. That's had a traumatic weekend. Just hasn't delivered in the way that we'd come to expect of Shearer Sport. A lot of it is just a bit of bad luck and tyre failures and things and whatever. But that was an SP9 Pro car on pole position, and then second, third, fourth, fifth were Pro-Am cars, that being the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin number 17 car, the 296 Ferrari of Racing 1, that's our number 19 entry, the CP Racing Mercedes number 45, that we believe that had Adam Christodoulou at the wheel to set that time, and then the Schnitzel Mercedes was 11 car, was a 5th on the grid, and that's the Pro car. We then had the Valkenhorst BMW 34, that's the car that's now leading, was only 6th on the grid, but yesterday it didn't even qualify for the race. Kuba Gamaziak having an unlikely error, and not like him at all, to put the car into the gravel. I believe there was an accident as part of that as well, because they did talk about repairing the car, which we hadn't been aware of. We only got to hear the report. We didn't see footage of the actual incident, but he did say post-race that he was keen to rectify the problems and show to the team that it was, he said, my mistake, absolutely straight up and honest about it. That car qualified 6th today. It's now at the top of our timing screens again, as is its sister car, number 35, which is the Dylan Pereira driven car at the moment. And then we had the Aston Martin is the first of the Pro-Am cars there, and then we've got those Cup 2 cars. Now Johnny and I were talking about this a bit earlier about Cup 2 cars being able to take the lead, take the battle to these SP9 cars. So just to clarify, SP9 cars are GT3 cars to us, the rest of the world around. They're slightly different. There's a slightly different setup here for Nürburgring. You've then got the Cup 2 cars. Now the Cup 2 cars run, they're almost as much power. The big difference between these two cars is that there's a lot more aero on a SP9 category car, which is an issue for it when it slows down on the Dottingerhöhe. Now, talking of slowing down the Dottingerhöhe, we've got the white flag being presented down there, and that looks to me, that's obviously what I described earlier, that is the slow-moving vehicle, and it is indeed the number 19 car. That's the Ferrari, the sole Ferrari we got in this race. This is the Racing 1 Ferrari, number 19, which is dropping down the order. That's got Aust at the wheel of that at the moment. Stefan Aust at the wheel. That's got, has it got a puncture or not? Looks to be sitting fairly square at the moment. Oh no, it's not. No, it's crabbing already. So there's a puncture somewhere. I suspect at the rear of this. So not the first car to be affected by this. It's coming through the kink on the left-hand side, but it's still got a way to go. It's got to stay to the right-hand side of the track, out of the way, up to Hohenrhein, through the Tiergarten, hopefully keeping out of people's way. I'm trying to have a look at what the actual damage on the car is. So far, fronts are looking okay. Actually, it isn't a puncture. I can't see a puncture on that car at all at the moment. So, surely it's not just run low on fuel. No, there's no evidence of a puncture there. Obviously, number 19 Racing 1 Ferrari will be straight into the pits there. Stefan Aust. Now see the other side of the car. Called no bodywork damage, no tyres down at all. So. I wonder what the issue with that is. Some technical issue. Drag that car right down the order now. That's put them out of contention, straight into the pits there. So it's still a BMW Valkenhorst at the front. Now, is that going to go straight into its box or not? It's going to go over to the right-hand side. I'm just seeing the footage there, and it stopped slightly oblique angle, straight up onto the jacks. We've got a long shot over the trees into the pit lane here of this guy. Now we're a bit close up on it. So, yeah. Tyres intact, left-hand side. The camera is coming all the way around. There's no evidence of bodywork damage. Nothing on the right-hand side. The car is being rotated. Now, that's the normal bit, rotating it at 40-45 degrees or so to refuel the car. Is it going to go into the pit box to have work done on it? This is the key bit. At the moment, no, it's on its jack, so it looks like it's a standard refuel. So now there is bodywork damage on the left rear, just below the number 19 on it, but they've got the left rear off and they're inspecting inside there. Now, I did say the car was crabbing. Yes, I can see now. So there's a broken suspension component or something in that left rear of that 296 Racing 1 Ferrari. Disaster late in the day, and I think that's going to be out. I think that's going to be out. So the engineer's in there. The driver stayed in it. Aust has stayed in. Stefan Aust has stayed in the car, but there's absolutely no point. Something's broken. It looks like a top of the. They've got a close-in shot of the camera. The camera's got us right into the wheel there. Yeah, the dollies are coming back out. The car's going back into garage. So the 296 Racing 1 Ferrari is out. I did say in the last hour and a half that's when it starts to all happen, and it just suddenly seems to come alive again. And that is sadly exactly what's happened. It's got massive. Yeah, you can see it just drops it off its air jacks onto the go jacks as Stefan Aust gets out of it, and you can see the rear suspension rocking back and forth under vibration there, which it should not be doing. So sadly, not quite Ferrari's day. It's got the pace. Still appears to be a little fragile overall. That said, Frikidelli managed to get their car to the end of the 24-hour in the top spot. So not so much luck for Racing 1 there. So not quite what shore's broken on that. Not quite sure what has broken on that is what I'm trying to say. Get my words in the right order. But so late drama with just over an hour to go. Racing 1 296 Ferrari number 19. Stefan Aust at the wheel, bringing the car slowly down the Dottingerhöhe. I thought it was going to be a puncture. It certainly looked like the car was crabbing. It was. That's because the left rear suspension was broken. It looked like the top link had completely gone when they got a camera in there. The whole upright was moving backward and forward, which it's not supposed to do.
I can only apologise at this stage to A, Dennis Fetzer yesterday, and B, the number 19 Stefan Aust driven Racing 1 Ferrari today, because on each occasion when I stepped away for a quick break, it is a 6-hour race after all, I come back and it seems like there's been a massive incident in actually both races. Fetzer left the road yesterday on Hatzenbach, and that cost him a couple of minutes, did eventually got going again, but it does appear that the Racing 1 Ferrari may be out of the race entirely now.
I think it's quite funny actually that yesterday that's exactly what happened, and no sooner had you stepped away as needs must in a 6-hour race sometimes. And Fetzer had his issue. I'm not sure we're going to get this interview with Aust.
It'll be with Stefan Aust in German, though, so how much that we can pick out from that as principally English speakers, but Michael and Jan and David will do their level best and their perfect best to tell us exactly the details of where that issue struck. But it sounded, from what you were saying, to have been, what, before the Dottinger Hohe? Did it emerge on the long straight?
The camera went to it, it was suddenly going down the Dottinger Hohe slowly. But just to finish what I was going to say is that the moment you stepped away today, my mind naturally went back to yesterday, and I thought, right, it's that time of day again. I wonder what's going to happen today. And as I processed, I didn't even get a chance to process that thought. As I thought the thought, if that makes sense, all of a sudden I was talking about something else, and there was a white flag on the Dottinger Hohe and what looked like a Ferrari. And it turned out to be the Ferrari.
What a shame, and unfortunately that now denies us of a battle to the flag for second and third in SP9. They'll open the door for CP Racing to get a good result, not possibly the result they were targeting, because they're still a fair way away from winning the class. Unbelievably, considering the number of pro cars it's been up against, should I say, it's looking like we're going to get a Pro-Am car on the overall podium. Now that is because some of the early pace setters in Pro dropped away far earlier than we expected, like for instance the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes AMG. Remember when Marcel Markovits was driving that, he suffered a puncture on the front right, loads of grass in the front of that Mercedes grille, and very quickly indeed the chief engineer said, nah, we ain't going to go any further. So that took one of the key players within SP9 Pro out of the game after only 3 laps completed for that Mercedes. Then a little bit later than that, the Audi encountered its difficulty. That was a rear right puncture for Scherer Sport, and I do think both the Mercedes number 11 and the number 5 Audi could well have been right up there in the top 6 by now. But you know, a disadvantage for one particular team then opens the door for a very good result for somebody else, and Pro Sport Racing appear to be the one to pocket it.
Yeah, I'm just hoping one of our German speaking production team can just update us on our Skype chat regarding the Stefan Aust interview we just heard in German. It's very, very quiet in our commentary box. You can only barely hear it if we do, let alone the fact it's in German. What the ticker is saying, though, for that number 19 Racing 1 Ferrari is that it has a result of a collision. Now, whether it's with a wall or another car, we do not know. But I did notice when, just before you step back in, Johnny, when the camera was going round that car in the pit lane, that there were some datum marks, if you like, tyre marks, just after the door and in front of the left rear wheel, right where the number panel was on that car, and quite some serious marks there where it's scuffed against something. So I wonder if there's been a slight collection there and it's just caught it, and enough on the end of the wheel just to deflect, not even do the tyre or the rim, but actually shockwave down and snapped a joint further down inside.
Yeah, well, that's possible. Sometimes the initial connection with another car isn't the issue, it's how it ripples down the rest of the car, or indeed one component being pushed into another. I mean, the classic one is if it's a rear-wheel drive car, it gets damage on that rear axle, which then can push the drive shaft into the gearbox, and you get obviously all manner of failures as a result of that. So sometimes cause and effect, sometimes initial contact causes further reverberations. Yeah, but we are hearing that the Stefan Aust Ferrari had some contact with another car, and that is why it was touring down the Dottinger Hohe. Precisely which car that was, maybe Stefan doesn't know at this point. But they will be back. We're hearing Racing 1 will be back for the next race, which I think is in only 2 weeks' time. It's certainly in September.
It is 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, 23rd of September will be race day and qualifying day, in fact. And that is a more standard format of NLS race. So 4 hours, qualifying in the morning. Race start will be local time midday through till 4 o'clock. So looking forward to that. Again, of course, full coverage right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. The final round 2 further weeks after that, Saturday the 7th of October, to complete this year's Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. The Rover Live helicopter, again, producing excellent images, this time of the 102 Porsche, which has been driven by Ben Boonagel. It now has at the wheel Hendrik von Danwitz, though, and this car is in third position. He's only 3.1 seconds adrift of Reinhard Koffler, so von Danwitz just starting to turn the screw a little bit. He'll also be feeling the pressure from behind, though, because Tobias Müller started this lap only 3.5 seconds away. So whereas Ben Leuchter has 40-odd seconds in his back pocket, which can be almost an unknown when it comes to Cup 2 racing, it is very close for second, third and fourth. About the same time margin, just a smidge over 3 seconds, separating Reinhard Koffler, von Danwitz's car, and then Tobias Müller. So 107, 102 and 121 could virtually all be in the same shot at this point, heading up the hill through Klostertal, Kestelchen, and then the right-hander where the style Strecker departs left. The track instead turns right and begins that slow increase in height. It's quite a rapid increase in height, actually, but not as rapid as it used to be, through the carousel and that tricky bit through the concrete. Thankfully, we don't have any wet weather to deal with today, because the slippery concrete on the inside of the carousel can be a nightmare. Although you sort of do a wall of death through it, and the physics are on your side. That wonderful classic shot of the racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife as car 102 rockets through. Von Danwitz spits out, his car gets spat out on the other side of it, and he can take a brief look in the mirror to see Tobias Müller not too far away in fourth position and slowly getting closer. Valkenhorst continue to lead, and that is a legitimate gap though now, isn't it? 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just noticed that, sorry John, that Shane Lewis at the wheel of the number 45 CP Racing Mercedes had a little incident at Metzgersfeld, is continuing in 9th now. That car was a little bit higher up the order, so that's put paid to their better result than they were hoping for.
And I suppose, well, the one saving grace there is that the Ferrari is now out of the race, so that's not going to be able to catch the Mercedes. The other car in SP9 Pro-Am, Christian Bollrat in his Valkenhorst BMW, the one that had the crash at the cut-through on the Grand Prix circuit. And you remember further back than that, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, that had a huge off on the Grand Prix circuit, really hitting the tyre barrier very heavily indeed, where you should be turning right. But whether that was a stuck throttle for Joachim Tyson, we still don't know. But sadly, that beautifully turned out Huber Motorsport Porsche at the start of the weekend looks very second-hand now. And what was a highly popular, well, we had a decent amount of cars in SP9 Pro-Am at the start of the weekend. We're basically now down to just 2. And that's not to detract at all from Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin charge, because I think they would have been up there anyway, even if if all of the Pro-Ams would have finished this race. Pro Sport would have taken some beatings today.
Yeah, let's just put a centre perspective on that. As you said, the Ferrari that's now out of the race, what was driven by Stefan Aust at the end there, apart from that little incident, number 19, Racing 1296, its best lap of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race, is a 7:56.7. The next fastest car is our leading car. Christian Krogner is currently at the wheel of the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW M4. That's done a 7:58.7. There are only 2 cars to dip under. Oh, sorry, there is actually one that Dylan Pereira in the sister car, number 35, done a 7:59.6. But let's just put that Pro-Am out. We're talking pro drivers there, effectively. The Pro Sport Aston Martin Vantage, number 17th in third place, has done an 8-minute .00863, and the Ferrari with the car that was challenging the Ferrari, Shane Lewis, in the CP Racing number 45 Mercedes, done an 8.00828. So we're talking, a few hundredths in it, not even tenths, 4 hundredths between them. That's evenly matched. And again, we said this before, such totally different philosophies in cars. A big front-engined Mercedes GT car and a big rear-end, mid-engined Ferrari. And also the Mercedes now is, I hate to use the term long in the tooth, but it's been around a while.
Yes,
that GT3 iteration of that Mercedes. It's a well-proven package, which can be an advantage. The Ferrari is quite a new thing.
Yeah, let's just see I think it was 2020 when that Mercedes received its latest Evolution upgrade, and
Because it was the SLS prior to that, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but we had AMG. Well, okay. Chassis number 28 of the GT3 regulations was the SLS AMG, which came out in May 2011 and is no longer eligible to be running in GT3 competition. Then we had the first version of the Mercedes AMG 2016, and then there was the Evolution in 2020. Interestingly, that's not actually on my list as an updated car.
So the GT replaced the SLS in 2016?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
7 years ago.
But there was, it didn't have that shape of grille that it currently has. So, and there was a significant upgrade. But the engine stayed the same. It's still a 6.2 litre V8. They haven't gone the turbocharger route in the Mercedes. And you wonder when is the new Mercedes going to arrive on the scene? Somebody, I'm sure, will know the answer to that.
Well, interesting. If they're going to follow the road philosophy. AMG 63 is a 6.3. It's synonymous with AMG, big V8s, and they're just starting to phase out the last of those now, C63s in the UK, and it's replaced by the C43, which is a 2-litre V6.
Yeah.
And it's but the thing, this is again, it goes back to technology. It doesn't have the sound maybe, but it's got the performance.
Yeah.
And you go down to when I started racing, or when I grew up around cars, we always used to say 100 brake horsepower per litre was kind of like your halo figure. That's just been blown out of the water now. I refer to, again, AMG, for example, their Mercedes little A45, 2-litre, 430 brake, standard trim. Then you get the S version, they get another 20 out of it. They're getting 450 out of those. And they do love their oil pressure, though. Because it's quite stressed.
Yeah, I can imagine.
As a road car, it's fine.
I can imagine. Yes, even though the Mercedes did have an Evo package introduced in 2020, that's actually classed in GT regulations as the same car. So imagine the 2016 car with new bodywork on it, effectively, but the underpinnings remain very much the same. It's a bit like the second generation Aston Martin Vantage. That is still considered by the regs to be the car that came out in 2019, even though that was Evo.
I was going to say, how old's the Aston?
1st of March 2019, produced by ProDrive, but that has had
an update, hasn't it? December 2028?
2028, yeah, because generally there's a sort of 7 or 8 or 9 year lifespan on these cars. You can bet there'll be an update somewhere within that time scale, but
the puncture,
right.
Johnny, right rear for Mercedes 140. That looks like it's a GT4 car, SB8T, indeed it is. So it's one of the turbocharged versions. Going against exactly what we were just saying, because it's a turbocharged version down at SB8 category. It is the only car in that category, in that class. It's a VLN 24-hour special SB8, so 2.6 to 4 litre with turbocharged, or mit-Turbolader, as they say in Germany, and that's the only car in that class, the Black Falcon car. It's got a right rear puncture. Most of it appears to have disappeared, but doesn't look like a lot of bodywork damage to that. Most of it's got it back, and it's one of those things again where the tyre, the sidewall has, or the tread, as it were, we call it the tread, even though it's a slick. We still say the tread, the contact patch, if you like, has gone, but the bead is still stuck to the rim, which in some ways actually is quite good. It saves it flailing around too much. That's gone, and it's just helped drive it in, so the not driving in on the rim. Ridiculous. It gives you a little bit of ride height, so you're not actually dragging bodywork and exhaust and all sorts on the track. Interesting there, it took a moment or two to get that off. A little bit of a non-colour coded tape. Come on, guys, you've got yellow tape on there. Not good enough. They didn't wipe it clean first. That'll come unstuck on the dirt. But a little bit of bodywork there. Just we saw on the Audi earlier, tyre flails around, just a little bit of bodywork damage. A bit of tape on there just to stop it deteriorating any further. In the last 46 minutes we have just over of this second NLS 6-hour race this weekend.
There must be something different for this car compared to the others in SP10. It's not the turbocharger, because you can run a turbocharged car in SP10, which is the official GT4 entry. Case in point, other Mercedes GT4 sort of running SP10 through recent races, and also the Aston Martin GT4 car is also turbocharged. So yes, it's in SB8T, but there must be something else that prevents this car, or Black Falcon have just decided not to run it in SP10. I think there may be some sort of upgrade work here outside of the homologation, which wouldn't permit it to be running in SP10. Therefore, great to have it as part of the entry. Just a shame that there are not other cars, officially speaking, to race with it in the same class, SP8T. But there will have no doubt been cars along the way that its drivers have been able to rub shoulders with. And the 140 car is thankfully running again, despite that potentially race-ending problem with the tyre going down. It was really very dependent on how much damage might have been done to the rear right corner. Let's get you a driver as well for the 140 car, which is now returning back again from the hairpin bend of the Grand Prix circuit. It's a Black Falcon car, isn't it? So 140, it will be Reinhold Renger doing this particular stint, sharing with Tobias Wahl and Tim Florian Wahl. And it's the Wahl backing that you can see emblazoned on the side of that car as it was parked up in pit lane, currently in 27th position. And we have the rare treat of a fully green racetrack now, 24.3 kilometres of open road where you can go at race speed. How long will that last? Not wanting to put the Johnny curse on things. I have had a tendency to say, come on, we've been green for a long time, this segment of the race, and then literally within seconds we go into a caution. Sorry about that, folks. Christian Krognes, Dylan Pereira, first and second, and the gap is continuing to grow between these two BMWs. Now, is this an element of Pereira going, well, I'm not going to be able to catch my rival. We want to be able to get a really nice finish to look good on our press releases. So let's just ease things back. I'm under no firm pressure from the Aston Martin behind, and we can just afford to just tick off these laps nice and comfortably now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the regulations, and it wasn't as clear as I thought it might be on the VLN site. But well, the class structure, not the regulations. My apologies. But the SP8T, that 140 Black Falcon Mercedes, is one of the many cars or many classes that are regarded as specials. So you have the specials car and your production cars. So production cars are close to standard vehicles with minimum requirements for mandatory safety devices, etc. Some freedoms in the modifications in suspension, etc. permitted, but engines are stock production. That's quite key there, I'm sure. Cars can be balanced with a fuel tank and capacity weight. But you then get the specials, which can include GT3 and GT4 cars. So you've got SP3 up to 2 litre, SP3 with turbos, then up to 2.5 litre SP4 with and without turbo, etc., etc. The pattern follows. And then we have SP8 over 4 litre, SP8T up to 4 litres with a turbo, SP9 GT3 FIA cars to FIA stroke SRO rules, and it gets then you've got your SPX, as we said earlier about the BMW M4, ran in that originally, as with the Glickenhaus, if it's not unhomologated car. So it's not, so that Black Falcon car is not a production car, basically. No. So it's built as a race car, possibly for another series. Therefore, it's allowed to run under that class in this event. Yeah. To make sure you can run a whole variety. You've got somewhere else to run it. They're not going to exclude it. They're just going to say, right, it's not a production car. It's a special with a turbocharger up to 4 litre. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, but as I say, there will be a reason why. Now, it might be the team just saying, we don't want to run it in SP10. Can you put us in a different category? But I think they may even be testing some stuff out for next season, which falls outside of the SRO rule set. So the organisers, that's declared to the organisers when the car gets scrutineered. Say, right, we know that we are outside of the SP10 rule set for this race, but you're not going to turn us away, are you? Just put us in a different class, and that's what's happened. Yeah, but SP10 would be a production car, wouldn't it? SP10 is predominant. Well, it is SRO GT4. So no, I mean they are based on production cars, but they're not production cars. No, actually you're right, because SP10 GT4 SRO is a class within specials of. So you treat GT3 as SP9, as we all know. GT4 is SP10 by any other name, but what you're going to have is the odd GT3 car that cannot, for whatever reason, run in SP10, and often SPX will be the category for that. GT4 cars that aren't
properly SP10, they tend to tumble into either SP8 or SP8T.
Yeah, SPX is pretty clear to me because that's just basically a car under development, yet to be homologated. So the Glickenhaus, logically in that, the M4 that we're seeing now that's fully homologated when it wasn't. Did it run in 21, late 21, the M4? As an SPX car, just to give it a trial run.
Almost
it certainly did a round of the NLS in SPX category to say, hey, I'm the future, and it was trounced by its outgoing M6.
Yes.
I think I can't remember, it was yourself and I, or Bruce and I covered that one. Just like, can you imagine the backers and the bean counters at BMW saying, why are we spending all these euros on developing this car that the old one's still quite good?
True.
Yeah, I think the answer's on the timesheets here now, chaps.
Well, yes, but also, there's something in the rule set that says if you bring a pre-homologated GT3 car to the track, we do not want that car outpacing the current SP9. So SPX is, I doubt that M4 prior to its legal year would have been allowed to show its real pace anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why it was trounced. But what it does do is enable the BMW to stay top of their game. With the M6 previously, which was always a big car, I thought. You talk about, we talk about saloon cars and Austin Westminsters and whatnot. I mean, in the modern era, to go GT racing with effectively a touring car, the M6, the M4 feels like a bit closer now to a GT car. But yeah, I mean, there was also, which car did, there was a point where there were 3 different BMWs all being utilised. The M6, the M4, the M8. The M8 was the GTE car, an even bigger machine.
Yeah. Now, the M6 was always built as a 2-door coupe. Slightly different back to floor pan, because it was quite a bit longer as a car than now M4. They're a bit shorter and wider if you look at them. But if you look at a difference between an M4 and an M3 now, even just the road cars side by side, the obvious thing is that the M3 is 4-door and the M4 is 2-door.
Yeah.
You have to think that. So M4 isn't 4-door. M3 is a 4-door, but if you look at them two side by side, and I've seen multiple of them lined up together, and sometimes, and if particularly they're the same colour, you have to look at them and go, right. So easy way is, if you can't see the badge, look at the side. Has it got a beeper? Has it got doors? Has it got rear doors or not? Because they're pretty, certainly with that new grille and that massive intake, which I know opinions divided. I'm probably going to start another social media round whirlwind now, but. I actually like it. I like that grille. I think it looks fantastic. We talk about the Mercedes grille when it got its evolution, going bigger and wider, and it was, we used to say a few times, look at that in your mirror, see that coming behind you. It's got that menacing, almost like growl. It's coming to get you. It's got presence on track, as it does have on the road as well. But I think the M4, it needs not to have a number plate on it on the road. Now that sounds silly, or obviously it has to have legally. But when you see it without the number plate, and there's a couple of teams, I've forgotten who it was. Who's the team that did them in mostly black with a pale blue livery? And what they did was the whole front of the car was black, but they did the inside of the air aperture, the intake, in the blue to make it really stand out, but very, very cleverly, but also quite subtly. I think it works really well. We've got one of the Cup 2 cars off, have we not, Johnny? Is that the 106?
It is. So it's not one of the front runners in Cup 2. But you are right in its identity.
It's the Bonk car, isn't it?
It's Marco van Ramsort, who shares with Ralph Peter Bonk. Yes, and it is Is that actually entered as Bonk Motorsport then? I haven't got an entry name, but it would make sense if it was effectively Bonk Motorsport, even though their name isn't above the door this weekend. So the 106 car that was 12th. And that's not a position that it has sort of descended to because of this off. Unfortunately for them, they've been flirting with those early positions in the second 10 of the order. So just beyond Felipe Fernandez Lars's car in 10th. Fricadelli Racing's car has dropped more significantly than I was expecting. I think they may have been fighting one or two issues with the Treble 1 car as well. So you've got the 119 in 11th, and now a car off again at the tyre wall. We don't often see this during an NLS weekend, but it's three of them in total now.
Again, got through that, and I'd looked at those barriers at a distance before and thought they were just just safety barriers, little ones there, just to close it off, because it's effectively a escape road. I've said a few times now, but you were absolutely right from the outset, Johnny. But it is tyres. And it still amazes me that and I don't mean this in at all negative way, but it still amazes me that circuits worldwide, we've got all this technology in the cars, whatever, and barriers, still one of the most efficient ways of absorbing energy from a car going off out of control, where probably, let's just say, a mechanical failure, whatever reason's got it there, is a tyre stack bolted and braced together. And have no illusions, they're not just tyre stacks standing there, they are bolted together all the way through, sideways to the next one, down through to the bottom one. So it's a complete unitary construction. And then conveyor belting, like you see at your supermarkets. Take that conveyor, take it off and turn it vertically and wrap it around the tyres. And it's still one of the best ways of absorbing energy. Because what you don't want to hit a hard barrier. Because actually that doesn't dissipate anything, it just ricochets back, and if it's the wrong part of the circuit, not here, it puts it back into the traffic. The last thing you want, you do actually want the car to be absorbed and taken in there, and it to literally absorb all that energy. But I'm not sure which car it was that's gone off there. I don't think it's a Porsche.
No. Well,
if it is, it's a Cayman. It's not a Cup car. It's a smaller rear wing.
I was going to ask you, what's your knowledge about rear wing assembly like?
It's 951. It's a Cayman.
And the way I was going to distinguish it, we have worked out which car it is now, but it's a rear wing that is slung from the front. So you've got the sort of swallow neck rear wing struts that then hold the wing behind the struts rather than in front of it. But it's the red rear wing end plates of 961 showing heavy scars.
Is it 951? 961.
951, okay.
951, I think, is the Schmickler performance car. Well, 951 is definitely the Schmickler performance car.
Yeah.
Is that the car that's
no,
off?
it is, because 961 is already into the second sector and moving. So 951, I'm happy to go with.
So Konstantin Bertz, Marcus Bertz, or Kai Riemer at the wheel.
It is Riemer. It is Riemer driving it, yeah. And
so I had two difficult names to pick, and I missed out, overlooked the easy one.
Again, the interesting thing is that was an outlap for 951.
And that's been 3 or 4 incidents at that place.
Yeah.
Same point on the track.
Two of which were outlaps, because Christian Bollrat was on an outlap in the 36 BMW when he left the road, I'm pretty sure. Or was Bollrat on a flying lap? There was the car that I remember had been in the pit lane for a long time, Joachim Tyson. And now Tyson was definitely on an outlap in the Huber Motorsport Porsche, and Huber had worked a long time fixing that car. And I sort of said in jest, Huber will have said to Joachim Tyson, right, everything should be sorted, just give it a quick shakedown and maybe come back in after you've done a lap of the Grand Prix circuit. And clearly everything wasn't sorted, because maybe he went for the brake pedal going into the cut through and absolutely nothing happened. And poor old Joachim Tyson had to pick himself out of a pretty battered 25 Porsche by the end of that, which is a real shame, because there's a lot of Huber Motorsport fans wanting that car to do well in SP9 Pro-Am. They will come back to fight another day, I'm sure, here at the Nordschleife. But yes, I don't know whether it's linked with the fact that these cars have just been in for a stop and then come out. So is it cold tyres or cold brakes? They're not sitting for that long for the brake temperature to dissipate that much, but it may well be tyre related. Anyway, those tyres are on the, what do you call it, the sort of escape route down at the hairpin right.
It's not. It's actually part of the Grand Prix track we used yesterday, but because we now turn right for revert to the NLS circuit layout today, it becomes de facto an escape road.
Yeah. And
quite a few cars have stress tested it as an escape road this weekend.
Yeah.
That, of course, it's jinxed it, as you said. It's no longer a full course green. So we've got a 120 starting into that area, and of course it becomes a code 60 whilst they remove that car. Now, interestingly, it has very cleverly got itself the other side of the barriers, so it's quite safe in some ways. But of course, the barriers are now moved around, so you can't leave that gap there for other cars that then could find it far too quickly, and then a lot further down the Grand Prix circuit and a bit nearer the Schloss than they'd like to be.
True. And well, I remember stories of Alton Park on the Island circuit. If you outbrake yourself into the Island hairpin, then you may as well just carry on all the way around Shell Oils and rejoin much further around the lap. You'd have a lot longer lap time. I'm not sure anyone's going to try that here at the Nürburgring.
No, I'm really going to show my age here, but you said Shell Oils at Alton Park. I still remember it as Esso.
Yeah, I know.
We had this conversation about the bottom corner here, didn't we, at Nürburgring yesterday, of a change of brand name, and that was a fuel as well. That was a tyre.
Tyres.
Tyre.
Dunlop to Goodyear.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, and yeah,
it's funny how things become ingrained. Though, to me, it's like it's Esso, and I said that once to somebody on a briefing years ago, and somebody looked at me and they went, "Where's Esso on the circuit?" And I went to and then went, "One that got renamed Shell." And I'm like, "Okay,
close enough." No,
it's a fuel product.
But, yeah, exactly. It depends. It just depends when you were first racing at the track. But it's those initial names that tend to stick, and then take so much erasing moving forward. There is a code 60 on the racetrack. It's the lead up to this tricky right-hander. An example of how far back the tyres are, though, from where you're going to be braking and where you would theoretically think you could probably rescue a moment. And you can afford to still go 100 metres and still not make contact with the RMK barrier, but unfortunately for the 951 Porsche Cayman, that is looking like it will not be back into the race. Front bumper virtually completely torn off that car, and it's done a lot of damage to the front left fender, as they would say in the US, the front left wing of the Porsche Cayman, which otherwise had been doing okay in the race to this point in Cup 3. You're tuned to NLS 7 for 2023.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Less than 30 minutes still to go, and now there's a problem for the Max Cruiser racing car of who's at the wheel? Is it Tom Coronel? Is it Jan-Jaap van Roon? Is it Andrew Engelman? But a brief off there at Hohenrhein, and thankfully for the 127, it's not that far away to get into the pit lane. To answer my own question, Andrew Engelman has had the moment. Thankfully, nowhere near as big as the Marcos Adolfo Vazquez crash yesterday.
Tom Coronel will be checking the driver ID though, won't you, to make sure he's not getting
I wonder
thrown under the bus for anything again.
Well, I thought it was a prime opportunity to say, maybe that's Tom Coronel off the road again. Yeah. In fact, Tom's not been off the road at any point, I don't think, this weekend, but we've blamed him for at least 2 accidents involving his car. Good job you know him. So 127 is in, and was that due, in fact, a pit stop, or have they had to go early on that? No, that was only 2 laps into Engelman's second stint. And how did Andrew end up there? Was there another car involved? It looks like there was. And Engelman trying to slot up the inside. Oh, and the two got together and ended up in the tyre barrier virtually as one. Now, what I can't do is identify the other car at all because there's now a tree in the way. Over to you, Snowy.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's an oak.
No, very good. Oh, here we go. This will provide an answer because this is not the one. Well, is this the 127 car? Oh, it is. You're right.
Yeah.
But strangely, it looked like the 127 left the scene secondary there. So did the car that was closer to the barrier almost was able to reverse out and get going again.
Whereas that inevitable thing with the Porsche, though, it doesn't look that much. If that was your road car, you'd be very unhappy. It's a race car, you just wouldn't worry about it.
No.
Because it's a Porsche, those left-hand corners, you've got those radiators down there for efficiency, but they're not very durable, resistant to races.
The leaders in SP9 Pro, 2 of the 3, have now completed their what should be final stops. Dürr Motorsports Aston Martin due in the next few minutes, by which point we'll be lighting the blue touch paper because Nicky Team will be hopping from foot to foot at the front of the garage and eager to get going. Here's a glimpse of our race leader heading through Kiddelbacher Hoor and Flugplatz, the next right-hander, which is barely a ease of the throttle there, maybe just a bit to balance the car, and then floor it once more through the double right-hander. And now on towards the left-hander at Schwedenkreuz. So Schwedenkreuz, Arenberg, and they're passing, or the BMW is passing one of the saloon cars, trailing a bit of bodywork there, but safely negotiated by Christian Krognes, who again will take this descent, I should say, down into the foxhole. Now,
so 105 is the other car, Johnny.
Okay. And 105 did indeed leave the scene before the 127. That wasn't quite right in my mind.
Before exchanging insurance notes as well. Details.
I'm not sure about the 105. I don't think he hung around at all.
Now that's the Dominic Fugel car that had issues earlier, didn't it? Dominic and Marcel Fugel and Fidel Lieb in that car. Well, as you say, it left the scene pretty quickly, and to be fair, it was put into the scenery by the 127 car coming up the inside. It's for what little bit of the overhead shot we saw, which is quite a long range shot, but on initial observation, I would suggest it's a bit of a racing incident. It was possibly a little bit optimistic of 127. You could then throw in that 25 odd minutes to go of a race. Why would you risk that? But it's happened now. The point is, it's done, sadly.
The car on the inside, 127, will say, well, I was fully alongside. That was my apex.
I don't think he was.
That was my apex. Well, Andrew Engelman will say that. Not actually. I don't.
This is where we need to get into data and look at steering traces and angles and that kind of stuff, because that's where this gets really interesting then. Because did the 105 deviate, or was he already on that trajectory? Then you start to compare to previous laps, etc. I would say it was slightly ambitious going up there, but you'd need different camera angles, not just that long shot, to say, was it absolutely legit? Did he turn in? So did 105 turn on 127, or did 127 be optimistic and he had to go? What we saw from the overhead shot, he had to use a lot of the right-hand curve, which then pitched him into the 105 car. But was he on the curve because 105 turned in? It's tomato time, isn't it? And one thing I will absolutely guarantee: neither driver will agree with the other.
No, that is for sure. Two bronze drivers, but I like to see bronze drivers who are elbows out, and Andrew Engelmann felt there was an opportunity there. Actually, that's the car that has been penalised because it took more time to get out from the tyre wall and does appear to be carrying more damage. I don't think Fidel Leib came in to the pits at the end of that lap. That was a straight fight for position, and it wasn't for the lead, it wasn't for 6th place, it was actually for 9th and 10th in Cup 2, but that's how serious some of these guys are taking it.
But it's still position.
Precisely right, and I mean, you know, if you're not willing to go door handle to door handle into Tiergarten after a cracking opportunity down the Dottinger Hor, then perhaps you're in the wrong game, and fair play to both of those guys who were eager to do it, and Fidel Leib did indeed stay out of the pits. Now, whether that was a brave decision or whether he was able to just quickly assess that the steering was still just about pointing in the right direction and he would continue on, but he's a good way round the Nordschleife now, and lap times are okay.
Some footage there, Johnny, of the 951 that went Porsche that went off through the hairpin element, Valvoline as it is now, didn't make it through. And you mentioned from a long shot, which I thought was very eagle-eyed of you, and thus it proved to be exactly so, that there was fender damage, or wing as you put it for European listeners, at the front left. And I thought maybe was it just a trick of the light, because I couldn't see it doing that much. The front bumper, absolutely. But you were right, going under all those tyres. This is where the temp timing been right this weekend. It's quite extraordinary.
It's worrying.
Feel very, very uncomfortable. But that wing is creasing because it's a metal wing. It's a production wing on that. It literally will be a production on, no flares, nothing like the GT3 cars, SB9s, and that's it's a seriously second-hand front left wing stroke fender on that Porsche, sadly.
And I don't think that car's going to be run in the race again. Far too much of damage to be repaired. That's a real shame for the team. And yesterday, I have to check the results to see how they did within Cup 3. Let's hope that the result yesterday was at least half decent for that crew, because there's going to be a lot of furrowed brows for 951 and the associated drivers for the remainder of the evening. But the key thing was that Riemer, the driver, was okay and was able to step away from that car. Meanwhile, homing in on the number 34 Christian Krognes driven BMW, one with a slightly bit more white around the nose compared to the 35 car, and still 2.5 minutes. This actually could run close to being the fastest lap of the race, because he's got two absolute bests on this lap alone, including the longest sector, which takes just more than 3 minutes. In fact, it took Christian 3 minutes, 2 seconds, 0.274. Let's see whether he can link it all together and go even faster than the 7:58 that this BMW has already done in the race. Bursting back onto the Grand Prix track in the early evening sunshine, and doesn't quite go, well, doesn't anywhere close to a 7:58 in fact. So where was the delay there? It was potentially in the middle sector, but has lost about 12 seconds compared to this BMW's best time from earlier in the race. It's still an 8 minutes and 10 second lap, so should not be sniffed at, but nevertheless diving down the inside of the Mercedes arena. I suppose again there's an element of Christian Krognes' mind thinking, I don't need to push like crazy here, I've got about 2 seconds as an advantage. The second place car is my teammate anyway, who in turn, Dylan Pereira's got over a minute on the Dürr Motorsport car. We were waiting for that Aston Martin to come in.
Hasn't done a driver change. Well, it has, because it's 3 minutes ago it did a driver change to Dura,
right. Okay.
but not to team.
No.
And it's 4 minutes into that, which is at Callanhard now, which would equate to having being on an outlap. So it looks like Nicky Team did the opening stint in that car. It says he did 15 laps. Did he double stinted to start with?
I don't think Nicky was at the wheel of that car at the start. Have you got team for both stints?
No, I've got team having a 15 lap.
15 laps, yeah. That's not going to be the case, but
no, actually, I've got team doing a 1 lap stint for lap 15 at 13:01, and ending at 13:07. So 5 minutes.
Let's just go to that screen to see whether you actually had. I need to also press that arrow. No, that's not going to work. I wonder whether the initial bit of Nicky's stint didn't register on your screen for whatever reason. I reckon it was one of the Durr brothers that began the race. They did 7 laps, and that would tally with the best lap time as well, because then Nicky Team got on board and did a best time of an 8:04, whereas the Durrs, whenever they've been at the wheel, I mean, they've been quick, but they've not been Nicky Team quick. So 8 laps from Nicky Team. That was stint 2. And then since then, the Aston's just been handed back and forth between Ben and Phil, and Nicky's not got back at the wheel. So I reckon of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stints for the Durr Aston Martin, Nicky Team's only done 1, and that was the second stint of 6. I'm happy to be corrected on that at some point. But basically, for the last 4 goes, Nicky's gone, well, they said to the team, sorry, Nicky, we're perfectly happy for you to be making the tea in the back of the garage, but you can't drive our car because we're gaining a lot of experience here. And I'm sure that was probably stressed to Nicky at the start of this project. We definitely want you on board to pedal this car as quick as possible through NLS races, but we also want the guidance that you can bring to the young Durr brothers, 122, 118, to try and improve our lap times. And essentially, what are Durr Motorsport going to gain from plugging Nicky Team into an Aston Martin?
Well, they know the outcome already, don't they?
Exactly. And they're going to be on the podium anyway. They're not going to catch these 2 BMWs. You might as well carry on with a few more stints to where the Durrs can really learn from it. And then we've got changing conditions, you know, light at a slightly different level. So it's not quite one of those stints where you're going daytime into nighttime, but hopefully either one of the 2 boys will have experienced that as well, because those transition stints, day into night, night into day, can be, for the experienced or those with less experienced driver, very, very challenging indeed. You will have driven some of those, I'm sure.
Many.
Yes. Snowy will do it. When you've got a low sun, I mean, that can very easily creep into the cockpit and cause a massive problem from a visibility point of view.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all. I romanticised it yesterday, saying that twilight and dusk ones in 24-hour races, that they're lovely stints to do. They are, but there's a bit depending on the circuit length. But let's take Spa as a sort of a good 24-hour with so different to this. But still a decent length circuit.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a bit where there's about 3 laps roughly where it's plain awkward because it's the wrong position. If it's bright and sunny as it is today and the sunrise comes up and it's beautiful, it's all very well waxing lyrical and pleasant though it is to wander through a garden of bright images and all that kind of stuff. You're still in a racing car and you can catch somebody out and not see somebody, and if you get that bit of sunlight, and it's that thing of also tend to do visors on your cars. I used to run a Caracoat, other brands are available too, so a reflective iridium visor, yeah. Because it looked really cool. No, but it's that multicoloured visor. But that's for the daylight.
Yes.
And then you have a clear one for nighttime. But if you tend to either have I was lucky enough I had enough to have 2 helmets. You want to you just swap rather than doing the visor and dropping screws on the garage floor and scrabbling around for it. Mechanics laughing at you because they let you do that. Apart from the water drinks bottle, which in those days was drill a hole in the front of your crash helmet. You invest in an expensive, in this case, Arai helmet. Lots of pounds, and they just we need to put a water aperture into it and just put a hole right through the front of it. You think, yeah, great, thanks. I digress. But if you forgot to put the right helmet on, or you just double stint and you're in that clear one for night time, and you quite often you can run a car in a closed car with the lid down, the visor down, because you amazing amount of trucks that comes in through air vents and stuff and all sorts, and it can be advantageous to have the visor down. And all of a sudden, you can't see, and you don't know whether there's a slower class car in front there minding their own business in front, and if you happen to be in a quicker class car, that's your concern. As if you collect them, it's going to be probably some distance before you put them down again.
Yes, and I mean, you know, the armchair viewer would say, well, you know where the track goes, it's going exactly the same direction as it did a lap ago. Yeah, but all the cars around you have moved. Yeah. And you, in multi-class racing, who knows who's going to be around the next corner? The marshals are doing their level best to warn you, but literally if you're getting blinded by the sun, you're not going to be able to see the flags either. So yes, but it's interesting you say about 3 laps. So it's really just grit your teeth through those and know that by the 4th lap, things should have improved.
Yeah, it changed, but there's tree lines and all sorts. It does change. But I remember doing it here, and it was quite spectacular. And around here, this is so dark. It's just pitch black for the bulk of the circuit at night, and then you suddenly come past the pits where you're just like, there's activity. There's teas and pizzas and bits going on over there, and back into the darkness again. And see you in a few minutes, about 10 minutes time.
And that becomes a more of an adjustment issue, doesn't it? You know, from kind of sometimes floodlit parts of the track to then plummet straight into darkness. Yeah. And your eyes do take a couple of seconds just to work out where everything is. So less of being sort of blinded by the sun, but more just that change of environment. Good chance to peer right into the cockpit of the Fricadelli Racing Cup 2 Porsche, which is the treble 1 of Felipe Fernandez-Larza. He was a winner this year in the Nürburgring 24 hours, driving a very different car, the Ferrari 296 GT3. But Klaas Aberlan has had a stint in this car. Also, the driver simply known as Jules. But it's back to Felipe Fernandez-Larza with those bright yellow door mirrors and matching rear wing end plates for car 111. And I feel this car's shown a bit more speed than the 7th place that it currently occupies, although I think it might be just about to jump up into 6th because Christopher Mies has just pitted, and it depends where Chris Mies is going to re-emerge in the number 103 Team Techstar car. Interesting, we're actually now going back to the original drivers that we had. Do you remember that long line of Cup 2 Porsches in the opening 20 minutes or so? There was about 7 or 8 of them. Most of the teams have now gone back to those original drivers. So Ben Leuchter driving the 100 car again, Tobias Muller in 121, Ben Boonagel in 102, Chris Mies, Peter Terting, Felipe Fernandez-Larza. So whoever starts the race, generally in this, is also going to finish it.
Talking of Chris's, with just literally, as I said now, just under 9 minutes of this race to go in a 6-hour race, Chris Krognes has just set a new fastest lap of the race in the Volkenhorst BMW M4, number 34, just to prove it. You ready for this? A 7:56.7. I know it hasn't got that much fuel on board now at this point of the race, but comparatively, but equally its tyres will be somewhat more worn.
True.
So it's yin and yang. But Christian Krognes, he's enjoying that car, isn't he? And what was it Kuba Damaziak said to him yesterday, or said it in the post-race interview when they won this yesterday? And he said that I knew Chris was the right person to have in the car. I could just sit at the back in the lounge and just relax.
Yeah. And there is your evidence as to exactly why. This morning's qualifying time for that BMW was also a 7:56. It was a 7:56.5. So he's got within 2/10
in race
of his qualifying. And we're not yet at the end of the stint. I mean,
he's not done yet, is he?
No. And what I didn't do actually, well, no, I think we'll complete this lap and quite probably go around again, unless Valkenhorst Motorsport get on the radio to Christian and say, if you back off in certain areas around this lap, you could potentially finish the race the next time you cross the line. And he does have enough time in hand to do that. A horrible sight.
Interestingly, 2 more laps completed already than yesterday. It was 39 laps for the 6 hours yesterday.
Yes.
We're on 41 already.
Yes. That's an excellent point, and I wonder whether, well, there was a significant chunk of the track affected by long-term barrier repair yesterday at Hohenrhein. And also, remember, we ended with Hatzenbach being under code 60 for the rest of the time, didn't we? That BMW that rolled twice, they just decided to effectively leave it there or do the recovery, but then not repair the barriers, and warned everybody that we would stay under code 60. So that will have denied us quite a bit of racing time as well. This is going to be tight between the end of the race and where the BMW is on the racetrack. As I say, is Christian Krognes willing to give up some of that 2 minutes 49 seconds? We're now green all around, by the way. It was only Valvoline and Marshall Post's 12 and 13 that were preventing us from being green. But also, oh, and Wipperman as well. Wipperman was just affected by a code 60 about a minute or so ago, and they had a new code 60, and then within 2 minutes it was cleared. Clearly track conditions are very good at the moment, because the 187 FK Performance BMW has just done its best lap of the race as well. 187 for Wustenhagen, just doing an 8:37.775. So 8:37 in a GT4 car is a very impressive time as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that being quicker than we saw the SP10s go earlier today. So cars getting nice and light. Most of them will be beginning their final lap of the race, but it's all going to be dictated by where Christian Krognes is and whether he just starts to ease out the throttle a little bit. He only needs to lose probably 10 seconds on this lap to ensure that it is a 1-2 finish for Valkenhorst Motorsport. Otherwise, of course, in Christian Krognes' mind, he's thinking, hang on a minute, I want to complete this lap and try and improve on my best lap time again, and then I want to go around again for the 43rd time and see if I can get the best lap of the race on the final tour. So how are Valkenhorst going to play this? 5 minutes and 10 seconds still to go on the clock, of a clock that initially read 6 hours, off the back of the first day here at the Nürburgring, where we also did 6 hours of racing to go together to form the Red Bull Formula Nürburgring 12-hour weekend. And one car that has certainly not given up on the potential to increase its position is Peter Terting, because he's got a couple of cars now up ahead in the Müllner Motorsport car, darting up the inside there of a fellow Porsche, looking for a way by. They're going to have to limp their way, or rather get by a limping car. That looked to be a VW Golf at the Kleiner Carousel that was going a touch slowly. Now the Müllner Motorsport car can wriggle free, and Peter Terting remains in third position.
You just mentioned the lap time, the very credible lap time there of the number 187, was it?
Yes.
Yes, 187 BMW M4 GT4 car with an 8:37. We talked about these Cup cars earlier on, Cup 2 cars being almost as fast in a straight line because of the power of them compared to SB9 GT3 cars. Just comparing those two BMWs, I've just checked. I thought I knew it was about right. I want to get it absolutely right. The power of a M4 GT3, 590 brake, as you'd expect. Yeah. GT4 version.
Yes, which the FK Performance car is. Go on.
550.
Really?
It's only 40 brake horsepower difference. Yeah. So that's, 550 in a GT4 car. I had to look twice. I was expecting it to say potentially 450 or 475. I didn't think it would be over 500, let alone halfway up again. It's only 40 horsepower difference between GT4 to GT3. But it's the aero and the way everything else works. That's where its lap time comes.
Yeah, true. But that's why GT4 for
40 seconds difference.
The more modest budget, should we say, is such an attractive proposition now. GT4 racing has just exploded globally. GT3 was already there, but there was there was talk at one point that some GT championships would become GT4. Of course, we've got the Michelin Pilot Challenge in IMSA, which is a GT4 championship together with TCR as well, and that's always so heavily subscribed with entries. And when you've got that amount of brake horsepower to play with, you can see why it's so much of a draw. And considering the prices that you were talking about for a BMW M4 GT3 these days, 530,000 euros, did you say, give or take?
Where it's about 200,000 for a GT4.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can understand
so it's double the money for 40 more horsepower.
Indeed.
Plus a few other bits.
Yeah. Now that's why it is drawing in so many new competitors, and some might spend a few seasons in GT4 before then moving on into GT3. Here comes the 34 BMW of Christian Krognes. My math's not quite correct, actually, because he was never going to be able to lose 1 minute and 50 odd seconds on this lap. So he's continued to push on, and we will therefore head on to a 43rd lap for the Norwegian driver, sharing with the Pole Kuba Gamaziak. And I think Christian Krognes, frankly, is very much enjoying this. So with just over 90 seconds left on the clock, we are confirmed to have probably another 8 minutes of racing, and that's just to get the leader across the line. Then you've got another 8 or 10 minutes after that to ensure everybody can safely see the checkered flag.
Just to finish on the BMW thing, because it's the same across all brands. I'm not just focusing on BMW, I've just got the numbers to hand. It's Aston Martin, Mercedes, everybody else will do the same thing. But the BMW M4 road car you can buy now is 425 brake. If you get the competition version, it's 504.
Yeah, okay.
In the competition road car, so you suddenly pay a bit more to get a GT4 car. You go to 550 brake, you've got 45 more. Then you pay a chunk shed load more for a GT3 car, and you get another 40 brake. But I said there's a lot more that comes with that.
I was going to say,
equally, the operating costs are exponential as well.
Yes, yes, and arguably, if you have a bit of contact, the GT4 car will stand up to the challenge a lot more, because it's got less aero to be bent and buckled out the way, whereas a GT3 car, I mean, they're built very toughly indeed, but because they are so reliant on those extra bits of bodywork and extra technology as well, there's effectively more to go wrong.
And it's the lifing of those components and how much it's the running costs of them as well. So yeah, it's going to be, your GT4 car is going to be much more production based and less of a pure thoroughbred race car, as we said yesterday and probably through the show about these cars. So they can be not quite serviced at BMW, although that said, some of the cars have done that, and it's some of the lesser category cars, they do. There's some of the GT4s, they'll literally run a stock engine with a few tuning bits on it, and the ECU is where the power comes from.
Yes.
And I know somebody that's running a previous generation M4, so M3 GT4 car in the UK in a couple of series, 2 or 3 of them, and it's a proper race built car by BMW. Team Brazil car, you know what series that was from, yeah, proper BMW car, and they have it serviced at BMW. They put it on a trailer, take it in, and it gets a BMW service, gets its book stamped, and it comes back, then it goes race prepped. Yeah, and the engine is absolutely stopped, to the point that they did a race in that car where they had an engine failure on the Saturday or Friday in qualifying testing I think it was, and they genuinely found an M3 engine on eBay, went and bought it, plugged it in, and then plugged up all the clever ECU brain bits and whatever, because the engine was stock, and off it went, and it won the next day's race.
Wow. That's almost like the days where you used to drive your road car to the track, race it, and then bring it back again.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Well, but it just shows that you know, that there's a lot more to compare between a street car and a racing car, particularly in certain specs. The track's obviously in a great condition, because I'm seeing fastest time followed by fastest time. Tobias Muller has just done the quickest effort in the Cup 2 category with an 8:15 flat, and that car is in second position. Tobias clearly trying to push as hard as possible, but he's got 26 seconds in arrears over Ben Leuchter's car, and Leuchter, together with his teammate Nico Otto, have been the class of the field today within Cup 2, so it's very likely the 100 car will, despite how hard Tobias Muller is pushing, still finish top of the shop in a very competitive Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. There's also the SP10 battle. Oh no, that really is livening up, because talked about the 187 BMW having just done an 8:37.775 a couple of laps ago. The SP10 leaders, Toyota Supra versus BMW, they crossed the line with 0.187 of a second between them.
2 tenths.
For BMW 187. So if he could have chosen a time, that would have been it. Although,
now, of course, that's the BMW that did the 8:37.7.
Exactly.
Compared to the Supra in front did an 8:41.8.
Yes.
4 seconds in one lap.
Yes, so is that an indication of the difference in driving ability, perhaps, in their chosen final pilots? So we got Wustenhagen versus Goulden, basically, and they will be going round one more time because Christian Krognes has to complete one further lap as well, making it a 43-lap race for the SP9s. SP10 cars will reach 40 laps, I reckon. But every credit to Nick Wustenhagen, who is realising there is an SP10 race win up for grabs here, and he's looking to try and close in on Andreas Goulden, who is certainly no slouch either in his Toyota Supra GT4.
He's done it. He's done it.
Has they changed around?
Yes.
So confirmation that the BMW has managed to get ahead.
I've got the right number. Hang on. That was it might have been. Have we got a different Supra? We've got more than one.
How many Supras are in the race?
They were on board with.
We've got 3 Supras in this race.
Right, I think it's a different one. My apologies.
Well, I think the speed that Wustenhagen is able to lay down is sufficient enough to get ahead of Andreas Goulden, but it just depends whether there's the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, I think it was a 635 Griezmann Toyota Supra GT4 I was looking at, which running in the alternative fuels category.
Andreas Goulden, a wily old fox, he's got more years of experience over Wustenhagen. Wustenhagen, 26 years old, silver rated, and began his run on the Nürburgring in 2019. So the big BMW in the M4 iteration, so basically the same car that runs in GT3, but as we've said, different performance levels. And now I can confirm that the FK Performance BMW is ahead of the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Supra on the splits. For whatever reason, Goulden now has lost a further 21 seconds in one sector alone. So I think that is silver driver up against bronze, but also working their way through some code 60s here and there too. And let's hope that the Supra has not encountered more significant problems, because those lap times or those sector times are slightly concerning. 13 seconds lost in the first sector, 21 seconds lost in the second sector for the Toyota Supra. So we got a new leader in SP10 on the final lap. SP9 Pro has been rather cemented into position for a few hours, really. Maybe an hour and a half out, it looked very likely that Valkenhorst Motorsport would be getting the perfect result, certainly for their SP9 Pro cars. And a great weekend for Kuba Gamaziak and Christian Krognes. You can do the business on Saturday in a 6-hour race, but it's not just a question of rocking up to the track the following day and doing the same again. They had to make sure that the team was going to be in lockstep with them, and Kuba Gamaziak needed a clean couple of stints. He was able to take the fight to the initial pace setters, but remember that the BMW did take a while to work its way to the front. It was the Luca Ludwig Ferrari that set the pace, together with the Audi in the hands of Frank Stippler. Unfortunately, Stippler's Audi dropped away with a rear puncture. We also had problems for the Schnitzelar Mercedes as well, but BMW win for the second time in as many days, and again it is the 34 car of Christian Krognes and Kuba Gamaziak for Valkenhorst Motorsport. And this BMW M4, introduced last year but in 2023, is going from strength to strength, and it will chalk up yet another victory in this year's NLS Championship. Peter Snowden.
What did you say, back to back? It didn't even qualify for the race yesterday. Started at the back of start Group 1, but still won it. It qualified 6th today, was it? So it wasn't wasn't right at the front. It's only the 3rd row, but it still won it. Its teammate has done the Zaka in 2nd place, so that's the 35 car will follow it home in 2nd place. That's the Pro lineup. So, and the 36 car, the Pro-Am Valkenhorst M4 GT3 had a slightly less successful day that had an incident a bit earlier on at that point we're talking about on the Valvoline circuit, Valvoline corner on the circuit, the hairpin back. I think what is extraordinary there, just looking at this, First two cars, Falcon Horse BMW M4s, SP9 Pro cars. Third place is going to be the number 17 Aston Martin Vantage GT3 from SP9 Pro. Fourth will be, hopefully, the Dürr Aston Martin.
We'll just make the point that it wasn't easy as last few corners for Christian Krognes, because he had to dive up the inside of the number 17 Aston Martin, and then there was a much slower Porsche right on the apex of Hohenrhein, and also maybe an additional car going even more slowly than that. So
virtually stationary on the right-hand side, just at the. Again, you say you go up through Tiergarten, and you say you get so used to a way. You were talking about this a minute ago about the twilight or the sunlight, sunrise, sunset. How do you know where the circuit goes? Well, you do get into a rhythm. You do get into a metronome of this is where you are on the track, this is where you're on the track, and then you're coming through. And you're coming up Tiergarten for the last time, about to win as you did yesterday, and all of a sudden there's a car stationary there.
Yeah.
Now, mercifully, there are white flags, or in this case, yellow flags. It wasn't even moving, but literally at the very, very last corner of the circuit, you've still got something to avoid to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, you cannot afford to ease back on the concentration levels, that is for sure. Here's the 35 car of Dylan Pereira sharing with Nicholas Cruton, and this is the result that they will feel they should have had yesterday. It was a very quick car in terms of lap speed, the 35, not quite equivalent to the 34 car. Perhaps it would have been interesting maybe to switch them around and put the two drivers from 34 into 35 to see just how much speed they've got, but no question about it, this was the second best car probably yesterday as well, but they didn't get the brakes. Today they have got a worthwhile result, and just as the 35 car crosses the line on the racetrack, the 34 has done a slowing down Grand Prix, or half of the Grand Prix lap, and now dived into pit lane via that sharp right-hand hairpin. Christian Krognes soon to be greeted by his Polish teammate Kuba Gamaziak, and the two again can celebrate in almost a carbon copy of yesterday's race finish, although of course yesterday we were plummeted into darkness at 8 o'clock. We were racing through till 9:30 yesterday evening. Much more of the evening for these guys to enjoy now, and I think both these have well deserved themselves a celebratory beer or two for Kuba Gamaziak and Christian Krognes, with a relatively conservative just punch to the air there, because he knows, they know, they've had a strong car beneath them, and unfortunately not quite the competition that they had yesterday. No Falcon Motorsport Porsches, and the early demise of the Frank Stippler Vincent Cole Audi and the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes as well. But when things are trimmed out like that, it really is the spotlight then on those remaining runners in SP9 Pro to make sure they do not miss a beat, and that can certainly be said for Christian Krognes and Kuba Gamaziak. Dylan Pereira and Nicholas Cruton will finish in second position, and a great podium finish to the car that actually went a full lap down moments from the line, the number 17 Aston Martin of Pro Sport Racing. Let's grab a word with our race winner Christian Krognes now with Ollie Martini. And I assure you the microphone is under the nose of Christian Krognes right now. Here we go. I definitely heard his voice then, but it's not quite loud enough for us to hook into.
The voice is in your head again, Johnny.
Yeah.
The 12 hours have got to you.
The nice thing is that we have already heard from Christian, of course, after his initial single stint. There are still cars streaming across the line. There will be.
The third place car.
There it is. There it is. So, okay, bizarrely, I thought Christian Krognes had put a lap on that Aston Martin, meaning that when Christian crossed the line, the Aston should have been locked into position. I hope the 17 hasn't taken the checkered flag twice. That might have been another green and white car, of course, that I'm getting confused with. Christoph Breuer has crossed the line now, 2 minutes and 26 seconds away from Dylan Pereira in his car. We're going to hear Kuba Gamaziak. Here we go.
So, you know, the last two races have been amazing, and the car has been really good. 1 and 2 for the team, very well deserved for everyone.
So you really enjoy your evening, I guess.
Yeah, I have to, but I have 900 kilometers to drive home. So
today?
Yes, today.
After 6 hours of racing, another 9. Okay, I cross my fingers and let you arrive in pretty good shape. Thank you very much.
I just love the reality check there. Kuba Gamaziak asked by Ollie Martini there. So tonight you must have a good evening. You must celebrate. And he said, yes, of course. He said, but I have 900 kilometres to drive home. And Ollie just went, yes, but not tonight. And he went, yes, tonight. He said, so after 6 and 6 hour races, you're going to get into a road car and drive 900 kilometres? Like, yes, of course.
And
it's Sunday. I have to be at work on Monday.
What's the big? Well, yeah, exactly. As I said, drivers are self-employed, and this is merely part of a small part of their income, I suppose. Let's now.
If you make an income from it, great. Let me know how that works.
I know. Another English interview. Let's go with this.
But today everything went well. Unfortunately in qualifying we didn't have the luck, but and the race everything went well. The car came in one piece, Niklas and me, we did a good job and kept out of troubles, and the car was really good. Tires survived on the seats like it should be, so no punctures and all the rest. Just trying to enjoy the P2 now.
Perfect. Congratulations. Sagt der ehemalige Porsche Supercup.
That was Dylan Pereira then, having a quick conversation with Ollie Martini. Pereira's just got out of the number 35 car, sharing it with his German teammate Nicholas Kruten. To put 900 kilometres into perspective, we've just done a lap of 24.358 kilometres. If I multiply that by 43 laps, I get to 1,000 and a bit. So effectively, Kuba Gamaziak's got to do, again, the distance we've just covered in 6 hours, all the way home tonight. Nicholas Kruten chatting to Ollie, but this will be in German, because Nicholas is German.
Yeah, you must admit why you was doing the calculations on your phone there. And there it is, it's just come in there, the third place car, the Aston Martin. Is it Nicholas Breuer at the wheel of that?
Christoph Breuer.
Christoph Breuer, my apologies. Christoph, it's a thing this weekend. We like Chris's. But Ollie Martini just had to turn to Dylan Pereira and just go, who's next? Because there were 2 Vulcan horse cars there, and it's just like there's no third place there. And he's like, who do I interview? And he's basically, Dylan Pereira had to lean in and just go, it's up there. And there's this Aston appearing. Lovely little segue. They just didn't quite get loud. There's a space. I need to talk to somebody. There's no car. Somebody must be third.
They are.
Somebody wants to be third. How much do you want to be third?
But not only are they third overall, they are also, more importantly for them, Pro-Am winners. So it's Christoph Breuer, Maxime Dumouriez and Marek Bachmann. Bachmann at times was the absolute star in the Aston Martin, but you have to have some good AM drivers as well. I'm always a little bit resigned to calling them full amateurs, because they're really not. They're just basically non-pro drivers. But grins all the way around here.
I like that. That's actually that's a very, very accurate and kind description.
Let's just see whether we can hook into this interview.
And today we did an amazing job, thanks to Pro Sports, thanks to my colleagues. It's just amazing. Really happy.
Congratulations. Wir haben einen deutschen Vertreter. Mann, oh Mann, dickes, breites Grinsen.
So this will be Marek Bachmann now, who will chat to Ollie in German. We might grab a word with Christoph Breuer will also be in German as well. But Maxime Dumouriez speaking English because he's from Belgium, and I think the French-speaking part of Belgium. So that's the reason why we could dive in and have a quick chat with Maxime, who again has been mightily impressive in amongst the pro sport guys. You can't really take your eyes off Marek Bachmann's grin. This means a great deal to these guys, and it's been a hard day as well. 6 hours worth of racing. Yes, they've not always been at the wheel of the car for those full 6 hours, but a shared effort. The car's done the full distance, obviously, but now they can actually talk to one another with some time in hand and go, God, what happened to you in that stint when I took over from you, and vice versa. And there'll be always many, many tales to tell.
You don't need to be a professor of body language, do you, to know that Marek Bachmann's quite chuffed with that result.
Yeah, it was like a Danny Rick smile, wasn't it? So there is the Nürburgring Castle. We're going to say goodbye to you for the evening. Hope you've enjoyed 2 days full of action at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And the next NLS race, NLS 8, is in 2 weeks' time. So 23rd of September for the penultimate round of the season. My thanks to Kerry Cobb, who's been making sure we're on air in London, to Peter Snowden, who's been alongside me for the full 12 hours, and from me, Johnny Palmer. We'll see you very soon on the Radio Show Limited network of channels for the 2 remaining NLS races. Bye-bye for now.